Hey, welcome everybody. Welcome back. We're here. Returning again. I have actually lost count of how many Europa Universalis 5 streams this is, but I think it's at least 3. You know it's bad when you just stop counting. But here we are again. Thanks for clicking. Thanks for jumping in here at the beginning. Buckling in for another day of pumping this. The snowball that we've been on is so stupid, but it's hilarious in its own way. What if every few years you could 5 to 7x your economy for 2 to 3 years? Wouldn't that be something? We'd be in a completely different place if a bunch of people didn't want our stuff, I guess. I feel like if I play Europa 5 again in a few years, that what I'm doing now will not be possible. They will have patched it out. There's no shot that it stays in the game. It is too strong. Or they're just going to make it way harder to lock in from the peace screen. It's going to have to take way more than 10% war score. But then again, you should punish the AI for doing stupid things. They did kill thousands of people. So maybe just fix the AI so they don't declare war that they don't intend to win. Or both. Could be both. What's up, Young Riles? Thanks for 50 months. Glad you're enjoying the VODs. Thank you for subbing. I could go for some Quiznos right now. That sounds pretty tasty. Some good sandwiches. I could go for just a nice solid sandwich. There it is. And we're back. I spent pretty good while last night actually putting a playlist together. This is not that, but I have combined 150 songs into a playlist for streams such as these. I'm gonna have to make a separate playlist for synth, chiptune type stuff like this. Over 9 hours of music. I'm gonna need more than that actually, because the streams have been like 11 hours. I need to find even more, but Spotify stopped recommending things. Maybe I need to go talk to ChatGPT, because the hard thing is actually just figuring out what all is out there and what's on Spotify and what games exist. And then cherry picking the songs that kind of fit a similar motif, a similar vibe. Lots of fantasy stuff. Lots of Dorfort definitely is the rock foundation of it all, I suppose. Ooh, I'm tired. These 11-hour streams are catching up to me. I gotta chill a little bit. I'm tired, man. I'm gonna need like 2 coffees today. Too much yapping. Too much talking into a microphone. It's exhausting. But I can't, like, once I get going, I can't stop. You know, like right now, this very moment, I could go back to sleep. I could turn the stream off, get in bed, I'm out. But once I'm in it, and the like dopamine drip feed starts to flow, and the money number starts going up, then the brakes stop working. That's the issue. Which, to be honest, kind of describes a lot of ADHD. If you're out there, it's hard to start things. It's hard to begin. It's hard to get into the transitioning from what you're doing right now, which could be nothing, to doing something. And then once you're doing something, you're good. It's just that like breaching the door of beginning. That's so hard. What's up, Shy Wolf? Hello, Macho Naked Carp. Hello, Shin. Nobody says you have to do 11 hours. I know, I normally don't. That just means that I feel compelled. I'm normally, I would say, like a 7, 8 hour gamer, but sometimes. I also feel a little pressed for time because we got a lot of stuff coming up, chat. Want to play some Hearts of Iron tomorrow, check out the new DLC. And then a week from Saturday is the Hot Potato RimWorld charity event that we do every year, raising money for Doctors Without Borders. It'll start before a week from Saturday, but that's my slot. My slot's a week from Saturday. The actual start day, I have to start talking about this so people don't forget. I got it. The picture right here with the schedule. There it is. Coming up. So it looks like Monday, November 24th is when it begins. And I don't know all times in UTC -8. UTC -8. What time is it in UTC -8 right now? Is that PT? Let's see. UTC time right now is 11:45 p.m. I think. 11:46. So yeah, it's me. It's my time. Okay, I knew that. I definitely knew that. So, at I assume that's 3 a.m. Pacific on Monday, November 24th is when it actually begins. But the premise is, if you're unfamiliar with our previous years, is that there's a single save of RimWorld that is started. And 2D Kiwi is going to start it, as usual, and then passes it to the next person, hence Hot Potato. So the save goes person to person, and eventually it'll make it all the way to us. I'm on Saturday, November 29th at 4 p.m. So that is when I will be streaming it. And then we will have a way for you to donate money, if you want to or are able, to Doctors Without Borders directly via Tiltify. We do it every year. So we're going to be playing that same RimWorld save. And then hopefully, people always ask, what happens if somebody dies? They restart. So just answer that question straight away. If you die, you just restart. But you keep passing it person to person to person, streamer to streamer to streamer, and raising money for, I think, a great cause all the way through. So just a heads up that that's getting ready to start in 5 days. Coming up quick. Coming up real quick. I should probably just leave that there so I can reference it again, actually. Just hide it so I can pop it back up if needed. Hot potato is a great time. It always is a great time, yes. Doctors, nodders, borders, nopers, of course, of course. If you take three 5-hour energy drinks, you can stream 15 hours. That's true. I feel like energy drinks don't do anything for me, but they do have a lot of sugar in them and they make my teeth hurt. That's pretty much the only thing they do for me. Or they're just nice to sip on to have a different flavor, but the energy portion never seems to come. When I used to drive home from school, like university, like longer trips to see my family and stuff, I would take energy drinks while I was driving, man, but I would still I was fighting off sleep every time I drove. It felt, I don't know why. I know that's not good, but I would just have to drink something the entire time. So I would just take frequent stops to, you know, take a bathroom break, get out, walk around, that kind of thing, man. But those energy drinks just never did anything for me. I would drink blue Monster cans, I think, for a long time. Is there something about ADHD and caffeine? Yeah, there is. There is. It affects different people differently, though. So I don't think there's like a broad strokes. Let's hop in. Hopping on in. But yeah, it'll be a good time. So just heads up on the hot potato. I will post in the Discord. It's already pinned in the main chat channel of the Discord, but I'm going to post it in the info channel and tag everybody. Probably like the day that it starts or like the day before it starts. And have the schedule up for everybody. So probably this weekend. Welcome back, gamers. Welcome back. Just getting rolling. Much to do, much to do, much to look at all these circles on the map. we have been building things in a untenable rate, at an untenable rate. We have 148 duckies a month coming in right now. And that's not gonna last. We have about 6-7 months of income left before we go back to our normal. We're currently getting paid megabucks from Poland, who had the audacity to declare war on us. And we held them off, a combined Polish-Brunswickian invasion. I don't remember who was where. I want to say... I don't remember who was where, but there were forces on the Massachusetts coast, and there were forces in the Quebecian side of things. So we had a split push from the AI. That was the most threatening that they've been to date. And luckily for us, the castle held in the north and stopped the second invasion force from moving on our capital, which was their war objective. So the eastern coast with Massachusetts was not yet fortified. We did have some fortifications to stop them from getting in toward the heart of our cities and towns. We actually have a city now. Our capital, Sanoctawambo, is no longer just a town. It is actually America's first city ever. A real city. City of Sanoctawambo with 32,000, almost 33,000 people in it. The bonuses for a city are incredible. So happy to have one of those. Truly a game changer. As in going from building slots plus 25 building slots to plus 100 building slots. So we get an extra 75 buildings that we can fit there. Not only that, we can build 2 buildings simultaneously inside of a city. It has an extra construction capacity, which means it can build 2 for 1. You still have to pay for it and fund it, but simultaneous construction doubles the speed of builds. Very cool. And also faster construction speed. That's going to be real nice. And then on top of that, it has room for more soldiers, laborers, burghers, and clerics in many numbers. So what's good about that, I still am trying to understand the phraseology of possible burghers, laborers, and such. My current knowledge is just that is the amount that it seeks to have in excess of what you are currently using as employees. So if I needed 1,000 burghers for employees and it has possible burghers 1,000, it would have another 1,000 in reserve waiting to fill in new jobs, which is helpful because they automatically slot into any new jobs instead of having to wait for them to promote, number one. And number two, because they are burghers or because they are laborers or because they are nobles, they are an elevated status in your society. And the different statuses want different goods. So they're buying more things, they're spending more money. So like if you have an extra 1,000 burghers in your town and your burghers are spending a substantial amount of money on all of their different types of goods, like where are their chat? Where's that screen that shows their list of things? Hold on. That's just income. I wish it just showed it right here. There's another screen that shows all the things that they're buying. Or another tooltip. I forget. Collectively. Anyway, they buy more stuff. They buy more expensive things. And they have more demands, which stimulates the economy. And probably gives them more power. But that's not really a problem for us. Like, I haven't really had an issue with estate power. I haven't really concerned myself too much with it. How is trading after the patch? I don't know. You'll have to ask someone who's trading. New World is not the place for such questions. We have the only market that has any money. So, who knows? We're making 3 ducats a month on trading. Woohoo. Rich. We are extremely wealthy as a result. Oh, this is Arc Raiders. All right, let's get shuffle time. I got a new 150 song 9-hour playlist that I spent like an hour and a half last night putting together. I need to add even more songs to it, but I feel like this is a good start. So we're just going to turn it on, let it shuffle. It should all be around the same song vibes. You guys are going to go crazy because every time we play different music, people are like, is this Dwarf Fortress? What is this soundtrack? And it's going to be shuffling. So it's just going to be like a different game, different soundtrack each time. So people are probably going to lose their minds. But we'll see. It's a bunch of the music that we've already been listening to. How hard would you say this game is to get into if you have about 200 hours in EU4? Well, I've never played EU4. But chat tells me that your EU4 knowledge does not translate to this game at all. So you can leave all that at the door. It is probably the hardest Paradox game to get into due to the difficulty of the tooltips, the lack of a good tutorial, and the combination of mechanics from other games, such as Victoria 3 and Imperator. So it'd be very hard to get into. It was very hard for me to get into. And I'm still not into it. You know what And I mean that in most senses of the word. I'm trying though. I'm trying. I'm still in the tutorial. If you have to really want to. If you really want to get into it, you can get into it. There's more information out now than there was in the first week of launch, for sure. But the game's not going to convince you. It's not going to do anything to hook you if you're feeling on the fence. Let's put it like that. If you're already like, really want to get into it, yeah, you could probably get into it. But I don't think it's going to reach out and grab you and pull you into its circle of influence. if that makes sense. Some games do. Some games do reach out and grab you and you go like, I didn't really think I was gonna like this, but I tried it and wow, it just really impressed me. I need to stop building the spy network, I think. Wait, no, this is the new spy network. That's the new spy network. Leave that one alone. Minimize army tabs, minimize market tabs, minimize character tabs. Do we have any room to get Nanze to like us more? 18 opinion over time. May as well. May as well. Maybe spend a little more on Diplo. While we have the extra money. Trying to pump stability. We lost a bunch of stability yesterday, and we got some new events because it is the age of absolutism. And we got a bunch of junk to deal with as a result because all of our estates are becoming unhappy, I realized at the end of stream yesterday. So we're gonna have to fix that. Absolute. So we'll have to look at our options there. There we go. Clear some notifications. Oh, well, sure. Why not mouse? We'll just clear this one too while we're here. I've never played this game, but through watching, I've acquired an infinite knowledge that I'm ready to post in chat. Thank you. We could use that. Hello, Falcris. What's up? Salmon Roll, welcome back. My game is very frozen. Why am I tagged? I'm being tagged. Oh, this is cool. All right, speaking of hot potato, got a hot potato announcement. Feel free to repost and share with your community. Apparently, for the hot potato RimWorld charity event, Pepsin, author of P Music, is made custom music for the hot potato. That's pretty sick. So we're gonna get some new jams. Very exciting stuff. I'm all down for some new P Music jams. A lot of fantastic ones on there. My game is frozen, by the way, so I'm just gonna sit here for a sec. It's trying to generate all the kiddos' faces in our education system, I suppose. The P stands for potato, right? Yes, in P Music. But yeah, young Rouse out there watching RimWorld VODs for 50 months. Brighter Teeth TV subbing 4 hours ago. Thank you for 73 months, Brighter Teeth TV. What's up? Just before the stream even began. Man, we are stuck. I haven't done anything, so if I need to restart, it's no problem. I just get in the mouse circle of death. But yeah, hot potato is gonna be. I wonder how long it'll take to unpause this year. So with hot potato coming a week from Saturday from me, you won't be getting any streams probably on the Friday, if not also Thursday before for preparation. There we go. All right, let me just deal with this while we're here. I am so back. So I wouldn't count on any streams next Thursday or Friday. Military. I definitely need at least one day off this weekend too, but hot potato always takes some extra time to get everything right. And for those of you who've never done it before, the money does not go through the streamers, it goes through Tiltify, so it goes directly to the charities. So none of the streamers actually come into contact with the money, so you don't have to worry about things that have happened in other people's charity events throughout Twitch's history, I will say. It does not go through subs or Twitch. Twitch does not get a cut. It just donations straight to the source. Then the charity pays the streamers. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Not in this one. I am not getting paid for my participation, and I assume no one else is either. I think it's safe to assume that. Charities paying streamers to raise money is crazy to me. It is crazy. I can't say that I understand it. How many kiddos are... How old are you? 3? You don't have a trait yet? Would you recommend playing as one of the tutorial countries or just go into the deep end with a more challenging nation? I did the opposite. I went to the New World, where I had complete freedom to just learn the basic mechanics of the game. How does control work? How do building towns work? How does market access work? How does anything work? So I wouldn't have to be thrashing around in the deep end of the pool. And I feel like I learned a lot more of the basics that way. Going somewhere where you're all by yourself. And then once you learn the basics, if you want to start somewhere more exciting, then you can do that. But different things will work for different people. The tutorial infuriated me and almost made me uninstall the game. So I just went and did my own thing. Truce is expiring soon. RGOs. We got a lot of iron RGOs coming in. Buildings missing employees. Look at all these castles. I went a little crazy yesterday building castles because I'm tired of getting war declared on me. And them coming in and occupying all my towns. And I think castles are a little OP, but once they get some better artillery, I might not be saying that they're OP. So I'll wait and see how artillery acts against them before I cry OP. To be fair, castles throughout history were pretty OP, so I think that's somewhat understandable. That was kind of their whole thing. Rebel movements? Yeah, we're gonna have to pay attention to that. Laws not codified, doesn't matter. Unhappy estates, that's gonna be a thing. Okay, yeah, look at this. After we got occupied on the east, I decided enough of that. So I put a castle down in Ifrivium, which unfortunately is not the best tile defensively, but if I put a castle here, it did not reach area of control over to the north. So I decided to just go for reach first to buy myself time from naval invasions. It is kind of funny to me that coastal castles are going to function almost as better than coastal forts in some ways. And then to protect the southern portion down here in Connecticut, we got Old Pancock, which is a better defensive land because of its forests and wetlands. So we have like a wetlands castle down there in the swamps. So that's blocking people infiltrating from the south. And then I put one here because this is going to be our southernmost town. So it's arguably better to put one back a space on this better tile, but that would also allow my port to get sieged. I don't really want to allow my port to get sieged, so I decided just to put it on the coast. And then we got another one down here defending New Jersey. And in case the Pope ever attacks us, we got a line, a curtain, if you will, of castles. I don't know why I have 3 in a row. I don't remember. There may not have been a reason. There may not have been one. These spots made a bunch of sense because I'm basically just trying to limit the access of the enemy through my territory. Volugop is like the best mountain tile. Why did I have 3? You were going to remove one of them and built 2 new ones. Yeah, but now I don't remember which one's which. Who are you guys? 3rd Army belonging to the Pope? I don't know why you guys are down there. We're not at war. Got one over here. They can go around on the left flank, which is kind of annoying, but then we have a nice castle here. Evergelly's a little bit exposed. And we'll probably eventually want a castle like down here as well. I don't know. Well, I want a little ham. I want a little ham. I'm trying to restrict access of their army so we don't have to be chasing them down all over the map. So we got a border with England via Canada to the north. So I wanted to have some more castle restrictions here. Blocking movement to the south. Where is this castle? We cannot build another castle in Rembrandtang. So we got one in Rembrandtang kind of blocking movement through this little choke point. And then I got one here to stop Poland from just wandering down into my territory like they just did. And then we got one here. I wish I could get them all on yellow tiles. That's my only regret. So perhaps I should move this one up. I gotta be careful though, right? Because Naze is here on my border, so if the Pope goes to war with me, then we gotta worry about them too. So maybe I should just move this one up. Yellow tiles are better because on the tactical map, it basically just implies that it's really difficult for the offense. The offense gets an attacker penalty. So if you fight on a tile in which you have a castle, you get to become the automatic defender, even if they were there first, because it's your castle. So you're affecting their dice rolls for getting good combat. So you know what? I actually am going to do that. Let's move the castle up. Boom, right there. And then I will, once that's done, and once it's filled with people, I'll remove this one. The key is filled with people. So down here, I was going to move Jingoptali, because it was on a green, I assume. Yeah. Yeah. Is this castle 500 people? This one's full. This one's 650 people. Okay, so we're gonna leave this castle until the other two fill up with their garrison. Whew, anywho. How many battles against colonial powers? Yeah, we've missed a few wars. We had Poland and Brunswick coming for the capital with a two-pronged attack. Yes, and the castle saved our bacon from the northern prong in that case. So castles, unlike stockades, exert area of control. So what that means is if you build a castle, I cannot change the overlay. What is your problem? If I build a castle, let's say we have a town here in Evergelly. If I have a castle next to it, they can still potentially occupy Evergelly. But if they leave that spot, the castle will automatically unoccupy any of the things that they've occupied if they haven't sieged the castle down. So it sort of just undoes whatever they do. So it kind of heals your town area around it, which is pretty cool. And then they can't go past this highlighted circle of control until, or move to adjacent tiles even, until they go to the castle itself. They have to go siege the castle in order to move freely. So it's very nice, and it actually was taking them a very long time to siege because they didn't have cannons. So we'll see how fast or slow it is with cannons. So I became paranoid and put castles everywhere because I'm tired of getting invaded by all the colonizers. They're going to have to get through Fortress New England to get to us. My only regret is I wish I could build them inside of Chesapeake. Chesapeake's been building some stockades, which is better than nothing, but I do wish I could build them. They won't let me build them in my vassals' territory because they don't have the technology. And of course, we can't share that. Those are state secrets. So I don't know why I can't just build. I can build anything else in my vassals' land, but not that. Kind of like FTL inhibitors and Stellaris. Kind of, yeah. If I let them go past, essentially they'd have no supply lines, right? I mean, in theory, yeah, you could just headcanon that. I thought that I was done with you guys. Maybe not. So, the big thing now is in the Age of Absolutism, which is the 5th age. I can't believe we got to the 5th age. We've been able to use the Columbian Exchange, which is a new mechanic, which is interesting, but I think needs some more development time in the oven, in my opinion. Effectively, it lets you use land and territory that you've got in either the old world or the new world to spread goods from the old world to the new world or the new world to the old world. And so we've already used it. We only had a few options. We didn't have many options, because it's wholly dependent on what the terrain is of the land that you control. So for us, the things that made sense were wine. So wine country up here in upstate New York, we got 2 wine RGOs. So we don't have to exclusively make wine producing buildings in Sanactawambo now. Now we have an actual RGO that can go up to level 10. So we're going to have wine out of our eyeballs. Because the profit here is through the roof, 1.57 profit per level. Output per level is 3.68. 3.68! I know that sounds like an arbitrary, weird number, but to put it in perspective, we're only producing like 10 wine. So one RGO is like Flavortown's 3.68. So that almost doubled our wine production with a single level of RGO. I think that's a better way to put it. And then we also added it to the town of Glurmenglop. So we have 2 wine RGOs here. And the one in Glurmenglop is also producing like 1.22. So combined, they're producing... I don't know why this one's only 1.22 output per level. I assume it's because of the town. Or is rural that much of a buff? This is actually quite confusing because I'm looking at the output stats and it says 3.68 output per level. Total wine output is 3.68 due to +3 laborers. +3 is such a strange... Okay, because it's a level 3. That's so confusing, man. That's not what output per level should mean, right? If it's output per level, it should tell me what level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4 the difference is per one level, but it's combining all 3 potential levels and telling me that all 3 combined is 3.68 per level. I don't think that's what that means. So I have no idea what it means, output per level. This is just output. It's really 1 output per level plus some modifiers. Yeah, I see that now. I see that. I'm just complaining about the how it's displaying the information is kind of insane. Anyway, so it's more like 1 and change per level, which is still very good. It's still very good, but not as insane as I thought it was. Let's put it like that. So the other resource we actually have cotton now in Chesapeake. So we managed to transplant cotton over here into little Chesapeake area that we got with Maryland and Delaware. Unfortunately, that's pretty much all we can do. So there are other resources here, but we cannot get potato, and we cannot get cocoa, and we cannot get chili. So we couldn't get any of those from the other sections of the New World in the Columbian Exchange. Couldn't get horsies, no olives, no livestock, no grains, no rice, no wheat, no sugar, yes cotton, yes wine, no coffee. So we're missing most of them, unfortunately. But we also have the option to absorb some institutions for a big stability and legitimacy cost, which we're gonna need to do. Like, I'm kind of tempted. We have been researching. We are researching now because we've embraced 6 institutions through the Age of Renaissance. So we're still quite behind because they're gonna be getting Age of Absolutism institutions, and we still don't have Age 3 or Age 4. So that's gonna be something that we have to deal with. What I'm gonna want is probably to embrace pike and shot at the first available opportunity and get our military stronger so we can keep defending our land. And then make our own guns. If we could get some tin, make our own cannons, and then artillery and defend what we got. So we gotta get defensive. We gotta huddle up because we're not gonna be expanding. I'm not really planning on going to war for any of this. I don't really care to. I just want to kind of build what I got because we got a lot of space and a lot of room for control. And I just want to make it go up, you know? We got 3 vassals, or 3 subjects, I should say. Should I just create vassals for every single territory that's low on control? I don't know. Who knows? Seems like vassals and fiefdoms are a good idea in low control areas. If you really want to, you could make a bailiff in those areas to get some 20% flat proximity control in those zones. I don't know what is better. I decided to make 2 vassals and a fiefdom. So we're just experimenting to find out if it's good. Because my capital's up here and I didn't want to move it. And it's already stretching control to the other areas. See, we have low control out east. So I'll have to figure out how to deal with that, or if I want to make another vassal, or if I want to do something else. Not really concerned with my control in the distant areas right now. I'm more concerned with pumping the economy in the core of my territories and just using the raw ingredients from the RGOs to make money there. So I think your mileage will vary depending on what you want to do. But my first vassal, Chesapeake, is doing quite well. Their tax base got up to 33 ducats right now. So Chesapeake is actually got a little economy going. Look at that line. Pew! Just shooting up. And then Scioto, my second vassal's got 21 ducats. They had like less than 3 yesterday, or 4 or something. So their economy is doing much better, much better. And then my newest vassal, Saginaw, got up from 1 to 9. So that's an improvement, but that actually not a vassal. That is the fiefdom. I am the king. We had a whole thing yesterday with the king. I don't want to talk about it at length, but basically our queen died and our children were all the wrong religion. So the game freaked out and was like, your family line no longer gets to be on the throne. And I was like, okay. So a regent took over and years went by and it's like, the people seem to like this guy. Should he just be king? And I was like, no, let's wait. Thinking that a different event would happen, but no other event happened, even though I changed the law to not require the same religion. So we literally changed the law using parliament so it doesn't need to be the same religion, just the same religion group. And unfortunately, that doesn't retroactively look back and pick someone from the actual dynasty that's been ruling here for 300 years. They just forgot about those guys. And then another event finally came up that was the same one. It was like, are you sure you don't want this guy to be king? And I was like, I guess just make him king so we can have a king. And they're like, okay, he's the king now. So this random dude's just the king. So don't get too attached to your dynasties because that'll happen to you unexpectedly. So there's just some new dude up there. They just forgot about the entire family line of the other dynasties. I'm sure he's a cousin somehow. I'm sure he's related, but you know, it was just weird. Who is king and who is not, and the inheritance laws kind of just don't feel like they matter at all to me. It doesn't matter. Just do whatever. Do whatever makes you happy. What are we researching right now? Recruitment law. New policy. However, there's some other things that I want here. But I forgot what it is. I think I'm just going to let that go through first. There's infiltrate administration. I don't think we have good enough spy for that. 10% spy network construction, though, could be okay. Trade range doesn't matter. I think Counting House was one of the things that we needed, actually, for local crown power for this event that we're currently stuck in, but then I have to go through minting threshold, which is kind of obnoxious. And we also need the gunsmith to be able to make guns. All right, well, let's focus on getting out of this super negative event first with Counting House after this next research. 4 researches away, oof. What event? Court and Country. Resistance to increasing centralization in our country has culminated in a period of general crisis and conflict between court and country. Depending on how we handle this difficult time, we could come out stronger if we weather the storm. So we have this series of events that is reducing everybody's happiness. Everybody's upsetty. Everybody has a reduced estate satisfaction. And so they're all trending down to like 29%, 24, 38, and 25. So we kind of have to do something. So the game says we can increase our crown power. So once we increase crown power by revoking privileges, increasing control across our locations, building a counting house, which also increases crown power, increasing our legitimacy, which is already at 94, and enacting certain policies, which is very vague. Thank you. Try some policies. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll get right on that. And then we have 4 options: reign in the elites, the wealthy, the religious, and the commoners, before eventually being able to either reinstate the legislative assembly or legitimize legislative abolition. So abolition is 20 years of supreme crown power authority, and all of our states get a little unhappier. We must be quick to legitimize the abolition, so basically get rid of the assembly and have absolute power, or reinstate the legislative assembly. Everybody gets a little happier, and we continue having parliament, but with the commoners. Each of these is going to cost like 200 duckies and have some strict requirements. We have to at least has the autocratic parliament type. We have the absolute rule, so one of these has to be true. We either have supreme authority modifier. We have absolute rule in rights of the crown. Or we have the autocratic parliament type. I don't even think that's an option. I don't even think that is one of the options. We have assembly, council, no parliament, or a state parliament. So autocratic is not even an option. And if we look for autocratic, maybe don't look for autocratic. Okay. Monarchy reforms. Unlocks autocracy. Well, autocracy is just a reform. This advance has been researched. Unlocks autocracy. Government reform. Okay, so it's just a government reform. That's not the same thing as what they're talking about, though. Why are there 2 separate autocracy cards that you can pick? One is a government reform. The other is a council. And then we got nothing here, nothing here, nothing here, nothing here, and nothing there. So that's the only autocracy even mentioned on the advances tree. So we can't do that one. And then the other ones are... we have the absolute rule in rights of the crown. Absolute rule. Let us look for absolute rule. Absolute rule. That's not it. That's not it. Also not it. Also not it. Okay. Maybe we don't even have rights of the crown, I'm pretty sure. I like how they make these as difficult as possible to find. Okay, we have no rights of the crown, so let me go look for rights of the crown again. Rights of the crown. So rights of the crown is an age of absolutism, which we will not be able to get because we will not be able to embrace age of absolutism. This is not going to happen. So that one's off the table. So then what does that leave us? That leaves us with supreme authority. Supreme authority. Okay, none of those. None of those. Like, it's obviously a modifier. But a modifier from what? Who knows? But I don't expect anything less than complete obtuseness when presented with a new gameplay mechanic, so I suppose that is par for the course. Now, if we don't have supreme authority, which we don't, we could do autocratic parliament, has no parliament. I don't understand how no parliament is better than parliament for these guys. Or we have absolute rule in rights of the crown. Maybe I should just search keyword parliament. Allow council parliament. I wish the search bar didn't empty when you found the thing. That's estate parliament. That's not going to be it. Nothing. House of Parliament. That's a building that has permanent this determines that the parliament will always be held in the same location. Yes, move toward liberalism. Parliamentary heal. It's not going to be an Age of Revolutions thing. Okay, so the game has told me that I need certain modifiers, but has not told me where to find them or how to find them, which makes it not very good from a hint perspective. Maybe there are privileges. There could be estate privileges, but I've searched for all the keywords and come up with nothing. So I guess I'm going to start by reining in different groups who are problematic and troublesome, and then kind of just see where it goes, because we clearly need to start here anyways, and we have no idea what these events will do, but we're going to need to do them. It's going to cost money, so let's give it a try. All right, let's ditch some more of these notifications. Boom, boom. But yeah, we don't want to let them kind of swim towards zero, do we? Absolutely not. Hi, Brynjar Bjorn. Thank you for 58 months. What's war good for? Huh. Huh. Thank you, Brynjar Bjorn, for 58 freaking months as sub. How's it going? Look at all these constructions. We got brewery, we got spinner, we got 2 gravel roads, a winery, 2 more breweries, a farming village, expanding the wine farm of Flavortown, castle, another brewery. Damn, we got a lot of breweries going in, don't we? Hello? My 3rd cousin? Choose who we'd like to marry. Follow your heart. Have I almost drank this entire coffee? I guess it's already been almost an hour. It's crazy. That is crazy. But yeah, we got till July until the money number goes down. In the meantime, we just need... I think I'm gonna wait until the month rolls over. I'm gonna go slow at first, try to figure out what we're short on that we can fill. The bubble of naval supplies is rebuilding itself. It is rebuilding. It's going back up. because they stopped importing naval supplies for some reason. So they got 7 more expeditions waiting to go. I know we're gonna have negative masonry. Wheat granaries are taking 7.5. Guild construction, 3 gravel roads. All right, I mean, I'll build you guys some more masonries. Gringo feels just barely breaking even, so I'm trying to help their market as well and keep them afloat. Our efforts to pursue an absolutist state have not gone unnoticed by the estates of the country, and they want us to abandon these notions of an absolutist rule in favor of a more liberal approach. These are weird events. We move toward liberalism, or we move toward absolutism, but they get minus 10% pop satisfaction. Well, it seems like absolutism is just better. But yeah, it's very, very basic, like, do you want this or this? Would you like this policy or this one? 10%, please. So absolutism is minus 30% revoke privilege cost, plus 100% crown power. They have minus 5% equilibrium. The crown power goes crazy. Or make everybody a little happier. Don't really need culture capacity since we're not an empire. And they're more likely to join rebels. I mean, it seems pretty obvious that we just need to go Iron Fist. So, absolutism. Okay. That's also, we want crown power anyways, so we're already at plus 29% crown power. So what does that look like? We almost have more than the nobility already. We're about to. But I need to somehow beat all of them getting super unhappy. I think easing up their taxes to kind of slow their descent down while we still have really good money coming in is smart. And then I think as it's winter, we're losing some money on food, but that's not a big deal. And I'm putting a bunch of money into stability. We're losing 18 duckies a month on our subjects, kind of subsidizing them. I should probably say, let's get the next month of income and then try one of the events for whoever is trending the lowest. And see what they do. We have the elites, the wealthy. That's the burghers. I don't know why they call them the wealthy. The clergy or the commoners. These are expensive. 225 ducats a pop. Whew. So I kind of need to spend all the money that we're getting on these events, presumably. I don't know what the events do. We're going to find out. I say let's start with... I mean, I feel like you got to start with the peasants, because they're the highest tax base and the most likely to rebel. The estate influences within our nation will soon wither and weaken, allowing us to restrict those who wield local power. This will surely improve the standing of our power within the court. 203 ducats. I don't know what this does. About to find out. The power of the commoners. The backbone of our great society is none other than the commoners. These vast lower class pops are central to our economy, but their local loyalties and traditional rights sometimes conflict with centralized authority. To secure our rule and establish a firm hand over the people, it is prudent to take active steps in curbing their power. Revoke their privileges. We will revoke common militias. No, I don't want to lower peasant levy size by 20%. We will revoke free mobility. Oh, stop them from migrating. Genius. We are the smartest crown that has ever donned the crown. Yeah, just don't let them migrate anymore. To gain 10 legitimacy and lose 20% of state satisfaction. I could make them lose that satisfaction just by stripping them of these from this screen. If I revoke the privilege, that'll probably do the same thing. So why do I have to pay 200 ducats to piss them off anyways? What am I paying 200 ducats for? Just to get 10 legitimacy? Button doesn't even make any damn sense. 5 years of curbed peasant power. It lowers their equilibrium by another 2.5%. They lose 20% power. Damn, they only have 3! I would not have picked this option if I could have, but I guess you get 0.05 a month progress to absolutism. This sucks. I just wasted 200 ducats on nothing, basically. Just to make them even more upset. So far, this whole event chain seems not well put together. How much is 0.05 a month times 5 years? 5 times 12 is 60 months times 0.05 is 3. 3. Math is hard, retrograde motion, isn't it? Math is very hard. 3%, man. Jesus. Well, and I have to pick one. I can't even not pick one. So I guess that one, because I don't want to revoke the militia privileges. I guess that one. Intervene on a local level. Oof. Now I'm scared to click the other ones. Nobility is the only one that I need to click because they have 34% crown power. Can I just get somebody in the government to stop developing? Or stop increasing control, probably developing. Can we just change societal values toward absolutism with the cabinet? Okay, so let's see how that's gonna affect it. Now it's moving up 0.46 a month due to cabinet is 0.21. So I just paid 200 ducats to get 0.05, but my cabinet is worth 4 times that and can do it somewhat indefinitely, but it will peak at 46. It'll peak at 46, and then we have to use events to go further. It's a decaying modifier. I don't know, dude. It's all kind of... It's kind of barely there. But I have to do something. Okay, so disaster. We had the court and country disaster for greater or equal to 10 years. So it's been 0. At least one of these greater than 20 years. So 20 years is like the max. Or we have at least almost 50% crown power. We have less or equal to 13 estate privileges granted. We have less than -80 absolutism. Okay, dude, this is the crazy one to interpret. This is the insane one to interpret. We have less than -80 absolutism versus liberalism, which actually I think means 81 to the side of absolutism, even though it's phrased in a bizarre way. I think it wants more than 80 toward absolutism. Because absolutism is on the left, therefore negative. Or nobility are get greater than 65. Clergy are greater than 65. Burghers are greater than 65. Commoners are greater than 65. And we're more liberalist. Okay, well... So we need to get crown power up to 50. And we need to wait 10 years. So it's going to be 10 years no matter what, I think. And that will kind of take care of itself. We just need to watch insurgents. So instead of increasing control, I also want to reduce rebel insurgents crackdown to slow their advance. I can't claim I've been able to watch this whole playthrough, but I really feel like I haven't seen a single event in this that hasn't been a bad or worse. Pick one and suffer either way. False dichotomy. There's like 1 or 2 events that I've seen that are just like, here's a plus 10% to whichever faction you want, and it's pretty much that surface level. But there's not a lot of like actual satisfying decision making via events, but that's not new, you know. That's, I kind of have gotten numb to that from playing Crusader Kings, to the point where I sort of just prefer how Hearts of Iron does it. Don't even give me choice events, because clearly you can't make them. Just give me a news article of interesting things that happened, and I'll read the flavor text and go on my day. And that's fine. I'm okay with that. So let's just stop pretending that the events are good gameplay, and just give me a news article with what's going on in the world. Oh, cool, neat. You know, the Age of Absolutism's here. Awesome. All right. We built a new farm. We were building a bunch of farming villages last night because we need livestock always. I mean, I don't hate this event chain. I do. I think it's boring. Very, very boring, very surface level. Like, the fact that we just started the event and we've already had 2 separate pop-ups that are like, you get plus 10 absolutism. Okay. I didn't really have to do anything, but thank you. Appreciate it. We built, things just kind of happen. And then the only ways that you can interface with the events, which are these buttons, just bait you into spending 209 ducats without telling you what you're even getting, and then when you get them, they're both options that actually don't help you at all. And then on top of that, the events are incredibly vague, where it boils down to just get crown power, which you want to do anyways, so it's not like you're playing in an elaborately different way than you would ordinarily. So, I don't know, just very bland, and also doesn't like have anything to do with us being Native American. And I don't need flavor. I just need them to understand that, for example, if we look at the Columbian Exchange, look at the text. Spread a new world good. We can spread one of the goods found in America to any of our locations, but the locals will not like it. Spread an old world good. Learn from foreigners. There are many things that we can learn from these strange foreigners. That's me. I'm the foreigners. The strange ways of these foreigners have our people confused and scared, but surely there are many things we can learn from them. That's me. So you get like the same event as everybody else, no matter where you are on the world map, and they're written from only one POV, and it's just, I think, a microcosm of the effort that went into the events as a whole, which is not much. Ads starting soon. Turn your volume down. Here they come. 3 minutes of mid-rolls. Brace yourself for impact. I'm gonna keep it right here. But anyway, I don't mind having... The issue is not that the events are negative, like the chatter said. The issue is that your character, your agency as a player is severely limited. The events are more akin to playing the game of life and drawing the wrong card. You didn't really do anything. You just picked it and said, you lose this. Okay. You step on the wrong tile in Monopoly and you have to pay money. Okay. Like, I didn't really get to choose. It just happened. I'm not actually getting to like do anything. Things are just happening to me. Talents are Saginaw, Scioto, and Chesapeake your vassals. They are my subjects, yes. Correct. So my problem isn't that negative things exist in the game and that there shouldn't be hardships that you face. The issue is that you are almost a passive observer in your own country. So far, my decision making has just been encourage absolutism, I guess. And wait 10 years. Wait 10 years. And then after the 10 years is up, you can go on playing as you were before. And pretend it didn't happen. The minimum duration that it must last, I think, is a crutch for not designing mechanics. Because if you had mechanics, you could have ways to solve the problem. And so different countries could solve them at different rates with different tools available to them. But there aren't. Every country has the same tools, so every country has the same single mechanic, and every country just has to wait at least 10 years. And if they can't solve it because they're stupid, then they wait 20 years. And then it goes away. So I want like a puzzle to solve. Actual diplomacy. Actual like interactions and interfacing with the states. We don't really interface with them. We can just give them rights or take away their rights, which are non-issues because you can just pump your stability spending and try to make up for the downside of stripping the rights away from them. It's not too big a deal. Their equilibrium will go back up, you know. Or rather, they'll go back toward their equilibrium, I should say. That's my problem. I think Stellaris situations have this to a lesser degree, but I would say Stellaris situations are at least a little bit more interesting. But they are they're very similar. But anyway, welcome back from the ad. Hello, gamers. We built a new weaponsmith in Mish. I'm trying to make Mish make more money. Their tax base is very low. That's my newest subject. Hello, I'm another country colonizing nearby. Have you considered giving me your capital and converting from your filthy heathen ways? I thought about it. My answer is no. We just built a double winery in the capital before, I think I queued that up before we had the wine RGOs. So I guess I'll leave them there for now since it's a level 6 and it's probably getting an output production efficiency bonus from being level 6. 6 levels in building plus 1%. Never mind, it kinda doesn't matter. Yeah. Not really worth caring or considering 1% production bonuses, I think. Just build them wherever, it doesn't matter. Brewery. How we doing on the brew? Big brew surplus. They want to hold Parliament. I don't know if Parliament right now is such a great idea, considering how angry everyone is. I would probably pick expand the gravel network, just because it's the most likely to pass. And that way I don't have to bribe anybody. We don't have to threaten to lose more stability. Oh. Of course, I would like to build roads, but I need to save my money in case I need to spend on these pricey situation events. So, just gonna throw them a bone. I suppose the 6 months or so of, well, yeah, it doesn't really do anything for us. Parliament meeting and not accomplishing anything. Wow, so realistic. Nothing going on here, guys. Don't worry about it. So I'm trying to figure out what do I need to do besides wait 10 years. I need to get 50% crown power, which basically just means I need to strip the nobility of their rights. But it seems like the best time to do that is just do it all at once after 10 years is gone, right? Like, why do it now? If you wait until the finish line, get the 10 years, then strip them of all their rights, if you have the stability to be able to do that, because it would cost me 13.87 stability per. We need to have less than 13 total rights, it says. Equal or less. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So I need to strip 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 right. I need to strip 13 rights to have 13 rights. So that's going to be counterproductive, I'd say, because you also need to have... That will boost the crown power to way over 50%, no problem. You just need to be at 80 plus absolutism by that point, and then have enough stability to strip a bunch of rights. We can now get more wine from Flavortown. Level 2 RGO going up to level 3. I guess I'm just gonna hoard money because we're about to lose our income from Poland. And we're about to lose a bunch of taxes because the commoners are going down to 35%, man. Taxes for commoners is minus 44. Welcome to July, last month of war reps. Another brewery. Why did I build so many breweries? We have a lot. Okay, that should be fruit. Wait. Is this Sanactawambo? Yeah, Sanactawambo should be fruit. I haven't checked these in a while. We have a bunch of extra fruit there, and we actually have a bunch of extra tools now, because we have iron. And then Pojampalo doesn't matter. May as well be corn. Laterus Amundus should be corn. Check. Lapa Lapa Topa. Doesn't matter. Leave it as fruit. Ebleep. Ebleep is here. They don't have corn or fruit. We have a lot of extra corn. Do we have a lot of extra pottery? Not that much. Bim Bim Bop. Leave it as corn. Shrimple as that should be corn because they get a bonus. Check. Gimigami has fruit and corn. No, they have fruit. Okay, check. Drosham. It's over here. They have local fruit. Okay. And Glurmenglop. Glurmenglop, I think, should be corn. Because they have corn next... Wait, do they have corn? I think they do. Wait, is that a different province? No, I think it's the same province. Yeah, they have corn. All right. Trying to get all my ducks in a row. Back to 1 duck at a month. one ducky a month. Woo! Holy. Don't worry, I'm gonna fix it. Don't worry, we're gonna fix it. Hey, Poland, you got any more of those war reparations, bro? Chesapeake, I'm gonna need to cancel my economic support. Why does that take a diplomat to cancel economic support with my own dude? And yet it doesn't take a diplomat to give them land. So how do they know they got land? What happened to my taxes, man? The clergy? The clergy insurgents? I suppose the purpose of the reign in a state event is to allow you to strip rights in bulk. The lack of choice just sucks ass. But you still have to piss them off. If you strip estate rights through the event, the only thing you save is you don't lose your stability. You still make them upset, like their equilibrium still goes down. But you don't get to choose which rights you want to revoke. Yeah. Do what you like, second cousin. But like I said, it kind of doesn't matter what we do because we have a minimum 10-year time that we have to just sit here and tank 10 years of low income, I guess, no matter what. Why am I still building? How many breweries did I queue up? I think we have enough beer now. And enough wine. Level 3 RGO. I think we have plenty of wine. I'm just gonna save my money. We're just gonna sit on it. Stop making wineries! Oh wait, no, that's fine, that's fine. Different market. Different market. Their market shape has changed. How does this work? Oh, like all of Saginaw is now in our market. That's good. And our market, Gringofield, is actually going like outside of our territories. That's actually pretty good. That second market, I think, is doing decent. Market value is 45. I know it's nothing compared to 684, but at least it keeps our territories out of Cahokia and Winya market. And to be honest, they're pretty self-sustaining. There's nothing that they're wanting for here that they don't make themselves. Well, their burgers are importing a little bit of dye and furniture, I guess. Burgers are exporting. Speaking of, let's look at our trade. Our trade sucks. Not many options here. We don't. There is no honeycomb, so stop lying to me. Winya is deficit in jewelry. We can just make our own. If it's that bad, I can just fix that now, actually. Try to get our markets, because we have a weapons surplus, so just go down and use the market villages to make jewelry. Those are not mine. Perrinvale. Flavortown. Already doing it. Pipo Mobimo. Mitochondria. Yeah, we can use just straight up weaponsmiths now. So we don't need them to make weapons. Okay. That should help. Now anyway, trades. So, what is this? Cows to cow. Cowasta cow. Negative 0.4 on salt. Send them another trade capacity worth of salt then. And this is receiving pearls. We got enough pearls, I think. Sending them a little tobacco. Sending them a little marble. They want more liquor. We have more liquor. We don't have... How do we not have... I keep making so many cloth makers. And somehow we keep running out of cloth. Oh, it's the boats. Yeah, the boats are back. 9 from sea explorations. The bubble is reforming. I'm gonna stop exporting this then. We definitely have tool. Well, not that many tools actually. Where do the tools go, man? I feel like we just pumped all this stuff and it's gone already. Importing gems might be good. 0.5, let's say. Salt to Nagagami. Okay. I got 0.67 left. Hook them up with some tobacco. Alright, I don't think that's going to be much money, but we need every penny that we can get right now. Because the money well has dried up. The money well dried up. So now we just sit and wait and research. At least we have research. So I'll be happy for that. At least we can just be researching stuff while we sit and wait. Damn, I moused over it. I keep getting confused. Did we burst the bubble? Nope, it's reforming. It burst and now it's coming back. It'll endlessly grow. Yeah, it's a bubble that just keeps going forever. One of the other things that's sucking all our money dry is I may have built 50 settlements last night. We were going a little crazy. I was making almost 200 ducats a month and I sort of just spent on everything. We put a library in like every town. We put like a temple in every town. We put a settlement in every single empty tile in our entire kingdom other than our vassals. We did do some in the vassals. You can even see some going in over here on the left, but I didn't want to spam them too much so they didn't go broke. We built 2 whole canoes with cannons on them. You can see those actually in each of our ports. So our Navy is stronger than it's ever been. Have any institutions spread? Yep, that's how I'm researching. We have institutions through the first 2 ages. So we have plenty of stuff to research right now. And then age 3 stuff is kind of just now getting in there. So we're still behind, but we're able to hold our own. And I think think about how well our economy is doing, considering we have no minting, no gold, no silver, and no trade. I'm gonna need to make a command for war reparations, though, I think. How did your income go from 200 to 10? We were getting paid war reparations for 3 years, and now we're not. Poland was paying us 10% of their entire nation's income. Also, my game is frozen, so we wait. It's getting worse the further we get in the game, and I'm only in the 1600s, brother. Just wait until I get into the 1700s. It's gonna be even worse. All right, we're free. Wonder if any colonizers have brought RGOs? We brought some. Somehow. We got them wine RGOs. Maybe too much wine, but we'll grow into it. We'll grow into it. Wine is very valuable. Spinners Guild in Mamdania. Oh good, we had queued up some Spinners Guilds. So we won't be flat even on cloth. Good, good, good. Past me. Good job. Good job, past me. How are we doing on fiber? Good, very good. What's going on? The Burghers of Gimigami. The Parliament of Gimigami hold an influential position and they took away their support. Doesn't matter. Too late. We passed it. Stop trying to rip the rug out from under me at the literal last second, burgers. Okay? Too late. Bastards. Do you know how much I've loosened up taxes on you guys? And you guys are still complaining? What are you all building? We built there's one of the libraries that I just mentioned in Evergelly. Gonna raise everybody's local max literacy up 5%. Not that many people live there, but it is nice to have libraries for the institution growth modifiers, of course, in each of your towns, which we desperately need. And there's one of those new laws that we got from embracing some institutions. We've got a new recruitment law. Battles cannot be won with no soldiers on the field. Recruiting fighters is an absolute necessity. As time goes on, how we recruit soldiers may change, and our forces will adapt as needed. So let's check out the law screen. Brand new recruitment law policy with some new options. So we got a noble army. Levy size for nobles up 20%. There are plated, we have plated knight cavalry for our nobles now. So that would be more of them. Plus 10% to manpower, which we actually do have plus manpower now because we built we built 2 armories, a brand new building that is inside of our town here somewhere. Is this it? That is it. This is the armory right there. And so we're actually pumping out manpower. We got room for regulars now. We just need to get some regulars that are worth having. So the manpower buff would help that. Expanded levies, so more peasant levies, but they move toward free subjects. That would be the downside. We're currently 39 towards serfdom, and I'd like to stay towards serfdom. Mercenaries are cheaper. Navy levies are cheaper. So it's definitely either the noble levies and aristocracy or the manpower bonus. Those are I think the two main options. It's hard to predict how much plus 20% noble levies actually is in the grand scheme of things versus just it seems like the manpower scales better because it scales no matter how much manpower you get. It's always going to be plus 10% to all manpower. So I think noble army is better right now, but standing army is better slightly longer than right now. But it's like worse right now, better later, when we actually have money for a standing army. I wish there was a summary somewhere of what you would get. The fact that there's not is kind of insane. Because, like, if I raise 21,000 levies, a breakdown of how many of each levy type would be great without having to individually math it out from every individual location. Like, how many plated knights, men-at-arms, and peasant levies would I get if I raised all levies? That should be on the screen somewhere. It doesn't even tell you anyways, because it's 11,000 from 42 more provinces. We need more info. That way I could kind of calculate. So this is already including a plus 20%. So that'd be just an additive extra 20%. Progress toward aristocracy. We're already 67 toward aristocracy. We're going to want plutocracy if we ever get good trade, but right now, aristocracy, I think, is better for the... Well, it does give nobles power. Okay, I'm just going to pick manpower since we're trying to revoke noble power right now. Okay, manpower it is. Manpower it is. So we're getting 21 a month right now. We should be getting like 23 to 24 a month after that. Actually, maybe even more. We're getting 24 a month, so we should be getting like close to 30. Wait, no. Math is hard. We should be getting like 26, 27. 26, 27. We'll see how it changes. Can't count. Carson, thank you for 65 months of sub. What up? Appreciate the prime. Thanks for dropping it off here for the next 30 days. Just trying to see what my subjects are building. Fishing villages, which can be good, giving them some maritime presence up there. What is this? Local shrine. Doesn't matter. Bridge is good. Castle. Hey! Wow, they actually built something good. They're building a castle on their own, free will, in their capital. Excellent. That is wonderful news. I don't know why you're building a mason as far away as humanly possible with the least amount of control and market, but go for it. I hope none of these songs get the stream muted. I made a whole 9+ hour playlist yesterday and it's on shuffle right now, so we don't have to fight with the music tracks for the whole stream. We'll have to check for VOD mutes after the fact. What was I gonna look at? Oh, manpower number. Is it just me or did the manpower not go up at all, despite that law? Oh, we're still embracing it. We're still embracing it. Okay, we'll have to see what it's like at 100%. I keep forgetting that it takes time. Speaking of taking time, I'm not sure why they didn't apply, because I think that's a good way to implement how laws take effect over time. In my opinion, to make the game even more complex, I think that when you embrace laws from a governmental perspective in these earlier eras, it should have to spread to your entire nation, just like an institution does. Don't you think? You can't just click a law and it instantly enforce. I wish it would spread like area to area, just like how institutions spread on the map, instead of just like a arbitrary timer-based percentage. And then beyond that, they should do the same thing for embracing new RGOs via the Colombian exchange. The fact that I can just click a button and spend 5 prestige and then flip instantly any RGO to any other RGO is kind of insane. And it would make a lot more sense if it took time to transition from, like, this is a fish RGO too, this is a wine RGO. And to that end, I feel like it would represent it best if it took you down to a level 0 RGO instead of a level 1, and then also turned all of the laborers back into peasants, so they have to kind of re-up. So like, then you have to build the level 1 RGO again for, say, wine, in our case, and then the peasants have to reconvert to laborers to simulate what it's like to change an entire area's resource from one thing to the next. Because as it is, it just sort of happens, and then presto, you're done. It's very sudden and abrupt. It'd be cool if that actually took time to implement instead of just instantly getting maximum effect from any RGO that you bring in. Kill the diplomats. 10 years of bad reputation. Murder them. I don't like how Colombian Exchange works right now. It just promotes spamming the button. Yes. Spam the button mindlessly, instantly reap all the benefits. No waiting, no build up. Straight in there. It should definitely take longer to benefit from RGO swaps. If you have prestige, spam it. I'm dead! The king is dead! Long live the king! 40 years old? Oh, that's the new guy. Died at 63. He died from dysentery. Our accountants will not miss him, but his nephews will. King Dashitaya Madawana. Fairly average, which I'll take, and we're keeping the capital. Rip the king. Time for a new king, same as the old king. Now everyone's going to be even less happy. And the cost of court has gone up until he gets settled in. Oh no, he's the wrong... No, wait, what? Okay, this is a different thing. What is he? He's a Nandagega and a Rendist. All right, we're fine. This is just an event from the thing. The attempts of the new king to unify the legal traditions, taxes, and obligations of the provinces in the kingdom of the Haudenosaunee has led to the leaders of the clergy to call their compatriots to arms. They claim we violated the rules we swore to uphold when their lands came under our control, and that they have no choice but to once again raise the banners. Our local representatives implore us to strike a deal from our seat of power in Sanoctamambo before it is too late. If we guarantee to uphold their autonomy, they may yet be convinced the abolition of others. We change 5 toward absolutism. Their insurgents gain 5 progress, and pops that support them will lose satisfaction, or we will buy their loyalty and move toward liberalism. And lose 10% control. Okay. Nah, crush them, I don't care. I don't care. All right, then we go crack down on the clergy, insurgents, and then we just lighten up their taxes, and they'll be fine. How are you able to play it now? I just got off my Ottoman campaign and it lags so bad. Yeah, it's not great performance. I have a pretty strong computer and the memory leak, the game freezes, yeah. All automation off. Does turning automation on or off influence the performance? That much? What's Poland doing? Don't know, don't care. No idea. Probably just trying to settle more land. Clergy insurgents going down. I think we're just gonna have to play a little hot potato with the taxes here. Like the burgers are the happiest, so tax them the most. Third cousin, choose who you would like to marry. All you. Spy network. Ooh, a new spy network. Can we see what's going on in Texas? At last. Oh my goodness. New maps available, and somehow they have no idea what's happening in Texas. By the way, the tribe that we're stealing maps from lives right there. So I don't know why they don't know what's going on. They know what's going on in the Gulf of Mexico, but not what's going on right next to them, apparently. Make it make sense. The Tula. Oh my, they got chili and beeswax down there? Oh. And they've got livestock RGOs? Oh my goodness. Never seen anything like it. The Vice Royalty of Tula. Enemies with Tepenakapan. I don't know how to pronounce that. They got truces, and their overlord is Castile. Castile. I'm just gonna improve opinion with them. Because why not? Mind your own beeswax. Maybe we can make some trade depots down there. Get some honey into Naze. Ah, that'd be sick. That would be sick. So yeah, I'll start building rep. We've only made it 1 year. Maybe close to 2. God, it's gonna take forever. I'm scared to spend money in case I have to take everyone's taxes down. Which looks like what I'm gonna have to do. So I don't want to spend on frivolous things. Our market is pretty self-sustaining anyways, as far as things we can produce in said market. Is it not worth it to grab the last spots in the North Interior Territory? Brother, those are not spots, those are impassable terrains. Do you know what like Canada is like in the north? Do you know what happens when chatters ask questions in this chat? There are no spots. We are walled in on every side. And I'm fine where I am. They're never heard from again. I do not need any more land. We have more than enough. Do you know what it would be like to have Massachusetts, New York, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Maryland, Ohio, Michigan, all under one banner. That's a lot of room there. And you want more. Well, not all of Massachusetts, but close enough. Granary going up in Evergelly. Back to 1K. We're approaching 2 million pop today. We have 3 vassals, yes, but what about more? Perhaps we could have more. Chesapeake's tax base just going up. Weaponsmith and Mamdania. Using those tools, using coal. We might actually have to expand some coal RGOs soon, which would be a good problem to have. Weapon surplus is also a good problem to have. All right, we built a new castle up here. Once this castle gets soldiers, which is going to take a long time, I'm probably going to delete the castle in Yamaskama. Or we could just leave both and be extremely greedy. I'm trying to block Labrador and Poland from moving around in my territory quite as much. We need to protect against Naze on the east, though, just in case they ever invade. Lots of really potentially good territory spots here to build a castle in. So we got a castle here, so that blocks moving here. So we go to this spot, and we have this spot. So if we do these 2 spots, there is a gap that they can... No, they actually can't. Yes, they can. They can walk through them. That's very unfortunate. There would be a small gap that they could walk through. But the mountains are so juiced. I mean, we have a castle here. I don't know if that's a good spot for one in Flopalopatopa. Yeah, I don't like... That's not a castle. That is a stockade. This is a castle. What if we just built a giant wall? It's a good idea. What if you plop a stockade down to plug the gap? They're easier to siege. So I want to make them siege for a long time. And I want to be able to win battles that I have to fight there. How much does this even cost to build? 125 duckies? That's not that bad. I wish this covered Shrimple as that, because that's a much better castle spot. The location pop-ups just block my view. Yeah, if a neighboring tile to a castle is occupied, then the castle will unoccupy it slowly. Yeah. So it's good to give overlay to cities and towns and stuff when possible. This gap right here is what's, I think, our weakest spot. Volugop Castle goes hard. Like, it actually covers a lot of ground. I'm thinking put a castle in Tillenford. But then there won't be anything. Gimigami is a town, so I'm trying to get a yellow spot that covers Gimigami, but it won't for some reason. Unless it doesn't show you coverage over... No, it does. Wait, no, it doesn't. If there's a castle on the tile, I don't think it'll show the circle. See how it's not doing Glurmenglop? No matter where I put it? Okay, so I think I have to imagine that there will be coverage there. Why are you like this game? Or I have to just straight up delete the castle tile to be able to see what would cover it. But if I delete the castle, then it's naked! And what if they declare war on me? Then I guess it is what it is. All right, Gimigami, you're losing your castle. Delete, delete. Yeah, see, it will cover it. It just won't show it if there's already a castle there. Damn, that's confusing. So if I built it here, it wouldn't cover, but if I build it here, it will. Or if I build it here, this is the best spot. This is the best spot, because we have castle here. If we go castle here, boom. I clicked, you just can't see it, but it's there. And then Tillenford to this little spot. In the mountains of Mitochondria. This stupid location tooltip is killing me. So if I delete the one in Shrimple as that, all right, please don't siege me right now. You're not allowed to declare war on me until after my castles are built, okay? Those are the rules. Then this will cover the town of Shrimpelestat and also cover the pass here. That was the gap that I was thinking of, and be in the best tile possible for defense. The red tile's the best one tactically for defense. So yeah, it goes there. All right, you're not allowed to siege me until after my castles are built again. And soldiers go in there. Hello, Tactical Snail. Thank you for 29 months of sub. Very, very kind of you. Thank you for coming back for one mo. Much appreciated. Man, I just had 1,000 duckies and now I have 660 because I had to move my castles. Just pick up the stones one by one and carry them into the mountains. Okay, what are you complaining about? Just dismantle the castles I just had you build and move them into the mountains. What's the problem? Like, there's at least going to be 1 or 2 spots that are not going to be covered, like Widow's Peak, for example. That might be a spot that you want to build just a small, like, stockade. There is no need to build a stockade when we can build a castle. What the hell does that mean? I'm not allowed to build a stockade anymore because we can build castles? What were the Europeans thinking when they came to the Americas? Building little fortifications out of wood logs when they had the technology to build castles? Why didn't they just build castles in the 13 colonies when they came here? England, are you stupid? Why build little wooden forts? We have more technology than this. That doesn't make any sense. Why would that be banned? Like, I want some defense. I don't need it to be like amazing. I just need something to slow them down. Why is that banned? Every time I come across another, just, you know, just... What? Expedition of Simone? Hailing from France, Simone de Moine has arrived at Sonoctawambo in the hopes of spreading the word of Catholicism. I can't believe it took them 100 years to think about spreading Catholicism. To foster relations between France and us. Past hostilities have seen some fighting break out between us and French expeditions. That's not true. You just made that up. We've never fought the French. Some have cautioned against allowing him, fearing his peaceful mission to proselytize may be a facade. Allow him to stay, which was historical, or forbid him. He's dead. We either kill him or we allow him to stay. Why is this so extreme? Why would I murder him? He just assumed the French are colonizing. Okay, here's a biography. He studied philosophy in Paris from 1624 to 27. He was sent to Canada in 1638. It's 1641. He worked on the Huron mission with Pierre-Joseph Marie Chamonix and Francesco Giuseppe Bressani. Second only to Chamonix in his mastery of the Huron-Iroquois language, he was unequaled in the knowledge of the character of the indigenous people, their customs, and traditions. This made him well suited to serve as an ambassador in difficult matters. Around 1653, he set out on an Iroquois mission at great risk that would take him through St. Lawrence Valley into Lake Ontario, where he would reach a fishing village in present-day Oswego. From there, he traveled south via the river to Onondaga Lake, home of the Onondaga, keeper of the council fire of the Iroquois nation. After converting a large number of Iroquois, including some chiefs, Lemoyne returned to Canada with favorable report. He was assigned several more missions, including working with the Mohawks. He was the first explorer from Europe to discover the salt springs of Onondaga near where Syracuse, New York is today. It is here where he set up his first mission. He made a number of journeys in the Mohawk territory to further peace negotiations, and journeyed from Auriesville, New York to New Amsterdam, New York to attend the Catholics residing there, as well as some French sailors who recently arrived in port with a prize. He died of fever in 1665 near Three Rivers. So he seemed like a chill dude. I had to get the spoilers on whether I should allow him to stay. He moves to the kingdom of the Haudenosaunee. We gain 5 research progress. We gain 10 years of institution. Oh my God, 33% institution growth. Yeah, I think it's worth it just for that. But 33% of peasants in the capital instantly become Catholic. So the upside of becoming Catholic, like 33% just instantly become Catholic. He's a persuasive guy, I guess. The pros of becoming Catholic is everyone will hate us less and therefore stop fighting us. Okay? Cons of becoming Catholic, if we ever have to become actual subject to the Pope's whims, that could be worse. But I think that's the smart play. I think this is the smart play. We need the research. We need the research and we need the institutions. Allow him to stay. Bam. Instantly got, I think banking just insta-finished. Money lending is old as time, but not without risks. This doesn't matter. I had to take this. We don't have bank stuff. I had to take this for the research that comes after it. The counting house helps boost crown power, which is what we're trying to accomplish for this dumb situation. I'm still kind of surprised I can't even build like a stockade down here, man. That's a little crazy. Invented banks before bows. True. All right, that's actually stuck. Should I just convert them back? Where even is it? It's not even an option. We have less than 100% religious unity. Oh, because of what I just did? They banned me from converting them back. They knew. Or at least I don't really understand it, to be honest. What? Antiquarians, driven by our society's spiritualist values, have discovered a holy relic. The clergy claim this artifact is not allowed with our religious doctrine. Put it in a museum or burn it. You know what? Burn it. Burn it, burn it, burn it, burn it. Because I need 20% clergy satisfaction, and that will remove the insurgents of the clergy. And then I can tax them more. And then I just take whoever's the unhappiest, the commoners, and remove more of their taxes, which is gonna be sad, but... Hi-ya-ya. It's gonna take 3 years to build those castles. It's a long time, brother. There's other castles on the interior to prevent them from just steamrolling us, but... I really want to build trade offices all the way down here. But they need to have a town on the coast. They do have a town. Right there, but we need to have good relationship with them first. What? Did he give us smallpox? Oh my god, it was a Trojan horse. Though initially a suspicious arrival, Simon Lemoyne's venture into our lands remained largely peaceful. Though some of the chiefs have expressed concern on the conversion of our people, Simon has so far proven a man of peace. However, the warm relations soured, with many of our tribesmen succumbing to smallpox. Outraged, many of the discontent pops turned their anger to the mission, demanding he leave at once. Plague is back on the menu. I gotta take a BRB. Ads coming in. I'll look at this after we get back. After the ad. Metal horror. All right, I'll be back after this quick ad break. 3 minutes of mid-rolls, bathroom break, get a drink, get a snack. Be right back. Smallpox 2. The sequel. How dare you bring this in here? You must leave it once. Smallpox emerges with 50% presence in the capital. I should have known better than to trust. I was too tempted by the institutions. Also, isn't this kind of dopey? Am I... How did I just get like a 10-year bonus? Or I don't know what I got. We got the institution bonus. How do I get an institution bonus if I instantly ban the guy who's giving it to us? So we lose the effect of monthly literacy and okay, that explains it. And then he moves to France, or perhaps he knows how to treat the disease. It comes in at 100% presence. Doesn't that just mean everyone dies? And we get 10 years, wait. We get 10 years of 25% disease resist and +1 to character life expectancy. And -12 stability. Jesus, I need that. I can't be losing that much stability all the time, brother. We have 10% disease resist now. So we'll have 35% disease resist. Doesn't that just mean like how much tolerance do we have, eh? Disease resist in the location. We have, this does not say we have 100% great pestilence, but it's not going to come in as great pestilence. It's going to come in as smallpox, even though smallpox is included in the great pestilence. I don't think the game knows that. So this could be messed up. I feel like the game's going to treat them as two different diseases, even though smallpox is the bulk of great pestilence IRL. What do I do, chat? What do I do? Do it for science? I mean, I guess we just have to migrate more people in to cover over the dead bodies. We lose 12 stability. Smallpox is 100% presence. We get 10 years of life expectancy and disease resist. About to be big rip. About to be big rip. Well, it does say we have 35% resist. We don't get any resistance from Great Pestilence, which is so stupid. There needs to be a crossover there. Possible cabinet action. What were they doing before? I guess I need to stabilize the country now. Well, here we go. 1,300 dead. Already. Build a city, not even once, bro. Not even once. Wait, we have a hospital. I haven't built one. Shit! Punished! I forgot we researched the hospital. Shit. Damn it. Punished. I forgot that we researched this. That was last night. Too late now. How much does this cost? So much money. And it takes a year to build. Sometimes I look at chat and wonder if the people that are typing things are even watching the stream with the audio unmuted or not. Sometimes I wonder. Or if they're just typing things. I wish I knew what E-Town was saying. If only we could know. I can't spend all my money on this, and it's gonna take a year to build anyway, so too late. Everyone will be dead by the time that's built. 2,400 dead already. $2,800 dead. Well, I have good news. We're at 82% smallpox resistance now. But 3,400 in the capital are dead. We're at 96%. All right, maybe just weathering it and going big. Oh my God, we got out. All right, we're good. We're good. 4,000 died, but we're good. Not so bad. I thought it was going to be more devastating than that. Scandal averted. There was a nobility scandal? Lose stability? No. Keep the skeletons in the closet, make the nobility happy. That'll push them up to 52 so I can tax them more. Catholicism is 0.15%. Commoner insurgency. I'm feeling a little happy. Boom! Here come the taxes. We need to wait 8 more years for court and country, and I need to get more crown power in the meantime somehow. We are equal crown power with the nobility. Obviously, taking away their primacy is going to be good. Actually, that's a great point. Since they're happy now, instead of taxing them, we should just take away their biggest crown power thing. Which is going to be primacy, 5% discipline and progress toward quality, but they get 100% power. Minus 40% estate satisfaction is kind of brutal. They're going to go down to 10. And I can't have them be at 10, so I need to do something to make them happier. I'm scared to do the stupid event because it's gonna pick like 2 cards and I'm not gonna want to get rid of one of the cards. I guess you just give them the card back afterwards? We gotta wait like 8 more years anyways, so let's just build up some stability first. So let's just sit and chill, because we're not making much money, because I can't tax everybody. And then I'm spending so much on stability, and I'm also just giving 12 ducats a month to my subjects. Which I suppose I could revoke Scioto's income. But then I need to see how much money they are actually getting, and I can't, because I'm sure that was a pretty decent amount of their money. But I need it more than them at the moment. Saginaw is just going all in on fishing villages. Okay, do what you want. Do what you want to do. I think we can just kind of go 4x. Kind of sitting and waiting, sitting and waiting. Hello. Province refuses to pay taxes. Tensions are rising. In Cuyahoga, as local leaders steadfastly refuse to comply with a series of ordinances and taxes vetted by the new king. Rather than submit quietly, the leaders have united to send an official appeal, calling for the immediate replacement of several tax collectors in the province. They argue that these royal agents have overstepped their bounds, abused their authority, and disregarded the ancient rights and privileges that have long been respected. The grievances are numerous as they are grave. Tales of undue levies imposed on already strained farmers, sudden seizure of goods, arrest their leaders. We change towards centralization, currently 100. Their pomps get unhappier, and they get local authority asserted. Local crown power? Local crown power in one province is not really going to matter. Or we can negotiate, move towards centralization. They get happier, and they get a tax exemption modifier. The whole province gets -10 control. No. Arrest them. I don't give a shit. Okay, now we kind of just chill, I guess. Few are the countries in the world that do not claim to value honor and justice, but even fewer are the countries who live up to these ideals. The lack of large-scale and everyday corruption in our nation has made it one of the rare places where principles take precedence over personal gain. Even abroad, our expatriates are sought after for positions of trust. Our people are known for their adherence to duty and rejection of attempted bribes. Who else can claim this? Well, interesting that we get honorable people while all of our people are upset at us for becoming absolutist, but I'll take 20 prestige and then consider spending it on the Colombian exchange. Absorb institutions. That costs 20 stability. Learn from foreigners. Don't care. We don't really have any old world goods that we want. We already got cotton and wine. I mean, maybe we want another cotton, but... And we don't... I do want chili. We didn't have chili before, did we? We can spread... the locals will not like it. Okay, whatever. Where on the East Coast would you even go? It can go anywhere? Why is this green and this is not green, though? I guess it's just arbitrary color distinction. Well, I mean, to me, it seems like the most obvious choices are either wild game or fish to replace. But the problem is a lot of my wild game spots have a town in them already. Not this one, though. Control's got to be good enough here. $7,400 people. It's only 63% control, but I don't even think there's a road there. Yeah, it's not even a road. So I mean, we could buff it a bit with the road, for sure. I think that's the best spot. Naganaffelfriet. Wild game gone. Changed raw good to chili. Wowee. Level 1 RGO of a brand new resource. And then to get a road there, we just go through Gene Toga. To buff proximity. Profit per level 4.11 duckies. That seems very high. The hospital is built. Excellent. So there actually is demand for chili. So I think the profit will go down as the demand is satisfied. It's at 5.79 a pop right now. Well, that's exciting. Getting another new RGO here. Hospital exists. A little bit late, but better late than never. I don't know if we're getting mercury from anywhere. Nope. No mercury, but we have medicaments, books, paper. We have tools, and of course we have fiber crops. So more disease resist in the capital, more life expectancy in the capital. And I want to get more hospitals over time, but we're going to have to wait until we have a little bit more money. Kind of goes without saying. But hey, at least it's built. Who is gifting subs? War of the Worlds is gifting a sub, and Boom U is gifting subs. Tactical Snail also said, yup. What's up, Tactical Snail? Thank you for the 29 months. Welcome back. War of the Worlds, thank you for gifting a sub. To Moki the King. Appreciate another one. And also, Boom U, thank you for gifting 9 more subs. Jake, the Snake Farmer. What a Dude, Sock Thief, KD. Dark, Enroll, Sliced Wheat, Mountain, Ryu, Livone, and Kurgan. Enjoy your gift subs if you're out there. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you watching the stream. Thanks for chilling. But thanks, Boom You, for your generosity. A coin research that does nothing. Plus 1% to minting. It's a means to an end. Means to an end. We are 3 years in now. I think I need to save some money other than building the counting house, which is what we're researching next. So perhaps we should see what we want to research after the counting house. Sovereignty, perhaps? Ooh, I like sovereignty because it gets us the government reform which is big, a cabinet seat, which is big, and crown power, which is big. And then we got rights of the nobility also, where you can curtail the nobility, reduce their power, and tax them more. Fortification maintenance down and serfdom progress up is kind of good. Crown blocked from cabinet. How about no? Nobility blocked from cabinet. Yes, that's going to make... No one's going to be available to go in the cabinet. Well, let's just start with... All of our nobility are crown, and all of our crown are nobility. It's very confusing here. Let's just start with that, in my opinion. One of our most powerful families of the nobility, despite its vast landed wealth, managed to accumulate significant debt that it's having difficulty paying back. They've approached us for help. Grant them aid? No! Deny them aid? Yes! I'm not giving you 270 ducats. I don't give a shit, man. Everyone's gonna be very unhappy here, but it is what it is. Honestly, 22 ducats a month is still pretty decent. It looks like Scioto's not really having much trouble. They're getting stone mines going up, they got a forest village going up, they got a market village going up. They still got, well, they only have 500 people left in the capital who aren't working because they're stupid and they got a level 3 fur on their capital, which is taking 3,000 people. Even though they have fur here, 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 here. They have 4 other fur spots that they could use instead of the 3,000 people in their capital that they could put to work doing other jobs. They choose not to. I can't stop them. They're just AI. They're doing their best. They see button, they click button. They don't know. Hey, that's me. Hey, that's you, Slice Wheat. Ooh, who's building a fortification here? They're building a stockade. And our castles are almost 3/4 done that we queued up a while ago. We do border Poland, and we have a good Why do we have such a good relationship with them? I guess I improved relations with them, but that didn't matter before. They declared war on us anyways. How we doing in Tula? We need to get to 100 rep with Tula so we can build some trade there, because they have beeswax. But yeah, this is why I think this situation is just boring. You just sit here and you wait. Can't really do anything for 10 years. Okay, do not pass go, do not collect $200. We just lose money, lose taxes. That's pretty much it. And then when you see nobility insurgents, you just crush them. Stop stabilizing. Crack down on the nobility. And then we can just lighten up their taxes a little bit. And then we wait. A castle in Tillenford. Tillenford is a nice strategic location for us, and it has a road on it. Eventually we want to build more roads between the castles once they're in their final position. It's gonna take a while to get all the soldiers there, but it's nice to have. Good area of control. Denial from the Pope's vassal as well. So it's just a solid spot. Tillenford's a nice name for a castle keep that you fight over. Matakanatan Hausa. I don't know which one of you named that, but look at the castle on the... It's supposed to be on a mountain. This doesn't really look like a mountain, but it's right on the tip of the mountain. Overlooking all the land. Pretty cool spot, actually. I'd love to be on lookout up there, peeking out over everything. I think another solid spot for a keep, but that one doesn't have a road. A child is born, your majesty, a daughter. Wampa Chowet is actually a pretty good name. Wampa Chowet. You're going too fast, game. Slow down. We'll keep it. Wampa Chowet. Then our third castle built over Mitochondria. That one nestled in the valley instead of at the top of the mountain peak, though. Lots and lots of castles, all spread out, equidistant. I think we can afford to delete the Jingopdali castle that we were looking at before. I feel a lot more confident in kind of our defensive array that we have here. Labrador has insulted us. Yeah, I imagine they would. They were never that nice. They were never that chill. Just save money right now and build some counting houses. I'm sad that like 4,000 people died in the capital, but it could have been a lot worse. And we get the bonuses from institution spread, which I think is best case scenario for us. Conflicts and protests with the commoners over taxes, landlord cruelty, expropriations, serfdom, and custom policies have recently become even more frequent than usual. If we don't solve these soon, the consequences could be dire. I rule as I see fit. Or I lose 181 ducats. If they lose 10% satisfaction, I'm just gonna have to relax their taxes anyways, right? So I'm kind of losing money either way. So I may as well just pay them up front instead of lighten their taxes more than I need to. Trying to get them back to like 40. Nobility we have 11,000 commoner insurgents. It says nobility insurgents over here, but they're not on this list. They're at 19%. Ding, 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 ding. Should be trending up. A plague. Someone's got the flu, but I don't know who. Frongaglas. Present in one location. Why can't I click on the location? Wouldn't that be great? No. Banned. Why did you mouse over that? I always mouse over. I forget what this is. What is that even a symbol of? Is it like it's like a father and mother and then like a line? I just see red line. Is it like slashing over the child? What is this supposed to be? It's a graduation cap. It just looks like there's a child bowing and they just crossed him out with a red marker. I don't see graduation cap at all. How do you see that? You guys are hallucinating. Weird they didn't include a way to remove the banners. You can right-click it, but it just comes back. So it'll just come back in a minute or two if you delete it. Phone notifications. I definitely do not see a graduation cap. If there's a graduation cap, why does the red tassel go across the thing left to right instead of straight down? It doesn't even look like a hat. Time to turn the UI scaling all the way up to investigate? We might have to. I think of all the things that are wrong with the game, this is the bug that needs to be fixed first. This should be the only thing that they're concerned about. I don't give a shit about peasant levies. Fix the damn game freeze. I assume that all the negative comments on their peasant levy suggestion fix got them to go back to the drawing board again. I don't know if you guys saw the posts from yesterday, but they were like, here's what we're thinking of doing to peasant levies, and all of the comments underneath it were like, are you stupid? You can't do that. There's just going to be so many repercussions. And I don't know if they walked it back, but it's a little disconcerting to me. No one's in the driver's seat. Let me see if I can find the post. Here's the post. Oh, I'm unfrozen. I didn't see the post, but I did see my 7K levy stack get wiped by 500 basic footmen. Not surprised. Well, that was the previous patch. I don't think there was a patch today. This is the post. This was yesterday. Johan, one of the challenges and problems we attempted to address 3 problems with 1.05. Levies were always stronger than regulars for the first age, as 1,000 men versus 100, 200 or 400 men, no matter what, had issues. I don't know what that means. There were no difference in quality between quality of levies for the first 3 ages, making improved ones worse. I don't know what that means. Anything impacting levy combat efficiency did nothing, as the values were capped at 100%, and 1,000 men was 100% efficient already. So, like, none of the buffs to combat levies on your tech tree did anything. So we made every manpower in levies actually scale for how good they would be versus a regular from the same age, which together with the fixed levies fight at 50% meant that a 1,000 levy regiment fought at a negative 95% penalty, basically making them useless in the first age. And this is the part that I posted in Discord that made me really crack up. I spent most of the day yesterday on a revised system that so far feels better. We are testing heavily now, and it should be in for tomorrow's update. So they've got like, we're gonna do a sweeping revision to a system that I just workshopped, testing it for 1 day, putting it into the game the next day. That is the problem with the entire game. Because this is what's going on behind the scenes, man. We need time for testing and play testing of systems before they just yeet them into the void. Cowboy development. Imagine being the people working on the DLC that are already having to develop the DLC for EU5 and not knowing day to day what the core functionality of the combat system is going to be when your DLC releases. Well, they had to do something because it's broken now. You're missing the point. You know why it's broken now? Because this is the exact thing they did when they pushed out 1.05, which was attempting to address problems from release. Do you see? You have to trace it back to the root. The root problem is that there wasn't enough playtesting and iteration before the game came out on a core system, aka combat. And so when it released and it had problems that everyone identified, they shotgunned a fix out that created more problems. And now we're in the phase of trying to pave a little band-aid over that. So anyways, they suggested some changes. We're not going to read the changes because I don't think that those are going to make it into the game, because it's funny to read the actual comments from the Paradox forums, which are like, my thoughts here are that levies have a negative 10% discipline. These throw off calculations by a lot and deals more damage than you'd assumed on the initial calculation. So like the first commenter's like, I don't even think you've got all the calculations there. The next one is, nobility estate power seems like a wild swing. An advantage is understandable, but to that extent we're entering coughing baby versus nuclear bomb territory. Third is, wouldn't it have better to say that a unit of, like, everyone is critical, no one is like, yes, this is good. Why on God's green earth would France, the land of the levy en masse, struggle with the concept of getting conscripts to fight in the age of revolution? Am I misunderstanding something here? It feels like this is the right direction for a short-term fix. I'm not a big fan of these massive balance changes going directly live with a day or two of testing. It's clunky. It's too complex and contradictory. Why not just make it so that the earliest regulars have 0.1 frontage? All critical. Which I think they are correct in. So I don't even think this is... I think that they saw all the responses to like, oh, we didn't even have all the calculations for the new system, because why would you? You spent 1 or 2 days coming up with it and not testing it. So it's probably going to be a whole different system the next time. So I don't know if you guys all missed that. They're trying, like, it's why it's weird to me is there's like response from Johan, response from Johan, response from Johan, response from Johan. It feels like they're trying to crowdsource a solution to this problem by posting it. Response from Johan, response from Johan. It feels like they're not able to come up with a solution in the studio, and they're crowdsourcing the answer to how to fix the levy problem, which is should be very worrisome to you. Like, I just get the impression that they straight up have no idea, and they're just hoping to stumble onto the answer. On launch, levies are too powerful. Now they've been nerfed too hard, and they don't seem to have a sense of how powerful they should be. Yeah, it seems like they have the idea that they want there to be two different types of combat units, levies, and regulars, but they can't figure out how to distinguish them from one another in a meaningful way. We have now researched Counting House, which gives the following benefits. Unlocks the Counting House. That can help us build local crown power, but I'm not really sure 100% how much local crown power is going to help unless I spam a ton of buildings. The problem is we don't have gold, so they're not going to be fully effective. But yeah, I think that what you said, Tekla Gaming, is kind of what I keep coming back to, which is the problem is they don't know what they want. They just want something that everyone is happy with. So the solution is coming from without, not from within. It feels like they're just sticking their finger in the air and trying to figure out which way the wind is blowing enough to get everyone to shut up. Like, what do we have to do to make you guys happy? It doesn't feel like that there's an idea that they're trying to work toward. It feels like, we do this? You like this? No. Okay, what about this? And like presenting things until finally the majority of people are like, yeah, that's fine, or that works, I guess. It's like, you gotta have some idea of what is your objective with these mechanics, and then reach that objective. Like, just throw things out there and see what sticks. It's like appeasement-based development. All right, we are at 33% crown power right now, so we're gonna see how much effect one counting house has, because these things are expensive as hell. 335 ducats to build one. So I'm only gonna build one and see where that goes. I did not know it was gonna be that expensive. The Swedish chef from the Muppets tossing everything into the pot. I haven't thought about Swedish chef in a while. Megantic wants to purchase military access for 96 ducats. That's not a problem. They're just like a small vassal of the Pope. They don't really pose us any threat. So I say, yeah, just take the money. It's nice that they're paying us for it. Is the Pope at war with England? There is the Third Noble Civil War. English nobles? England just called in Naze, apparently, and the Pope. So kind of the opposite. The Pope is in an alliance with Castile, England, and so therefore if they declare war on us, we are dead. FYI. And I still have no idea how to even communicate with the Pope or England, because we don't have diplomatic range. So I literally don't even know what they want me to do to try to have diplomacy with them. But yeah, Naze can get 10,000 levies by themselves. without the Pope even stepping in. This is a historical game. There's a realistic reference you can draw from. The problem is that the mechanics that are in don't support the mechanical depth that would be required from drawing off of history for levies and standing armies. Example, right now, how do you get levies? Well, you have a certain amount of people, and your either laws or research dictates the percentage of those people that are instantly summonable as levies, and then they are fully controllable, and you take them like any other army and tell them to attack any other place. How do professional soldiers work? Well, they work like levies, except you don't have to summon them. They just exist, and they also can attack anywhere that you want on the map. Okay, so they both have the end mechanic. The same, you control them, you move them across the map, you tell them where you want them to go, and then they either siege or fight. So when they both kind of have the same mechanic, the only way you can differentiate them is cost and efficacy. So if your only difference is cost and efficacy, then you're just stuck power balancing between them to try to make one not feel bad to use over the other, so you don't ignore the other one. Like you don't want levies to be useless and you only get raised army, because that's not realistic. But you don't want levies to be the only thing you use, because you don't want to spend the money and upkeep on having a raised levy. So there's not enough really ways to differentiate them in the game mechanics. They're just kind of like two different soldier types. So balance, it's just a matter of like balancing power, basically. The other thing is levies don't cost you any money to raise. You raise them and they can fight for free. So that's always going to be like an advantage of levies. What do you want? Stop popping things up. The attempts of the king to unify the legal traditions. We've already had this event. The nobility insurgents are calling their compatriots to arms. They have 24% support though, so I might have to buy their loyalty. We move 5 toward liberalism, and we lose temporarily 10% control in 2 places. That one, I don't really want them to get even crazier. I'm already cracking down on nobility insurgents, and they are getting happier month over month. We'll see if that's enough. Chat, the 2 resources to the left of the date, manpower and sailors. That's how you get your standing army. But we can't afford it, so we just have manpower sitting around. We have to deal with this age of absolutism thing first. We're not even at the halfway point. Not really sure what to do to get the nobility to stop rising up against me, but we still got some time before it gets unbearable, but not that much. Once it gets to like 50%, it's probably time to start panicking a little bit. We have built a counting house for all the good it'll do. 0.32 ducats of maintenance seems crazy for one building, not to mention its overhead cost. Now, will that do anything for me? I guess I'll wait till the month rolls over to find out. It did nothing. What is this building good for? I know it's only running at, that's a hospital. I know it's not going to be running at full efficiency, but I didn't think it was going to do anything, and it didn't do anything. So why does the game tell me to build them as part of the hints? It says hints, build a counting house. Okay, I did. Doesn't look like it accomplished anything. Literally can't tell what, if anything, it's doing, other than creating demand for paper and tools. When do we invade England? Never. Is it because it's in the capital? What does that have to do with anything? Have to remember that everything is tying into the pop system they have. Why do I have to remember that? It doesn't matter. If 10,000 levies die, does it matter? No. What do you think, like... We have 2 million people. Who cares if 10,000 levies die? 20,000 levies. Who cares? Your manpower will die too. Not even something that I would consider ever. Etal turning into a dictator. Yeah, things you say in Paradox games. Who cares if the peasants die? We get 1,100 a month. I think they'll be fine. If my entire levy got wiped out in one go, we would have them back in population numbers in 20 months. 12 months, 20 months. NBD. I think it's even more strange that manpower is not directly tied to your pops. They just kind of get invented out of thin air. We're at 35% nobility insurgency. I'm gonna lighten up the commoner tax as well. My 59 settlements are costing me some money, and we built 53 bridges. Was it worth it? I don't know, but I built them. My vassals feel safe. Cool. 10 years of loyalty. You have an unmarried kiddo. Okay. Not worth thinking about right now, right? We're halfway through Court and Country, and I don't really know when I'm gonna need to start. Spy network is dead. We weren't getting anything from that anyways. May as well save on Diplo spending. I think the nobility insurgents are cooling off. They were at like 1.4, now they're at 1.15. As their satisfaction goes back up. And I have enough money that if I had to, I could bribe them, but I lose my entire 600 ducats. Insane levels of bribe here. And I don't really know what to do. We just kind of sit here and wait, I guess. It's kind of a boring situation. And if I conduct the census and I have to, like, persuade them to do it, we're gonna end up pissing both the nobility and the clergy off even more. So I'd have to do expand the armory. Oh my Jesus. Start constructing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 simultaneous armories. That's too much, man. That's too many at the same time. I can't afford that. The armories are already costing me 2 or 1.34 ducats, so it costs another 4 ducats a month at least. 4 ducats a month in armory maintenance. We'd have Omega Giga manpower, don't get me wrong, but I wouldn't be able to do anything with it. We just have to take out 1/5, 20% of our current monthly allowance to support those armories. We have researched the Renaissance, which gives us some cultural influence, which doesn't really matter, but it's a means to an end to get to a government reform, then a cabinet seat, then crown power. It's kind of where we're going with that. But yeah, like, what am I supposed to do right now? I don't really know what I'm supposed to be doing in the game, other than fast forwarding to try to get through the event faster. Like, once we're through the event, then we can do stuff again, because I can't tax my people right now, so we're just losing a shit ton of money. So I'm just trying to save up money in case I need to do the, like, rein in so-and-so, which I guess I might need to do. Maybe I just let's try rein in the elites. It's only 89 ducats now. I don't know why it got so much cheaper. Didn't I pay 200 the first time for the commoners? I have no idea what's affecting the price. The power of the nobility. As we seek to... Was it based on income? You think it was just a random flat percentage of your income? Because that's how they coded it? I bet you're right. As we seek to consolidate our power, it's become apparent that we need to check the influence of the nobility. The era of absolutism is shaping up to mark a great shift from feudal power structures, where nobility held significant regional authority, to our dream of a central and powerful institution under the undisputed jurisdiction of the king. Revoke their privileges, intervene on a local level, decaying modifier for 5 years, reduce their power for 5 years, strip them of their seat in parliament. No noble seats for 5 years. They lose 20% satisfaction and everyone else gains satisfaction. The equilibrium going down is bad, but the power going down is good? But I need to revoke their privileges, but they're going to lose 20% satisfaction and then they're going to rebel. Is it kind of crazy that the option for rein them in actually makes them more difficult to rein in? Like, each of the options actually makes it harder to deal with them. Because you either lower their equilibrium, which makes them less happy, or you immediately dock 20% satisfaction from them, which makes them rebel, which is the opposite of rein in. And I also am taking, like, primacy of the nobility out, which is good, but royal marriage rights is bad. Nobility won't be able to rule into our family anymore, which kind of screws everything up. I knew it was going to pick that one too. Chat, what should I pick here? Has anyone even played this far into a campaign, into the 1600s? It's reigning in their power, not their happiness. Well, I mean, it's giving them power to rebel. If you rein in someone's power, then they stop becoming a threat. Do you see what I'm saying? Also, 3 minutes of mid-rolls coming in, because it's already been an hour, somehow. So this is going to make them more likely to rebel, which makes them not less powerful. I don't like any of these options. Yeah, I don't like any of the options. I need to revoke their privileges, but I don't really know what to do with the minus 20% satisfaction when they're already... Insurgents are already up to 41%. and can start a civil war, which we don't want. Pew. Wait, I'm just gonna wait till the ad is done to decide. I think it's just now starting. You know what we could do? For 3 minutes?
Welcome to the 5th video on the features of the upcoming expansion to Hearts of Iron 4. No compromise, no surrender. I'm Peter Nicholson, Game Director of Hearts of Iron, and today we'll discuss the new and reworked features coming up. In addition to what we'll cover today, we've also covered the reworked Doctrines system in its own video, which you can find linked in the description.
Really interested to see what factions are doing.
Eagle-eyed viewers of previous videos will have noticed a new element added to the top bar, nestled between the country flag and the Decisions tab. This is your new shortcut to open the Factions window. In this update, we wanted to take the existing Factions mechanic and make it more than just an alliance. As the game goes on, you'll be able to collaborate with your faction partners and boost each other's power as you work together for common aims.
What does it do?
The Faction Manifest is a declaration of the purpose of your faction. Conquer new land, promote democracy, or similar long-term aspirations. Each manifest has a percentage of fulfillment, which will go up and down as the game goes on. For example, the Defense of Democracy Manifest is dependent on the number of free democratic nations or dominions in the world. At certain levels of fulfillment, your faction will gain bonuses related to that manifest. Every faction will have a set of goals, which are divided into short, medium, and long term. Each goal is then further divided into categories like consolidation, faction research, conquest, and others. Faction Initiative is a new resource for your faction which will allow you to reshape it by changing your current goals, setting new rules, and creating faction theaters. Initiative is accumulated individually, and you'll gain more over time, depending on how much your faction manifest is filled up and your personal faction influence. As each nation has their own pool of initiative, it's a perfect tool for collaboration and conflict within the faction. A coordinated group can spend their initiative wisely and quickly unlock bonuses, while a more dissenting faction might fight and end up undoing work done by others.
I wonder how the AI is going to handle that.
We've also made the faction rules more comprehensive. As an example, you can now choose which countries are eligible to join your faction based on which ideology they are or aren't.
AI will choose everyone is allowed to join my faction, just help me kill my enemies.
Their geographical position, and whether they're at war or not. There are plenty more rules to consider, such as when you can declare war, how to change the faction leader, costs of actions during peace conferences, and more.
It's a lot of rules.
One of the largest venues of cooperation within a faction is faction research. You'll need to complete a specific faction goal to unlock it, after which you can spend initiative to transform one of your experimental facilities into a joint research facility. Other faction members may then assign their own scientists to help conduct research at that facility, which will increase the overall faction research bonus. This means that you'll get bonus research speed for any tech that another member of your faction has already researched. The more members that have that tech, and the more scientists that are assigned, the larger the bonus will be. In addition, any special project researched at that facility will get a speed bonus, and anyone who has assigned scientists will get some progress towards that special project too.
Interesting.
Unlocked by another short-term goal are the faction military operations. Here, you're able to select to contribute a percentage of your monthly manpower gain for the faction garrison manpower pool, ranging from 0 to 15%. Doctrine sharing is a way to more effectively master your doctrines. Once unlocked, any sub-doctrine that another faction member has a higher mastery in can receive a mastery bonus. This is especially useful if you switch sub-doctrines later in the game. Finally, with faction theaters, you'll be able to boost the supply bonus for the assigned countries in an area. Each theater requires a theater commander, which can either be a field marshal or an admiral, and who will give stronger bonuses to their respective field. Additionally, the theater commander's country earns mastery when other faction members fight within the faction theater. One of the key purposes of faction theaters is to give your AI allies a clearer indication of where you'd like them to focus their efforts.
Interesting.
They'll be far more likely to send troops to areas covered by faction theaters and will factor this into their strategic planning.
Directing the AI on where to fight.
The final tab in the faction screen is for faction intelligence, where the various agencies from the faction's members can collaborate. You can assign a spy master and advisors as heads of various intelligence positions. Each position grants powerful bonuses in their respective fields. Additionally, like with most of the other parts of the faction, through intelligence sharing, you can speed up the upgrades of your agency if another country has already completed it. With all of this collaboration, you can see how it's especially beneficial for a minor nation to join a faction and benefit from all the speed bonuses to things that the majors have already unlocked. Since naval gameplay is so important to the Pacific Theater, we wanted to update it in a way to add more depth while simultaneously making it more intuitive to the player.
I'm listening.
One of the most important changes is the introduction of naval dominance, which replaces the old supremacy system.
Oh man.
Establishing naval dominance in a sea zone provides you with certain advantages and bonuses. For example, you can reduce the amount of convoys needed for trade and supplies by up to 25% if you hold the entire shipping route. To establish dominance in a sea zone, you need a minimum amount of dominance value, which you'll get by moving ships there. Each ship has its own dominance value, which is calculated by ship class and the ship's speed, range, and max attack. Unlike supremacy, the change in dominance isn't instant, so the dominance bonuses don't disappear as soon as the ships engage in battle or return to port for repairs.
Good. I like so far.
In No Compromise, No Surrender, we're dividing naval missions into two different categories: core missions and auxiliary missions. Patrol, convoy raiding, and strike force are your core missions, and will be the primary tools to interact with naval dominance. Patrol builds up your own dominance. Convoy raiding reduces enemy dominance, and strike force acts as a way to amplify the other two missions. Auxiliary missions don't directly interact with naval dominance, but they still benefit from having it. Like convoy escorts having increased positioning, which improves their ability to screen the convoys. We've also added another piece of automation to the fleet missions, where you'll be able to decide which types of ship to engage with.
Blur!
Now you can tell your light cruiser patrols to withdraw from combat as soon as any capital ships show up.
Oh man.
Which will allow you to make better strategic decisions.
That might be too in-depth for me. I don't know which ships are strong against which ships. How can you... do you just... we'll see. We'll see.
A returning feature in Hearts of Iron are the home bases. Previously, ships' ranges and supplies were projected from any friendly naval base, which is not how warships operated then or now. In our new system, you'll choose a home base for your fleets from any naval base you have access to, which dictates the range of your naval missions and where naval supply will be coming from. If you'd rather not select new bases whenever you want to change where to execute your missions, this process can be automated. The game will then choose a base which is in range of your missions. We've added 2 new capstone buildings to assist the naval gameplay, both of which require a level 8 naval base in the province you build them.
Okay.
The Naval Supply Hub represents the extended capacity to refuel and restock, which is required for your fleets to have extended range in their missions.
Okay.
This will mean that
So basically, you can't just have a naval base anywhere. It's like, oh, look, this is a level 2 naval base. Okay, yeah, my fleet of 150 battleships will park here. You have to have like a level 8 naval base plus a supply hub in order to extend your range from your home base. That makes sense.
your fleets can operate within the range of their home base and any other port that contains naval supply hubs. The naval headquarters, however, will allow you to assign an admiral to increase the effectiveness of task forces operating within its range. You can quickly check if the task force is operating within the range of your naval headquarters and the bonus gained from it. We'll be adding 3 new special projects in No Compromise, No Surrender: support ships, escort carriers, and submarine carriers. Support ships unlocks repair and support ships, which you can attach to your task forces in order to provide benefits, including ship recovery chance. This will give you a chance to save some of your ships from certain death and destruction. Escort carriers unlocks new carrier equipment meant to provide you with cheaper, easier to produce carriers, which are helpful in auxiliary roles. What they lack in combat power, they make up for in a supportive manner. Submarine carriers carry planes like the regular carriers, but act a little differently. Their planes participate in carrier air missions, but during naval combat, the carrier will act like a regular submarine. This makes the submarine carrier quite a versatile ship.
Weird, but okay.
Keeping your homes warm and keeping your factories running, it's coal, which is coming to Hearts of Iron 4.
Oh my
The
god.
intention with adding energy to the game is to put a soft limit on the current near-limitless industrial expansion. If you want to expand your production, you need to make sure that you can supply that production with enough power to support it.
Okay.
Like most other resources in the game, coal can be excavated in certain states.
Oh boy.
And can be traded for. Every unit of coal that you have will produce a set amount of energy, which is used to power your civilian and military factories.
Oh boy.
As well as your naval dockyards. The amount of energy required for your factory has a scaling cost per factory, which means that a nation with a smaller industry can sustain itself with a proportionally smaller amount of coal than that of a major. You can also adjust the amount of energy required by your factories with your economy law. Factories in a civilian economy will require significantly less energy than those of a total mobilization economy.
50% for total mobilization. Let's go. Nerf the majors. Nerf the majors. More. So yeah, you the more you mobilize, the more energy you consume, so you have to have more coal.
Fortunately for those who expand their energy consumption quicker than their production, running out of energy does not mean your factories are all turned off immediately. Instead, you'll have reduced output.
Okay.
We've also added a scaling modifier to the penalties to avoid piling on additional pain to a nation who is already hurting.
Nope.
Someone who has
Pain,
everything,
make them feel
except
pain.
energy, of course, will face greater malices than someone who has nothing. Thank you all for watching. We hope you'll enjoy playing with these new features when No Compromise, No Surrender releases on November the 20th.
I mean, pretty much all that looks sick, so I'm excited for tomorrow. I think I like pretty much all of it. I have to see how it all works together, but it looks good. Those are some, like, the faction changes. I really want to see how the faction changes work. Factions have needed a rework forever. Naval, I think, has needed a rework. Yeah, we're gonna be jamming on that tomorrow. It looks good. Coal as an energy source looks good. I mean, it all looks good. I hope it all works the way that they say it does. Because, like, the factions are the most obnoxious part, I think, of Hearts of Iron 4. Just, you're perma-locked in a faction, you declared war on some small potato, they join a massive faction, you're now forever war with the rest of their faction who you didn't even know was going to be in a faction. I hope that's curbed. That's, like, the worst. There need to be, like, the rules page, it really depends on what the rules page of their faction thing looks like and what the AI does. So I hope that that's finally like not a thing anymore. Or if it is, it's rare and you have to have specific like threshold to get it. So we'll see, because it looks like there's way more on the faction page than I thought. I thought it was going to be like a generic rework. I didn't think it was going to be like, so every faction has 3 goals, short, medium, long, which I think looks cool. They got like a page of like 50 different rules that you have to choose from. Okay, I didn't expect it to be like quite that much. Plus you've got research sharing, plus you've got a spy network that you share with your faction. So definitely went above my expectations, as long as it all works good. Oh, back to this. I forgot that we haven't decided where to go. I don't know what to do with this. I need to revoke their privileges, but like, what happens if I make them 20% less satisfied? We're gonna get a civil war. If you kill the nobles, they can't complain anymore. I mean, I think we just take curb noble power for now, and then just come back to this when we get closer to 10 years. And just not get into it before we need to get into it. Still get a little absolutism as a treat and still revoke a little power as a treat. Intervene on a local level. Go with that for now. Kick the can down the road a little bit. We can do this again next year anyway, if we wanted to. And so that should have reduced their power a little bit. So now we have the most power. We have the highest crown power. Compared to the other estates. They do want me to hold parliament. I really don't want to expand the armory. It's too many. I guess you could build them and then turn them off, right? It's like 180 ducats. You can just build them and turn them off. And that way you're not paying upkeep on them. Yeah, could do that. Okay, in that case, let's go. Parliament, Sanakawambo. This one's insane. Our army reserve has seen better days. It hasn't, and is in dire need of new infrastructure. They want me to build, we only have 2 armories. They're gonna let me build 3, 4, 5, 6? 1 in 6 different towns for a discounted rate of 34 ducats per armory. Okay, expand the armory. This is a good opportunity to do something. We enact aristocratic court in royal court customs. We have itinerant court, which is like a really good proximity cost reduction. And they want aristocratic court. Like, what if I just give that to them just to make them happy and stop rebelling and then just take it away later? The problem is if I lose 10% proximity costs, we're going to lose a bunch of tax. Like, we're going to lose money. But we do give them a 5% equilibrium so we can take more of their stuff away from them later. So it might be worth. eat the nobles? I'm gonna try. They're a little crunchy. Our Chancellor reports a son is born. All right, Thixel, thank you for 80 months of sub. What would you like to name this child? Since you just happened to sub at that exact second. Pay to win. What would you like to name this child, Thixel? We're all waiting on you. The spotlight and the microphone are on you right now. Hello, Bassoon. Thank you for 69 months. 69 months of enjoying the stream, praying for Stardew one day. Your prayers are not heard, nor will they be answered. Goddamn, that's a strange name. But I guess you could do whatever you want. I guess you can do that. Oh wait, I'm just losing my prestige when I could be getting stuff off the Colombian exchange, like more chilies. We can't do livestock anywhere. I guess I could give chili to one of these tiles for the vassal. They have 4 wild game and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 furs. So maybe just get rid of one of the furs. Give them chilies. That's too many furs. Tedabawasi. Tedabawasi is now a chili capital. They don't have enough people here for all this. But they'll figure it out. The Little Ice Age. When it rains, it pours. The recent years have hosted a series of winters far harsher than usual. Crop failures, starvation, and the encroaching cold have made life in the kingdom of Haudenosaunee a challenge. In the midst of this, our farmers have begun noticing lesser returns from their harvests as granaries run dangerously low. The people know not what sin has caused such divine wrath, but alas, we remain hopeful that the sun will return to its full glory. Marked by a series of cooling periods that affected much of the northern hemisphere, the beginning of the Little Ice Age was likely triggered by a combination of factors including reduced solar activity, increased volcanic eruptions, and changes in ocean currents. As the temperature dropped, longer and harsher winters took over, resulting in unique events such as the freezing of the Thames in London, coinciding with a volcanic winter triggered by the eruption of Huayna Patina. In combination with famine across Europe, this period is known for some of the lowest temperatures in several centuries. With a bit of prayer, we will see better days soon. Winters last longer, food supplies will suffer as famine and shortage will likely appear. Okay, well now we got an icicle. Situation breakdown, 221 locations affected. Needs to be 1715. Well, buckle in, we got 70 years. Enforce rationing policies. Expand provincial food production. Send food aid. I don't think we have much to worry about, to be honest. Like, sure, it's winter right now. But even through winter, we still have places with like 130 food. More events! More negative events! Bring them all on at the same time. Simultaneous maritime dominance. The dominance of the Navy in Titaya Nishohan has meant that... Where is this? Did I name that? There's no way I named that. The dominance of the Navy. We have one canoe, which is more than anyone else. I'm gonna name this Canoe Magoo. The proposed increase in spending on the army has been coldly received there, pun intended. Despite having initially been amenable, the members of parliament don't support it. Okay, cool. Thank you. Unhappiness among the clergy. The clergy are making demands for changes in policy. Ignore them, agree. Yeah, take the prestige. I agree to your demands. Too much nonsense all happening at the same time, brother. Okay. Before Parliament ends here, another daughter is born. I'm gonna name them Wah Wah. Wah Wah Boohoo. What is our research done? 62% government reform. We can get more crown power with that. So, Parliament. I guess I'm gonna lose a bunch of tax money. I don't know. I kind of need to make the nobles happy. So we're gonna lose like 10% proximity cost through land. And gain noble estate satisfaction equilibrium. We'll see how it goes. My money! And we lose 12 stability. It is what it is. It is what it is. Contain the new world. Do I even care about the New World ones? I kind of don't. Piss off the clergy is whatever. I'm just taking this opportunity to use Parliament to, like, make the nobles they're not actually happier. Shit, I thought they would get happy that I picked their thing. Whoops. Now I have 77 support. Don't need it. Wait a second. Clergy's only paying us 4 ducats. Give the clergy a tax exemption. Hold on. Watch this switcheroo. I just gave the nobles a new law that they wanted, but then I'm gonna use their own support to change the law back for free, and then get a support back from the clergy, who I don't get taxes from anyways. Like, the equilibrium is good, but I don't like losing the money from the 10% proximity. So we just change it back, and then get tax exemption for the clergy, and then Parliament passes, and the nobility's none the wiser. The old switcheroo. Okay, they were a little bit wiser because we just pissed them off a bit, but they'll be fine. They'll be fine. Everybody's unhappy here. I don't know if that was worth it, but I clicked a bunch of buttons. Play both sides and always come out on top. All right, they just started construction of 6 discounted armories, which we're just gonna, like, build and then disable so we don't go broke. In fact, I could simply disable the ones that we have. Where's the second one? 'Cause that'll save us a little money. So dumb, dude. So dumb. We are 6 years in out of 10. We had to get our crown power up to 50 and have less than 13 estate privileges. We're probably just gonna tank stability to 0 and go crazy, go nuts. See what happens. This whole event is just funkalicious. I feel like we can't really do anything. We're kind of just handcuffed. Stuck here. At least no one's declared war on us yet. Knock on wood. I don't really have anything to do with this, bro. I guess improve stability. All right, now we're 7 years. So there's 3 years left on the minimum timer. If we wait 20 years, it'll go away on its own. Yellow. We have researched the Renaissance thought. The notion of a noble oligarchy ruling society has existed since, well, at least the Roman times. Are you unsure, Tooltip? Flavor text? And remained popular in some parts of the world. Now this idea is once more gaining popularity amongst those who matter. It seems like the flavor text isn't quite sure if that's true or not, but... We have room for an extra crown reform. We are developing the government, and I believe there was one here specifically that has crown power. Crown power. Looking at the other ones too, just in case. There are so many. So many. Some of them are good. But I think the one that we need right now is autocracy. Wasn't that one of the things we needed anyways as a prereq? Now we can get it. It was definitely a prereq for the end condition. We just couldn't find it, remember? It was here in government reforms, hiding. The autocracy. Autocratic monarchies concentrate power in the hands of the ruler. The state is often seen as their personal property. It is not uncommon for rulers to have ministers and supporters, but these are then referred to as members of the royal house. Move toward aristocracy and absolutism and plus 10 crown power. Boom. So, the reason why that's such a big deal is because in court and country, one of the end requirements is... somewhere on here was like have oh wait, it was this. It was one of these. Has the autocratic that's autocratic parliament type. Okay, so that's a different thing. Wait, can we have a new parliament type now? No. How do you get autocratic parliament? I don't even know where it is. How are you supposed to get it? Bubbles. It's an advance called Constitution. And why doesn't the game tell you? Allow autocratic parliament. Yes. So we're never going to get it because it's Age of Absolutism. I swear we searched autocratic earlier and didn't find it, but I might be misremembering. I feel like that... Oh, it's still... never mind. I gotta wait 2 years. I forget. November 1645. What? Clergy? You got problems? We're taking care of the nobility insurgents first. We could tax the commoners a bit more. I want to get rid of the children education pop-up. Chad, you know what song this is? Anyone recognize this? I think it fits thematically with all the other music we've been listening. I made a playlist last night that's over 9 hours of chill, folksy tunes that are kind of good for this kind of game, similar to the Dwarf Fortress soundtrack. 150 songs. This is Hearthstone music. I tried to find as many games as I could that kind of fit under that same umbrella. Cherry pick a bunch of songs. That way we just have a nice big playlist and throw it on shuffle, so I don't have to change game soundtracks every 30 minutes. Just kind of let it roll in the background. I need to check the VOD after the stream is over, though, to make sure that the VOD's not muted. And if it is, figure out which songs are responsible. But yeah, they have a whole soundtrack for Hearthstone called Music from the Tavern. So I'll need to get the rest. I need to get some more songs from that, because tavern music pretty much describes what I'm looking for. So we got a whole bunch of stuff on this soundtrack, man. I went crazy last night. I spent like an hour and a half trying to put it together. There's Endless Legend, Age of Empires, Elder Scrolls, Pathfinder, Crusader Kings, Unravel, Wingspan, Baldur's Gate, Guild Wars, all sorts of stuff. Many genre buried in there, nestled away. It's a little heavy on the Dwarf Fort because I have the full albums of both Dwarf Fort albums in there. So it tends to shuffle its way in to Dwarf Fort quite a bit. Can we have it? No. Cannot have it. Can you post the playlist? No. I cannot. It's a private playlist. I don't need you guys trying to friend me on here. To be honest, all you have to do is make a playlist, and then Spotify will just suggest recommended songs on there. And I just kind of kept filling it in with recommendations. Hello, can the game work now? It's still frozen. crazy, man. But anyway, don't use Spotify AI. But this is not really like AI. This is just, if you make a playlist and fill it with a few different game soundtracks, and if you scroll to the bottom of the playlist, it'll suggest more songs that it thinks fit that playlist, and I just kind of like use that to get a bunch of them on. And then the other suggestion that I would make is, if you like a song, right click it and say go to song radio, and then it'll have a bunch of songs that it thinks are related to that song, and you could find a lot more through that too. That's the best way to do discovery, I think. To try to find things that you don't know exist. My game is still frozen. Maybe I need to restart. Please work, so I can continue playing. Brutal. Barely playable. Honestly, I think worst stability. Oh my god, we're back. We are back. All right, let me get rid of this. You just loaded them all in, so just load them in. Don't freeze again. Holy. I would say worst performance of any of the Paradox new releases in the last 10 years. In terms of like, I've never had, sure, I've had games with more crashes maybe back in like 2016, but never with this much freezing. Just on like sitting here waiting. Like it's Windows 98. It's crazy. I'm not even marrying my nobles anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not even creating a Omega character list. I stopped doing that like 4 streams ago. I think it would be a slightly faster if I reboot the game. It's doing its best. It's thinking real hard. I wonder if it's freezing my camera too. It's thinking. There we go. Imagine having a minimum spec PC to play this game. What would you even do? Cry? How many kids? These are 15-year-old kids, so I haven't even done any of this in like 10 years, apparently. He said freeze again, right? Make it freeze again. Shin, what have you done to my game? Did you make it to, Through the Age of Absolutism? In the Norway campaign? Nah, I'll play Hearts of Iron instead. I just want to see how high up my number can go. We went decentralized, gave power to the estates. I think that sounds like a good way to do it, especially for an empire who's got colonies. I'm going full absolutist to see if that works. What is the song? I don't know. It's good though. Hey, DJ streamer, what music this? Okay, maybe I just restart the game. Let's restart the game. Restrar game. Restrar. Okay, coming back in. Try again. Are you okay? Not okay. Missing some elements on the screen. At least we can jam the door for it in the meantime. While I wait. Give it a minute. Just give it a minute. I need to do something where I start an ad break, then click on the lists, and then by the time I come back from the ad break, the list will have loaded. We need to start using our time more efficiently. Being held captive. And there's nothing I can do. And I'm just tired. But I want to play. I want to actually, like, get through. This is what I actually see. The circle. The evil circle. And everyone knows you can't click after that. It is thinking, it's thonking. Almost looks like the progress to an armory being built. Have they even acknowledged this bug? Or are they too focused trying to figure out how to solve peasant levies? You have infinite children. I shouldn't have infinite children because we're not even marrying everybody anymore. They're only marrying like 10 people a month. There should only be like 120 people a month getting married. I mean, a year. Sorry, not a month. 120 people a month would be a lot. I've heard some patches broke the game. How is it? Are you looking at the screen, Potato? Do you think we're all just sitting here having a good time, pause, and I'm just wistfully looking off in the distance? with a 1,000-yard stare. You think we're all just sitting here because we want to be sitting here? Maybe I should just force close the game and reopen it. Terra Invicta Nodders. It's almost time! They did do this is the last patch before 1.0, and then we can play Terra Invicta again when 1.0 comes out. And see what it's like. They said that they're even changing the space flight mechanics to make them more realistic. And more fuel intensive. But we're the final patch before 1.0. It's almost time. Terra Invicta was cool. I hope it's still fun. Pinning all my grand strategy hopes on Terra Invicta now. Truthfully, Terra Invicta is a lot like starting in the New World in EU5. You kind of just like manage your own stuff for a very, very, very long time, and then eventually the aliens show up. So you're like, I think we played for like 70 hours before even interacting with the aliens. Oh my god, it loaded. It finally loaded. So it is quite similar in terms of pacing. It's a very slow-paced game. And people found it too slow and repetitious at the beginning. I actually enjoyed it. And now, in the age of 2025, when people are praising the slow pace of EU5, which I do like the slow pacing, and people are praising that, I feel like I'm crazy because it's like, well, I just did this. And everybody said it was too slow, and it sucked. But now I'm doing what feels like almost the exact same thing again, and people are like, oh, I really like the slower pace. So maybe they'll like Terra Invicta more than they did when it first hit early access. I don't know. Or maybe I'll play it again and go like, holy shit, what was I thinking? I guess that could happen too, but I don't expect it to. Everyone in chat seems to think the AI is much smarter now, which you don't hear too often in strategy games, so that has me very interested. We are jamming tonight. We are jamming across the board, Mary Skipper. We got all the jams on here. How many kiddos are there? Can't be that many more. Wrong one. The turtle represents the education system at large. Wait, that's diplomatic. Well, I guess they'd come out well-rounded. All right, we're almost to the bottom of the pile. Copium. Perhaps too heavy copium. How many kids are there? I guess that's why it took so long to load. Now I see. You know what? I have a suspicion that they didn't act like one of the gameplay developers didn't code the children education and marriage system. I think that the guy who made the clicky button sound was just so impressed by his own work that he's like, I'm gonna give them an excuse to hear the clicky button sound thousands of times. Like, he's like, damn, this is a good sound. Listen to that. Click, click, click. Oh yeah, more. And he just got it in there. He's like, I'm gonna have my one sound effect that I put in 1,000 times. Everyone's gonna appreciate it for the genius that it is. Little stickiness to the button sound. Simultaneously mechanical, but also a paper-like material. Like turning a page. Okay, but how many are there, dude? If you don't like this gameplay, you don't like Europa Universalis 5. I'll say it again. This is the majority of the gameplay in terms of time spent. If you combine the children education system with marrying your own family and nobles, that's at least 50% of the gameplay. The thing is, if I spend time clearing it now, then it reduces the amount of time that my game is frozen for the next time I accidentally mouse over it. So I'm sort of like helping out future me, if you think about it. Do expensive education for everyone and bankrupt yourself. No. I don't need expensive educations here. The inbreeding program produces geniuses. We have the best education system in the world. And we don't even have a single university. Okay, we gotta be getting closer, right? I'm gambling against the game. I'm like, you can't really have that many more people. Like, I have to be really close to the end of the list. Where would they all have come from? Like, I've been keeping up with it today. The scroll bar is still pretty long. The scroll bar doesn't matter. The scroll bar is a lie. It doesn't actually list all the people who need an education. It just lists all the kids. That's one of the main problems. This is not a list of people that need an education. This is just a list of kids for some reason. Because I've done it before where we only had one to click and there was still a massive scroll bar. Horn time. Okay, I believe we're trending down in age on the longer of the lists. 4 years old. 4 years old. 4 years old. Then we'll get to 3 and then we'll be done. Watch. There's like multiple age lists. And this is the, whenever you get to the big one, that means you're almost done. A lot of donkeys and turtles. I'm done. Told you. Woo! All right. I'm done. I made it. No, not 5 times speed. Roll the credits. God, all right. Armories that are coming in, I want to turn off. Actually, it'd be easier just let them all build. Let them all finish construction. Okay, then go into the armory builder. Simply toggle all of them off to save money. Did you save? There's this cool concept that they're putting into video games now called auto-saving. I hope that it gets widespread treatment in other games in the future because it's a very novel way to maintain progress. Recently, researchers in our kingdom have published several works of radical theses that could prove destabilizing if widely disseminated. Knowledge is power. Ignorance is bliss. Yeah, I would like an extra cabinet seat. So +5 research. Don't mind if I do. Wait. Why did you complain? I just assumed since we just kept up with it that it wouldn't lag. And that I could just go ahead and just do it as it popped up to... I thought it was like, oh yeah, since I just did all of them, this is the best time to do it. The worst part is I'm on 4 times speed, so I could roll an ad. And then come back, but then it's gonna be on 4 times speed when it catches up, and then I don't know where I'm gonna be in the future and I'm scared. It needs to load the entire list of children in the nation and then find which ones need the education. Yes, that's what it feels like it's doing. I don't know if that's what it's doing, but that's what it feels like it's doing. I'm sorry, chat. I won't do it again on purpose. I won't do it again on purpose. I'm sorry. I just... Well, the ad's gonna play anyways, because it's ad time. It is ad time right now. So, I'm just gonna BRB, because I just... Surely there'll be a pop-up that pauses the game for us. You're just gonna have to take care of the kingdom while I'm gone for a second. All right, be right back. Hello. I see that we've been freed. Welcome back. Saved by marriage spam. That's funny. We're at 7 years in. Nobility insurgents going down. I suppose I should just be chilling on 4 times speed, just try to get through the event? I don't know. I'm scared to spend any money because I'm gonna need to spend it on nobles. Scioto's building a castle? Cool. Saginal's making tar. And a market village. We gave them some chilies as well. 1,000 people working in chilies. Oh, baby. Yeah, they got more than double-digit economy now. Sick. They're making most of their money from salt. They got a couple good RGOs. Permanent cabinet. 1 extra cabinet seat. Oh, yeah. Rulers traditionally had a council of advisors to counsel and advise. Thank you, Flavor Text. In making decisions about war and peace, now the government of our country has become so complex that we need some more permanent positions to help us deal with day-to-day governance. Thank you so much. I love Flavor Text. I read it all. Oh, we already have the next research coming in. Behold, the newest counselor. One of these people. To me, it's either this 91, 95, 100 person. Because we already have 100 administrators. Yeah, I think it's just you. Skanindua Rappahannock. Come on in. How much do I have to pay you? 62 duckies. This is, good shit. Getting a 4th cabinet action at all times is really nice. Opens up a bunch. I could go back to... Wait, we can increase... Yeah, we were not really increasing province control anymore. That's what it was. Get some more taxes here. Improving Diplo rep is good. Stabilizing country, good. Crackdown on the insurgents is also good. Four whole cabinet seats. And then the next one is just a flat crown power plus 10%. Which we could definitely use right now. Because we are trying to get to crown power 50, which is going to be more achievable by removing the rights of the nobility and the other people. So I'm going to try and get their happiness trending up. Even if it means less taxes for us. And just save our money to make them happy. Fishing villages being subsidized. Do I really care about subsidizing the fishing villages? It's okay. Concerns of the nobility. With the ever-increasing recruitment of our standing army, the nobility seems to be worried. Okay. -7 stability. Okay. Thank you. Drew the wrong card in the game of life. Hello, Arch. Imagine that we made sauce and everyone would have to ask for the house. No, I'm sorry that I read that chat message. Thank you, Arch. Closer ties with the House of Tuckahoe. Second cousin and a mercenary. We have mercenaries? Who? Makes the nobles happy. Yes, go ahead. By all means. A son is born! Okay. Chat, let's name this baby... Wow Wow Baba. Possible cabinet actions. Oh, because we got rid of the faction that was against us. Are we not already toward absolutism? No, we can go further. All right, do that then. Encourage absolutism, which will give us more crown power, cheaper to revoke privileges, but lower estate satisfaction equilibrium. More authority. All right, we are at, should be at 9 years imminently. I'm trying to save up money so I can do all these little events or pay people if I need to bribe them and such. So this event's kind of frozen our economy for like the better part of a decade. And made it where we really like can't tax people without them rebelling against us. So I guess we just chill for a little bit, and then I guess I'm just gonna try and do it all at once here at the end. We'll see if that's possible. We need 10 years. We need our crown power to be at 50% roughly, and we need only 13 estate privileges. And we need to be, the problem is we need to be at -80 absolutism. So that's the actual hard part. How do I get to -80 absolutism? I can only get to +54. Wait, -54. I need another like 26 points toward absolutism. By changing limited censorship to strict censorship. But that gives the clergy more power. Probably worth, though. This is gonna take... I need parliament. When was the last time we held parliament? 2 years ago. Damn. That would have been a good law to change. I don't think heir religion is one. Marriage law is not one. I don't know why it comes up. Crown power and 10% instead of central council. What if we just go -100 stability? That's what it's gonna take to change all these laws, because it's 90 stability a pop. What's the worst that could happen at -100% stability, right? Does monthly progress also raise the cap? If there are enough things pushing in the same direction, then it raises the cap. But if it is currently above the cap, then it might not do anything. But if we're not at the cap yet, then it will raise the cap. But yeah, there's at least 2 laws here that we need. I don't know why absolutism comes up here when it's not on here. There's 2 laws that would help. I don't want to wait 3 years for the next parliament. Should I just rip and tear? And take our stability down to nothing? I guess I could save first. Unstable branch kingdom. All right, censorship. Going from limited to strict for the monthly absolutism. No tolerance for heretical thinking. Well, that's going to be interesting with regard to the Catholics who are in our capital, but... What happens if you... I don't even know what happens. We cannot afford 89.57. We will be able to in a moment because we're getting 1 per month. Equilibrium for everyone's going down. We have now got sovereignty, which gives us 10% crown power. The traditional ways of governing have been based on the ability of a ruler to deal with the different estates. However, modern theory of government has established rulers are sovereigns in their own country, and we bow to no one. I need a new... There's nothing that's going to be absolutism here. Artistes, theater, stone output, national assemblies. Is there anything stability related here? Church attendance duty, we've already researched that. Well, maybe it's time to get guns now. If there's nothing else on the government side. Rights of the nobility. Yeah, I think maybe we want rights of the nobility right now. Disease resist +5. I don't know if I want to get that because you have to go through 2 that I don't really care about. University will be good if we can stabilize the economy first. Cost of court down 1%. I don't know if that's anything. Is that anything? Is that something? 33% Diplo range. I don't know if that is something. Trade range 250. Like, the trade range up is good, but I need to prepare for war. So military tactics up is good. Gunsmith into handgun boys is also something that I want. There's crossbow boys. Imagine getting crossbows before bows. Pop promotion speed. Protected harbor. Interesting. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Now I'm jamming. Bureaucracy. Road building. Prosperity. All right, let's go. I don't know, dude. I want everything. I want everything. But yeah, let's start making guns. The gunsmith. We do have the mats. I need to change that other law. Absolute rulership. We need to wait 4 months before I can start embracing it, though. And strict censorship should help us move toward a higher absolutism maximum, I think. We'll see, TBD. I'm about to go to negative 100 stability. For the first time in the whole game. Probably not a good thing. But what are you gonna do? Did we win yet? Nope. We didn't win, but we didn't died. I still don't even know how to play this game. Renewed focus on traditional practice. Our people, lost in a sea of change, have begun to call back to the practice of their ancestors. They seek to harmonize with their communities. Encourage these practices. Or push for modernization. Trade advantage. Some of the commoners will be displeased. We gain research progress, and we move toward capital economy. Push for modernization. Who cares about whether the commoners are happy or not? I don't. Shouldn't I be able to get absolute rulership now? Or can you not pick anything while you are negative stability? Perhaps that's the issue. Oh, now I can pick it. Absolute rulership instead of an administrative system. There are many people who demand to be given a role in government, but in reality, mostly want reward without effort. A new interesting idea of absolutism is spreading, which is a system in which we dispose of these parasites and govern alone. Yep, that one. Negative 99 stability. What could go wrong? It's just a negative 30% to estate satisfaction equilibrium. Come on. Like, that's gonna matter. We're just gonna stop taxing everyone temporarily. 47 ducats a month going down the tubes just to trick them. No taxes! 0 taxes! I just need absolute power for long enough to get stability back in the realm. Tax breaks for everyone for a couple years. Until I can push this law across. My king has loose lips. Often personally responsible for information breaches and leaks, this ruler is too trusting and easily fooled. Unfortunately, the sum of this is our ruler does more harm than good for counter-espionage. Quarrelsome nobility. Some members of the nobility have come to resent the ideals of the nobility. They have lost influence and power in the capital, but they command considerable local influence with vast estates to their name and deep pockets. Longing for a time when they were the pillars of the realm instead of the servants of the king, they have grown increasingly quarrelsome. It seems one such group is preparing a plot to restore their old privilege and bring tradition and dignity back to their courts. We need them to meet them with sword in hand. Pops that support a rebellion will lose 5% satisfaction. Insurgents gain 5 progress. We gain 5 toward absolutism. Or let us try and meet their demands. Nope. We gotta move toward absolutism, brothers. That being said, it's not going to change the maximum. Right? It's not going to change the max. So maybe it's actually better to move 5 toward liberalism, because we'll just move back, lose 5 legitimacy, and make their insurgents lose progress. Are there even any insurgents? I don't really think there are any insurgents. I don't think there are any insurgents. Meet them with a sword then. Kill them! Alright, well now they've got insurgents. Which I'm gonna stop increasing control and then crack down on the nobility. We're going kind of full chaos mode here. We are, I think, in the 10th year, actually, of this, but we don't have the prereqs. I do have 36% crown power now, which is better than it was, and I still need to revoke a bunch of these. But I'm trying to, like, rebuild stability and everything else. We're just kind of frozen here. I'm losing. I can't lose 43 ducats a month forever. We got to make a little bit of money, but it's... The burghers and the commoners are like the easiest ones to tax right now. I haven't looked at trades in a while. Take out the weakest trades. Replace them with better trades, like they want 1.22. We have 2 extra. I'll send 1.5. Because we kind of just need all the money we can get right now. They don't really have a salt deficit, but we could still send them some. And then cut this one, it's kind of low. Send salt. Are we sending salt to Nagagami already? Yeah, we're already sending salt to Nagagami. Make it 2. Iron to Cahokia. Okay, something like that. We have 10 trade now. That's not a lot on the global scale, but it's more than we've ever had. So let's see if that helps us with trade income. Almost 5 ducats. It ain't much, but it's honest work. All right, we are now 10 years into court and country, so, oh shit. Our marshal reports war. Your Majesty, the conquistadors of Quebec have declared war upon us. Who? I don't even know who that is. The who what now? Their overlord is Aragon. Did they literally just like spawn inside? They just spawned inside my land, I guess. I don't know. The conquistadors of Quebec. Okay. Well, that's why I'm glad that I have a castle here, huh? That's why I'm glad I built a damn castle. They got 4,000 dudes. Who you got? Conquistadors are minus 20% morale damage done, minus 10% strength combat damage taken. They eat a shitload. No one expects the Quebec Inquisition. Not a great time for them to just randomly declare war on us while we're in the midst of the absolutism shit. Just a bunch of conquistadors. Why does the flag say 100% war score? That's a great question. Well, is there a way to raise all the levies except for the levies that are gonna get killed by these guys? I'm scared that I'm gonna raise levies and they're gonna insta-die here. How much do men-at-arms cost a month for money? I think it's a little late to be recruiting them, but I might still recruit them anyways. Just to get some extra dudes. I know that they're no match for the conquistadors, but... train a couple up. Send in the freaking war canoe! Oh no, I moused over it. Shit! It was the second icon. It's fine. It's fine. We'll just sit here and enjoy all the circles. See you in 5 minutes, chat. Reggie Stark, thank you for the 5-month sub. I appreciate you. Welcome back for one more. Thank you for your prime. Not ad break time. Nope, not ad break time. We stuck here. Not yet, anyway. I think they don't spawn in a time with enemies on them. Well, I'm not gonna stick around to find out. I'm not gonna take any chances. If a non-sub can name this song, game that it belongs to, right now, I will gift you a sub. But if a sub says it instead, I will time you out for an hour. No one's got it yet. The only winning move is not to play. And the song is over. Right, it was Kingdom. It was Kingdom. Kashin, goodbye. You said Kingdom's close enough. Goodbye. You're already a sub. Not sure why you had to... I don't know. I want... In case you weren't listening, I said if a sub guesses it, then they're timed out for an hour. So... I'm assuming you heard that part and didn't, Goodbye. Rip Bozo, I guess. My game is still frozen. Just give me a minute. Give me a couple minutes. I didn't mean to. It's getting worse the later in the game we get. The lag didn't used to take this long. It used to take like 30 seconds. I thought you meant the person guessing wrong would get timed out. No, the idea was that I wanted a non-sub to guess, not use stinky subs. So it was the only way to try and keep you guys from spoiling it for a non-sub. But since the song was over anyways, timer was up. Man, I can't wait to play some Hearts of Iron tomorrow. I never thought I would say that Hearts of Iron late game performance compared to this is really good. Oh, I never thought I'd say that, but here we are. Gonna take a nap. I'm gonna take a short nap. Make sure Hearts of Iron is installed. It is. We last played it October 20th. What, did we really? Thought it was earlier than that. How does the expansion pass? Oh, wait, why does the expansion pass for Hearts of Iron already have mixed reviews? And the only thing that's out for it is the Seaplane cosmetic pack? How does it have mixed reviews, bro? The price has to be lower. This is ridiculous, they say. Clearly, they're not playing Crusader Kings 3. I mean, to be fair, it is $48 for the expansion pass. That is pretty cracked. That is pretty cracked. The DLC premium goes up. This thumbs down says, I love Hearts of Iron 4, but the price hike with this expansion pass, the integration of Man the Guns into the base game with no compensation for those who bought the DLC prior, on top of how the latter half of expansion pass 1 was poorly received, are all causes for concern. I look forward to playing the new Asian Path on day 1, but for those who are not as passionate to spend some cash without fully knowing what they are getting, be highly cautious. On the one hand, I do think that it's stupid that there was already a DLC that addressed the Navy in Man the Guns, and now they're just kind of like, doing a different DLC that addresses the Navy. Though I assume the Navy changes are base game now, because Man the Guns is base game. I don't know, man. I agree partially that it feels dumb to kind of re-release things you've already released, sort of, but like updated. But on the flip side, I'm the kind of person that if they forgave everyone's student debt tomorrow, I wouldn't retroactively get mad because I paid mine off. I would just be like, good. I'm glad everybody gets their debt wiped. That's nice for them. Same thing for Man the Guns. If Man the Guns is in the base game, good. Anybody who plays the game will just get it for free. That's nice. I paid for it like 6 years ago. Who cares? Am I free? I'm free. I can move. They're sieging Tula. Hello, Tula. I need to do business with Tula. So I'm just gonna pin them, come back later when I have more money. Yellow. Hello, all of my mini troops. More than last time. Let us all meet at the northern fortification of Yamaskama. And there we will group. No one is allowed to rebel. They really picked the worst time, like negative 92 stability, and they just roll in. It's rough. My game crashed. This is why I have monthly autosaves on. Please tell us more about what happened just before the crash. I wrote IDK, I was just playing the game. Send crash report. Crash report was sent successfully. Dude, I want like a double cheeseburger with bacon. I want like a baconator. Stability dropping actually meant game stability. You might be right. Oh, it did save while I was raising the army, so we didn't really lose anything. Murricania is being sieged. Thank God I built that castle there. That was smart. That was smart. Okay, careful what you mouse over. We have a 22-year-old daughter who needs to marry somebody. Royal marriage. What can we arrange? Nobody. Nobody. Okay. Noble. Marry a noble with high skills. Wait. That guy. Okay. Don't mouse over it. Good job. Good dodge. Good dodge. Low army maintenance. Fixed. Bam. Bam. Yo, the clergy are pissed, bro. The clergy are... Everyone's pissed. I'm trying to get stability back. When we get stability back, it'll fix itself, but it's going to take a while. We might have. I might have just killed the run, but it'd be funny if I did. It would be kind of funny. I could take out a loan if I need to. It's fine. It's fine. Everyone's unhappy. Everyone's getting more unhappy. Don't care about Navy maintenance. Chat, what is their army doing that's making all of their morale go down? Oh, they already sieged it. Goodbye. That was fast. What did they even do? They sieged... I know it didn't have like full maintenance, but... they just assaulted it. Can anyone explain how a bunch of infantry with no artillery can assault a castle? This is just implied that they're bringing like ladders. They didn't have time to build siege equipment. They just landed here. They didn't like, that's not good enough. I've played Mountain Blade, okay? Where do their guys go? All right, in that case, we're gonna meet a little further back. How do you know how, like, you know how when you change, I think that we established that fort maintenance is basically instant, right? When you change it. Well, they got to go through 2 other castles to get to us. Yeah, they did lose like 600 men in the assault. Rip to the brave souls in that castle, I guess. They're still there. Did they restaff it? There's 1,000 people in Murricania Castle, and I'm not really sure what they did or didn't do. Well, they're on the next castle now. A 1,000 people holed up in a castle versus 4,000 infantry is good odds. You know, for the defenders, in my opinion. That's pretty good odds, dude. That's kind of the whole point of castles. I thought that was the whole point of the chance of falling. Negative, doesn't the percent have to be positive for it to fall? Do they have allies that I need to be worried about? Nah, it's just them for now. Hello? Oh yeah, I did give them military access. I forgot about that. Wait. What are you guys doing? They're at war versus the English clergy? Okay, I don't know what's going on there. All right, we need to do this. Because it's gonna take this dude like 2 weeks to take command of this army. And then I want to split them up into multiple armies so different generals get XP. 21,000 troops, brother. So we've got 466 plated knights, 1,500 men-at-arms. Okay. Select those guys. Group up with one of the other generals. Create another new unit. Move the camp followers to the reserve. Men-at-arms on one side, plated knights on the other. 4,800 down the center pipe. It's a pretty big force main. 11,000 in a single army. Holy. Okay, smaller force, but still respectable 52 hundo. Something like that looks good. And then there's another 600 about to show up. Just a random 9 cav over here. Those guys are probably dead. Put these guys in the center flank. Okay. Think we're ready to like head up to Yamaskama. Disease outbreak. I don't care who you marry. Thank God for these castles, man. We have researched the rights of the nobility law. Okay, let me see what that looks like. What does the rights of the nobility law look like? I don't know, because it says we have no laws available. Maybe because we're at war. Maybe we can't change that until we're not at war. It's me again! Hello, me. What's up, Demi of Derp? Hi, Lady Sheila. Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a nice stream. We are currently fighting in a conflict. The conflict is both physical and mental. Competing with the game freezing and also crashing, and simultaneously the conflict with the enemies in our game. In this case, conquistadors come to our land. But hello, how are you? How was your stream? Lady Shelob was playing A Tale in the Garden and Rus 2. I remember playing the original Rus. I don't know how to pronounce it exactly, but I did make a video on the original way back. Whew. on YouTube. Back when I made YouTube videos 12 years ago. Whew, 2013. Oh my. What's funny about that video is if you go look at the comments of that video, the number of comments that are Reus's Dutch for giant. There are so many comments that are that identical comment. How dare you mispronounce this Dutch word? Lots of comments about the pronunciation of Dutch. Which is funny in and of itself. But I hope you had fun. I remember it being a cool game. I'm not sure how the sequel turned out. But get a shout out in chat for Lady Shelob. Maybe if you're in my chat, check out the next stream. Nice place to hang out. Is we have 3,100. There were 4,000, confusingly, conquistadors from Quebec, which is a bit unusual. And they're going through my castles right now, sieging them down. So they've gotten through one, and what they didn't know was I have 2 more behind that. We went a little crazy, but I'm being rewarded for being overprotective defensively. And now we are marching to go take them out. Hopefully before the next castle gets sieged. I think it should be relatively straightforward as long as we fight them there. We have a nice defender advantage, so I do want to build morale and then kind of go fight as fast as possible. According to this, they shouldn't be able to siege yet, and they seem to be taking attrition. They've already lost 900 of their men, so I don't know how successful their campaign is going. It was super fun. It had some cool meta progress. Oh, very nice, very nice. Yeah, I didn't get to check out the sequel to Reus when it came out. It came out in 2024. Why did I not realize it came out last year? 2,000 reviews, overwhelmingly positive. Very cool. Yeah, I just missed it. Well, I'm happy for them. Glad it's going well. It's been a long time since I made a video on the first one. Feels like forever ago. Attacking Quebec in the winter. Let's see how it goes for them. Yeah. Yeah. All right, join up in the same army and let's get the formation organized. We only have 1 brave cavalryman in this group. So we'll see how that goes. I'll put the footmen on the left flank. But I think we're as ready as we're gonna get. Let them build up morale. Daily change of morale's going up. Oh, 52 more dudes just showed up. I might just let them sit this one out, so we don't get negatively affected by their lack of morale. All right, full morale. It says we're gonna lose. Really? Is this what they're working on patching? In the next, is this why they're trying to work on patching peasant levies? Yep. We have a defensive advantage. We have -2 to all of their combat rolls, and we outnumber them 5-1. So even with all that, it is likely we will lose. And they're having an offensive push in the winter on top of everything else. This is what they're actively working on patching, apparently. And they can't quite get the balance down. Let me see the weather map. Not the weather map, the winter map. They're actually in one of the colder... Wait, that's normal winter. We are in mild. All right, so they have more attrition than us, I think. Well, it's +2 attrition. I don't think it's more. It's the same as us. So I guess they'll take more while they're sieging than we will. I'll stay here for another minute or two then, I suppose. Okay. Split those guys up a little bit. Who this? Is that just 52 men? They could be, there could be more somewhere. There's a breach? How is there a breach? Chat, can anyone explain why there are mechanics in this game in which you can breach a wall with no artillery? Why would that even exist? We need to go back to the drawing board on how castles work, I think. It's easier if you don't try and find logic in something that is logicless. The answer is they rolled and it said they breached. That's the only answer. Really big dice. Correct. Correct. There are no mechanics for ladders, trebuchets, or tunnels. But if it makes you feel better in your brain, then go ahead. If it makes you feel better, then go ahead. Because all that's happening is a dice is being rolled. In old time, they used fire to burn wood castle walls. That's great. These are stone castles. We made them with stone. Chat, did you guys know that fire burns wood? I never thought I'd say this, but I like the siege presentation better in Crusader Kings 3. Never thought I'd say this. It's kind of the same, but this feels like a dumbed down version. Like, remember, you know in CK3, the progress just goes in a circle like this, and then it rolls a dice to see what effect they get? It's almost the same. But it's presented much better in CK3. There's cannons. I say we force them out. Actually, it's not a good idea if I get caught there, but... Rip cannons. Tried to roll in 50 artillery and I snuck out of the woodwork. And just took him out. Intercepted. Well, waiting for 4,000 allies was worth it anyways, so we have some friends. I'm not gonna let that artillery beat me up when we actually... Where are you guys going? Okay, wait. We have to re-siege our own castle. How are there 976 people in this castle? Or did they convert my people to defend it for them? I don't understand what's going on here. No, they have 244 defenders. They left their own garrison there as a defender. I would rather these 5,000 dudes help me kill these guys instead of re-siege the castle. Okay, they got another magical breach. And I guess I'm gonna have to force a fight now that they're under 3K. It says is very likely our side will lose. Their army is better quality. All right, I'm gonna save because I'm gonna save scum. Because if they can change how levies work every second day patch, then I can reload. They've changed the mechanics twice already for how combat works since the game came out. So let's see what happens. Though you could argue it's better to let the castle fall and then they restaff it with another 300 people and then they have that many fewer regulars to fight us. But if we fight here, we have worse defender advantage. Is there a way to get the allies to actually go with me to do something? Pretty sure the garrisons are just spawned in, not pulled from armies. That's not how it works for the player, right? You leave people from your own army into a garrison. You have to click a button. Right, chat? Confirm what I'm saying so I can time this chatter out. You can change vassal behavior in the Manage Subjects tab. You're right, boss. You do need to click a button to garrison with your professional army. Yeah, it doesn't just spawn people in, right? Can I agree so they get timed down? I just timed down anyways. Supportive. These guys turned around. These guys are kind of still doing their own thing. Military divided. We want to go toward defensive. Okay, bye. I guess they didn't really change anything. Is there any downside to me letting them siege this castle? I guess I just don't get the +1 to my dice rolls. I'm just gonna go in. I just saved. I can save scum for science. I don't care. This is all wonky anyways. Okay, so we should be the automatic defense. 16,000 in reserve. Their commander kind of sucks. Our commander is way better than him. We have slightly more morale for now. They have one more military tactic than us. We have twice as much discipline as they do. And they're rolling -2 on every dice roll. So they got like -1 to my 2, -2 to my 1, -1 to my 2, -2 to my 1. So we're like rolling better than them the entire way. But we're taking way more casualties. But we got 12,000 people in reserve waiting in the wings. One tactics is hugs, by the way. Your mom is hugs. Huge. Your mom is that too. We only have to beat them once. We're gonna run out of morale long before we run out of people, which means most of them will survive to fight another day. Imagine rolling zeros and still killing people. What are you guys doing over there? Just 7,000 people just chilling? I will never retreat. Never retreat, never surrender. And if we lose, we just come back and rebuild our morale and do it again till we win. All right, we lost. RIP 3,400 brave soldiers to their 1,500. All right, now we go cry close to the capital, and then we'll just come back. They got some of our wagons. So sad. Province refuses to pay taxes. I don't care. Kill them. If they don't pay taxes, kill them. You know what? This game is so dumb. We're not even... There's only... Their taxes are 5%. Clergy and the nobles aren't even paying taxes right now. Ad starting now. I used all 3 snoozes. I'm sorry. I used all the snoozes. Prepare for an ad. Move toward decentralization. I don't care. Make them happier. Every location of the province will get a tax exemption modifier. For how long? I don't know. Just click it. We're losing 42 duckies a month. I have to tax them. I have to. What am I gonna do? All right, ad just started. How come when I win a battle and they retreat, they only go like 2 tiles, but when I lose a battle, we go all the way back across New York to get to the capital? They get to go 1 tile away and keep fighting, and then I get to go 12 tiles away. Having CK3 deja vu with that question? Yeah. Shattered Retreat is always a dumb mechanic because it's not consistent across armies. If you just are fighting somewhere where you don't have home territory, you don't have to retreat far. You just get to go 1 tile and start fighting again. But if you're fighting in your home territory, you are punished because they can path to their capital, so they will try to. So you're actually rewarded for fighting outside your home where you have no supply lines, and punished for fighting inside your home where you have everything. So it doesn't make any sense. Never has. Never has. Why would the invading army who has no supply lines and no base of operations here or any allies or friends have to be punished for fighting in a foreign land? I think retreating to the closest city would make more sense, or the closest castle, the closest fort. It's a military base, right? A castle's kind of a military base. Why wouldn't you just regroup at a castle? Or at least a town. Or just somewhere where you have supplies. But anyway, yeah, we lost some people, but it's not that big a deal in the grand scheme, I don't think. We just need to go back and fight them again until they're gone, because I don't think they have like a home, so we should just kind of win when we eliminate their army, more or less. I am recruiting some regulars of my own, which won't be a match for theirs, but it will certainly help and be a bit better than our levies, having 400 extra regulars to kind of give us a little backbone. And welcome back from the ad, everyone. We're back. The problem is these guys are going to get destroyed when these guys... Oh, defenders desert. Okay, so they haven't finished it yet, but these guys are about to get steamrolled because my allies are just going to stand out there overextended. They're like, I'm helping! And they don't realize these guys are just going to walk over and destroy them the second that they're done here. What happened to the regulars that I was training? I was recruiting 2 sets of regulars. They're gone? Maybe when the game crashed? I don't know. I can't afford them right now anyways. So it's kind of for the best. We probably... Hello? Disloyal officers. Crush the troublemakers. We need to move toward absolutism no matter what, so just move toward absolutism. We pay 0 manpower. Sounds good to me. Why do we have negative 33 manpower? I don't know. There's got to be a reason. I must have... did I have all the armories turned off or something? No, so Noctawambos is turned on. Maybe it's the stability? The lack of stability? I don't know. I have no idea. These guys are teleporting across the map. They're not actually there, I don't think. Are they there? Maybe they are there. My problem is I really need to fight them there on the defensive tile, but we don't have enough... Okay, they didn't win yet. This castle's holding out much, much, much longer. Way longer. All right, we go again. Your regulars are reinforcing? Are they already in the army? I don't have any regulars in this army. 12th army? These guys? But I'm supposed to have 2 groups. I trained 2. Did one get obliterated? So I guess we do have some regulars. I didn't even see them get trained. All right, we're defending again. We just gotta finish them off. We got Cav on the right. Just a bunch of infantry dudes. Imagine if we invented arrows. How much better we'd be doing. Well, our rolls are spectacular at least, so that's nice. The defensive advantage of this castle is really good and probably saving us the most. Keeping them from just like dogpiling. And now we got all 3 flanks going into the middle section there. Easy dub. But we gotta chase them down and finish the job. So where are they gonna go? Probably there, if I had to guess. I assume they're retreating to this keep where my subjects are hanging out. Is this a bug or no? The UI is bugged, so you can't even tell what your war score is. Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, they're going to Mauritania. We're kind of just walking side by side with them right now, just waving, just hanging out. Not allowed to overrun them or pursue them or finish them off. They're retreating into long-range territory, where, by the way, they do not have military access. So, bye! I guess you guys can just do whatever the hell you want. And there are no rules, and everything is just made up. AI cheats. AI just cheats. Bye. Whose line is it anyway? Yep. The rules are made up and the war score doesn't matter. Bye. Now if they come back, we have to fight them on their turf with their castle, and they get the defensive advantage here. Just from coming across the border. I guess I could request military access, but I have to buy it. I don't want to buy it because we're poor. I'm losing 30 ducats a month right now. And we're gonna go like super negative because of... Do you guys know any other way to jumpstart stability after I did bad things? I guess I could stop paying for so much food. I probably don't need to pay for fort maintenance right now. That'll buy us a little time. Cahokia actually has beeswax. Chesapeake export to Sanoctawambo. What? Wait, we are getting beeswax too? They're importing from Cahokia. What's our trade advantage in Cahokia? Bro, why are we like almost last in the Cahokia market? We're not going to get any of it. Also, this war will never end. I suppose we just re-siege this. We need to stack wipe them. We're going up by 1.3 stability each month. We just need to live. We just need to live long enough. It will be fine. It'll eventually fix itself. Where did they go? It's crazy they can just walk through anyone's territory that they want to, even with no military permissions. Anyway, yeah, we're not really getting any honeycomb from this. Are we not already sending books? We are not. They want corn? I can give you corn, that's for sure. Trying to make pennies on the dollar for trade market. We started to rise in power rank. Yeah, we're 171 now, which is kind of crazy. 5 ducats from trade is not much, but it's really good for us. I do got corn. If you guys want more corn, I can give it to you. We can make the corn market go round up here. Oh, chat, look, they brought 4,000 more people from somewhere. I don't know, but they're back. Only 4,000 more. Just a fresh boat drop-off of 4,000 conquistadors from a nation that doesn't seem to exist. Unlimited troops. What was their army size last time we looked at them? Conquistadors just spawn in. It's a pretty undercooked mechanic. You don't... You're... Are you sure? Are you serious? Undercooked mechanic? In my Europa? Universalis 5? Only gonna need another 45k stack to deal with that. Yeah, we're just gonna lose. And now we're back to 8% war score. So I don't even know if this is our true. It says we have a plus 41 to cost of peace. So I'm not really understanding. I don't really know what's going on. I see they want to take Staticona. But I don't know how close I am to actually winning. How do you win? It should be able to send the peace demand already per the UI, but the UI is bugged and giving me false information. Let's see if the button lights up if I offer it all these provinces. I am currently offering tribute. All right, let's try offering tribute on the place that they want just to see if it even lets me surrender. I'm not going to. No, I'm not sure if we can win. Quebec does not negotiate a peace treaty is what it says. There is no peace. Even if I say, here you go, you want it? You can have it. They will not take a peace treaty that gives them their war goal. Is it even possible to win this war? Is it even possible to end this war? Or are they going to just generate 4,000 conquistadors every couple months until I'm dead? I don't know if anyone in chat has even seen this before. I'm probably like the first and only person out of all of you that's even been on this side of this mechanic. So this is uncharted territory. Native American Terminator plot. I don't know what to do. Click the button next to the red X. It will auto give you a peace deal the AI wants. I've done that. They don't care. See, I can clear the offer. Suggest nothing. Suggest nothing. No options. The problem is I know that they're gonna go here, and if I let them come here, we have to fight a defensive battle. So I'm gonna lose, even though it's only green, even with an extra 7,000. But if I leave, then I leave my 7,000 allies to die forever. So I'm just gonna make a save here. And then we're just gonna stay here, and I guess it's better to fight them with an extra 7,000 troops. If you put your mouse just below the red down arrow, is this like an adventure game where you have to like find the right pixel to activate the thing? Okay, put your mouse just below the red down arrow. Where is the red down arrow next to does not negotiate? Where I don't even know where does not negotiate is. It's a hidden tooltip. Elaborate, please. Should show up when trying to hand them the war goal. Oh, this one. Put your mouse just below the red down arrow next to does not negotiate. Yeah, these have different tooltips. So this tooltip is different from this tooltip for some godforsaken reason. And you see there's a hidden tooltip down here below the red arrow. How do you discover these things? Holy shit. I swear to God, I'm gonna lose my goddamn mind. Send a peace offer to Quebec. List of offers. The peace offer will cause all disconnected, unintegrated land to return to the original owner. They do not negotiate a peace treaty. I don't think this explains anything, but the fact that there was, in fact, a hidden tooltip is mind-blowing enough as it is. Does this tell me anything useful? Before I mouse off and forget how to find this again? Sorry, not helpful, but this helped me in the past occasionally. Okay, well, thanks for trying. It's a puzzle game, too. So I think we're probably just gonna get stack wiped here, and I'm just gonna reload a save afterward, because this is dumb. Try and hand them all of them. They're not gonna take peace. We just looked at all this. They don't want any of these. I could hand them the capital and they won't take it. They don't care. I could offer them everything and they do not negotiate. Brave soldiers who are sieging Mauritania, to those who are about to die, I salute you. I need to put money back into the forts if they're back. I thought they were gone, so I stopped paying for the forts. How do you tell the preparedness level of a... Oh, it's that. Yeah, it's that. The green. Oh, here they are. What you doing? Just occupying? Little occupation? Well, we're just gonna stay here with the allies, I guess, for now. Did you guys notice that my fort just lost a shit ton of preparedness for some reason? I don't even know why. You cut the budget. Nope, I just maxed it. It's full. You guys gotta watch the stream. You gotta watch. You have to look with your eyeballs. An unforgivable affront. Oh no, 22 people are dead. Quebec killed them. They killed a lot more than that. Pew. Well, they're kind of going around my army, which is interesting. When I Google it, I've been looking into it. Apparently, it's a GG game over type bug. When I Google it, it says the only solution is to hope Paradox fixes it soon. Hearts of Iron DLC comes out tomorrow. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Oh, look! There's more! 700, the army, I think that's the survivors. They cut all the way through Long Range and Naze, with whom they do not have military access, by the way. And just shortcut to the rest of my territory and are just sieging that down there. So. Just teleports behind you. Now preparedness is going up. Slowly, month over month. But I don't know where they're gonna go next. Probably back there, I would assume. I don't know where you're going. They were like, maybe the siege isn't such a good idea. Yeah, now they're sieging the castle. which I didn't have prepared because I didn't expect 4,000 more conquistadors to randomly spawn in. Don't care. Do what you want. Oh, did they just take it? No, they stopped. They just abandoned the siege. From Google. If you're using Google AI, don't bother. I don't like when people in chat say from Google because I assume they're using an AI summary. I trust Redditors and Paradox Forum users slightly more. Slightly. Chat, is that a different 4,000? Or the same 4,000? And they're just... Oh, I think they just went around here. I don't know. It is funny how they're just ignoring our army stack here. Just 4x it, I kind of just don't care. The siege of Mauritania lasted 360 days before they succumbed to hunger and disease. By the way, yes, they full captured my territory. That's the mechanic. The mechanic is they instantly convert my territory to theirs. And then now that I've sieged it back, it's treating it as if we are in a war against them to take this territory, and I'm gonna have to like negotiate it back from a peace treaty. So now if I go look at the peace treaty, they will accept demands because they've taken Statacona mostly. And I have to demand it back, which I can, and they'll just give it back and go away. So this whole thing is fucked. None of it makes any... I don't know why they will accept my demands now. Like, every aspect of this mechanic is fucked. I don't know any other way to put it. That's just what it is. You have to lose to win. I don't know. They should just cut it from the game until they can come back and like look at it and fix it. Yeah, I know they have land down south. I'm not clicking anything. I haven't clicked anything. I'm just looking at the screen. That has to be specifically because they took your territory, making an entity that you can do diplomacy with, assuming that the chatter was right. Yeah, basically. Good war, bud. Same time next year. So I get both of my provinces back. And they pay war reparations to me, but they don't exist. So how are they gonna pay? Wait, no. Oh, I have -2. What would it take to win with negative? What would it take to win to see if they would pay me war reparations? They don't even have money. Okay, they don't even have money. Let's not get cute. Let's not get cute. Just get me out of here and be done. Clear demands. Enforce the provinces. That's it, right? Seize the land. We get both land back. And it's like they were never here. Okay. Okay. I don't know what else to say. I'm just gonna take the army down. I'm just gonna disband the levies since we're not at war anymore. I'm in shock. Can we get stability in Parliament? And then move all of our armies back to the capital? Must have been the wind. Can we do... can we get stability via... No, but if I fail, I'll lose stability. We could get... A state equilibrium might be the next best thing for someone. Do we have like a noble appeasement one? God, I love this song. Maybe promote member of the clergy is the best we can get, because it'll at least get the clergy to get happier for a bit. If I can pass it. I don't want to move toward decentralization, and I don't want to lose 2.5 stability. That's going to piss off the nobility even more. We got nobility insurgents and clergy insurgents already. I love how you can become the target of a coalition for taking your land back. Did that just happen? Oh no, I moused over the children thing. Why did you... It's not your fault. It's not your fault. I moused over the children thing. Baited. I thought I had like a notification up there about something. So now I'm looking. Yeah. We just have to stay alive long enough not to go bankrupt. And not to get civil war. We survived the conquistador bugged war somehow of infinite spawning 4,000 conquistadors. I know that I'm bitching a lot, but I feel like there's a lot to bitch about. And it's just every time there's a new mechanic, it's like, this is a special mechanic. It's the conquistadors. It feels like they went as fast as possible to try to develop, to add it to the game so they could just move on to the next thing. And it's so many of the mechanics feel like that, where it's just like, yeah, if you wrote it all down on paper, there's a lot of on paper things that happen in the game, but they're all like developed so fast and so paper thin just to move on so they get to the next feature to say that there's that many features. And it's just crazy, the sheer consecutive quantity too. That's the thing that gets me. It's just like, did we really peak when I realized how control worked? And it's just downhill ever since? Because like every new mechanic that pops up is just like, really? That's it? Really? You just coded it to infinitely spawn 4,000 conquistadors every couple months. And you can't have peace until they've taken your land. Every single one of these mechanics is just like fire and forget. It's put into the game, and then we don't talk about it again until someone comes across it and complains about it on the Paradox forums. No testing, no trying it to make sure it works. Just throw it on in there. Put it in the pile. I work in software. Fire and forget is normal even outside of gaming. I can't move the screen yet. Soon. Imagine if there wasn't, like, I've seen at least half a dozen people say, well, the good news is that they actually have a custodian team who's going to be working on this alongside the other team who's making DLCs. And people say that like it's a good thing. How come both teams aren't working to iron this shit out? Why do we even have one team who's making DLCs? Why don't we have twice as many people ironing this shit out? And putting in patches and fixing performance and making sure the game mechanics are actually working. Do you guys remember what like Cyberpunk did when Cyberpunk released and was a steaming pile of shit? It's exactly what they did. They said, oh my God, you're right. This is a steaming pile of shit and we need to actually fix it. And they just went and fucking fixed it. And they didn't release any DLC until after they turned their steaming pile of shit into a diamond that is a wonderful, beautiful game. Very fun experience, borderline masterpiece in my opinion. And they just put their heads down and like looked at it and went, yeah, you're right, actually. We need to fix this. And just fix it. It's not a unforgivable sin to release a buggy game in 2025. It happens all the time. Everybody does it. But the difference is when you do it, if you do it, because you can't foresee every outcome, you can't foresee how every line of code interacts with every other line of code, and you don't know what's going to happen when the shit hits the fan and millions of people are playing it. I get it. But when it inevitably does, you look at it and your response shouldn't be, here's this day one season pass with cosmetics that you need to pre-order by now to have these 9 buildings in your game, and then here are the other DLCs that are coming starting in February. No, fix it first, like everybody else does. Yeah, No Man's Sky did something similar. I think Cyberpunk's a better example because they did ultimately go on to release DLC. And they actually like turned a game that people didn't really like on launch. Like No Man's Sky is more or less the same as it was on launch. It just runs way smoother. The core gameplay didn't really change. Cyberpunk, you couldn't even enjoy the core gameplay or get to it because it just didn't work. It was like people in the streets, like the NPCs and stuff, were doing insane shit. So anyway, I don't know. Those are my thoughts. It pisses me off that there's even half of a team that's working on DLC. When this doesn't work. How are you gonna add stuff onto something that doesn't work? I feel bad for the people who are making the DLC right now, man, because they're probably thinking the same thing. They're like, hell if I know. There's got to be at least one guy working on the DLC right now who's watching the stream and just like, you know, I don't know, man. I don't know, because I don't know what the game is even supposed to play like, because they're going to change all the mechanics before the next DLC comes out. The combat's going to be completely different. Half of the mechanics that we're dealing with, the fundamentally, are going to be different before the next DLC comes out. Good luck. Good luck. I wish you the best. That's gotta be a tough job. Dogtown DLC is cinema? Yeah, Cyberpunk DLC is cinema. I agree. 9.5 out of 10. Thank you for the parliamentarian support. That's very nice. You have researched gunpowder, which gives you 0.25 military tactics. That could have saved hundreds of lives if we had researched it The usage of gunpowder on the battlefield will have a positive impact on our performance. The conquistadors are stuck. I don't know. Maybe they, I hope they all starve to death. I hope each one of them, one by one, starves to death because they have no country to go back to. And I will go and burn their corpses after they're dead. I don't have the money for the Colombian exchange. We don't have the money for anything. I can take the fort. I can finally take fort maintenance and army maintenance down. That'll save some money. We're at negative 69 stability. We need to stop sending money to Saginaw. I hope you guys don't go broke, but I am gonna go broke. Cancel economic support. That'll help too. All right, that just bought us a bunch of months. Minus 14 manpower, yep. Town demands a seat in Parliament. I actually need the Parliament support, and making the burgers happy is fine, so you guys can take it. Here you go. Thank you for the Parliament support. Much appreciated. Now that burgers are happier, I need to tax them a little bit more, just to try and break even. Trade has run out of supply. Maize from Sanok to Wambo has run out. What? What does that mean? We have a surplus of 5. So what am I missing? The peasants, the laborers, the breweries, the needs of the burgers. I don't know how we've run out. Is this meant to be like a mid-game crisis? Yeah, this is meant to be like a crisis. It is crisis-like in nature. Okay, I don't know what's wrong with the corn, but we're gonna drop the corn. Okay. Is there a law that I could change in... Oh, we just changed both of the laws. That's why we're having the stability crisis in the first place. Are there any other absolutist laws that I could change? That we haven't already changed. We got strict censorship already. So how are we moving toward absolutism? Up to 71. What do we have to get to accomplish our objective? 80. I need 9 absolutism. How can I push over the last 9 absolutism? I forget what happens when you do the event ones, when you rein these guys in. I forgot what the choice is. It costs 55 duckies. Does this give us direct absolutism, or is it just at 2.5? I'm gonna end up making nobility insurgents. Have we embraced both of the new laws? I think we have. So I'm basically like at the max absolutism monthly I can without taking those. We have favor the ruler already. No absolutism on here, but we do have nobles are less happy, you can tax them more. Nobles are more happy but have more power. Nobles have more power. Forts are cheaper, move towards serfdom. Nobles are happier, they get more power, and you're blocked from the cabinet. What do you guys think about if I'm gonna strip their privileges anyways, which is gonna be the main source of removing their power? What if I just give them nobility electorate so that they get 5% more satisfaction? Equilibrium, and then we do the thing that strips them of their powers after. Is that dumb? I don't think that 10% is going to be the difference maker. Costs 55 ducats to do though, man. I'm broke. I'm broke. I can take out some loans. We have 107 ducat loans if it comes to that. But yeah, I don't know how else to get absolutism at this point because we just don't. What if I told you that the Age of Absolutism global event is predicated on the idea that you have the institutions that will allow you to pursue various absolutist advances that if you are anywhere else, you will not have because you are 2 ages behind and therefore should probably not be subject and beholden to the same exact global absolution event that every other major power is subject to. Because you're not playing with all the cards. Because the idea is that if you're playing in Europe and you've been keeping up with the institutions, more or less, then you will soon have the opportunity to start getting absolute loyalty is not anything, but 50% crown power is definitely something. Power projection is not really anything. Absolutist court. Also crown power in estates. It's interesting that absolutism is not even on these. You could check your reforms they unlock based on age, not tech. Yeah, I checked. We've already got the 2 crown power ones, but you're not allowed. What's funny is you cannot look at your reforms without having a free spot. So you're not even allowed to look at them. Is there a place that you know of that I could see a list of all my reforms? If you're maxed, the button grays out and you can't look. No peek. If you try and replace one, it won't. Will it take 20 stability from me? Okay. I was worried it was going to take 20 stability. Because it says left click, 20 stability. Anyway, I don't see anything. Nothing comes up for absolutism. Centralization of power. Do I not have centralization of power? I do not have centralization of power. So it doesn't, it doesn't come up on the search. That's so funny. It only works if it's in the name of the reform. I see, of course. So, centralization of power. Is the only one. All right, what can I, how much does it cost to replace? 20, it takes 20, yeah, 20 stability. I don't have 20 stability, man. Is there any other, it's gonna go back to negative 87, man. I wish I wouldn't have taken autocracy. Life in Sanactawambo is hard for Parliament. We lose 5% support. To be honest, what's going to end up happening is we're just going to go through 20 years at this point. It's going to take 20 years and we're just going to get it to cool down, and it's just minus 20 years in the game. Maybe we'll get another event. New settlements or prevent the new settlements. Give one development to a bunch of people or gain 5 development in one place. I'd rather have a bunch of development and prosperity spread out, to be honest. But you're right, there was one reform that would have helped us. Back when I was adding a new reform, I wish I would have seen that one. But I didn't realize how hard it would be for us to get to 80 absolutism. We have promoted a member of the clergy. All right, clergy satisfaction just went up. Get a little spike. That should help with the insurgency. I'm at war. Your Majesty, the conquistadors of Statacona have declared war upon us. We must prepare. This is a great mechanic. I love this. I'm glad we're gonna have to do it like every year. Think it's been 1 year? I think it was 1 year ago. I was wondering how far I would get in the game before a mechanic reared its ugly head that tried to push me off of the bucking bronco or the raging bull. I was wondering. Think we might have found it. Have you tried enforcing peace immediately? Well, technically it's unpaused already, so I guess not. I don't know. I mean, it seems like you just need to let them take land. What's crazy, this is a different conquistador. These are Statacona. So we're supposed to believe that 4,000 conquistadors materialized from my own land, because Statacona is a province that we control. So they just spawned out of my own land. They didn't come from anywhere. They came from me. The call's coming from inside the house. They're apparently my own conquistadors. Oh, I need to take a BRB, man. I need to take a BRB. I'm gonna go ahead and just run the ad. We should have never let Simon in. It's all Simon's fault. Game's kind of falling apart right now, to be honest with you. Like it is like it's like sand through my fingers at the moment. I will be right back. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for watching. BRB. Okay, I'm back, finally. Streamers outside screaming at the sky. Mentally, it's more like the Ben Affleck meme, where he's just standing with a cigarette. Okay, time to get everybody together. Get everybody together again. Now I've got even more levies. Imagine thinking you don't need fort maintenance. And then an army teleports onto your fort. Who could have foreseen this? Oh, looks like they've already taken the castle in less than a month. Wow, that was fast. They're so good, they're so strong. They just teleport onto my castle and literally got it before all of my levies could raise. It's like Ramsay Bolton taking the castle in the later seasons of Game of Thrones after it went to shit. Just need a few good men, man. My game crashed. I swear to God, I did not hit Alt F4. The game just crashed, okay? Things are not going well today for us. It has not been a good day. The crash is trying to intervene, man. It is. It's an intervention. It's trying to save me. I had fun using conquistadors. Now I feel bad seeing things from the other side. It's just a mechanic to make Europeans feel power fantasy. We're not even at war in this timeline. So they actually did siege a whole castle in 2 weeks. Do you think, I wonder if it'll happen again. You know what, screw you, I'm putting fort maintenance up. Before you get here. Oh, never mind, that didn't last long. Okay, so before I unpause, don't unpause, just... simply demand peace. This is just getting better and better. This is just getting better and better. Peace in our times! They have accepted our generous peace offers, so we're not even at war anymore. It's like it never even happened. The free antagonism generator is working as intended. Do we have antagonism? I don't think so, do we? Bro, you can't make this stuff up. And these guys are just gonna stay here stranded forever. So we're just getting neutral conquistadors that are hanging out in our territory because they have nowhere to go. Deep breath. Just in, out. In, out. Like a, expel the poison. Don't forget to turn down the forts. What if I should keep them up? What if I shouldn't turn down the fort? I'm turning them to half. Because I'm tired of getting insta-sieged as soon as someone declares war on me. Turning them down results in problems. Also, no backseating. I'm not in the mood. I am in no mood. Can I please get out of this godforsaken court and country disaster? Dude, the court and country disaster just makes you sit on your hands for like 15 years at least doing nothing. And then you look at the clock and it's like 1650 and you're like, oh shit, I got less than 200 years of the game left. So when do we, we're not even gonna have enough time to do anything. You know what I mean? Like, game's over in less than 200 years. By the time we solve all this. Are they eating your pop's food in those regions? I don't know. I don't know how to look, and I don't want to stop the stream to find out. I don't care right now. It doesn't work. That's all I need to know. It is broken and bugged. National institutions. Summon the parliament for a debate. By 5 legitimacy. Bro, the Hearts of Iron DLC tomorrow could not come at a better time. It couldn't. It really couldn't. So it was March, like Feb, March. Let's see if they declare again in 1652. Let's see if they declare again in 1652. Gunsmith research unlocked. We now can make a gunsmith building. I don't have any money. But when I do have money, that's what I'll do. Does anything here help us in our current predicament? Like, a university would be good if we had money. And taxes. Maybe cost of court. That might lower prices somewhere and help us stay afloat longer, even though I know it's not literally like 1%. You know what I mean. It's like a funky 1%. Bureaucracy, that's just centralization. Mercenaries. Max literacy is good, but not worth the other stuff. Maybe correct section chance? I don't know. Okay, well, what you see is what you get, because we don't have Age of Discovery yet. I don't see a ton that we desperately need. Seems like the best is maybe just if you can make guns, then maybe you use them with one of these units, like hand gunners. Or something. Okay, unrelated to the other things that have been happening to us, does anyone else find that it's almost impossible to differentiate between all the different types of regulars? Like, when I look at a handgunner, I see that, of course, they take firearms as maintenance. But otherwise, I do not see anything else that makes them worth considering as a different thing. It's just like there's slightly lower combat speed, slightly higher morale damage done, and that's it. They all kind of feel the same with like 5% something here. Like, what's the difference in cavalrymen and heavy cavalrymen? There are minor stat differences, but I just ignore it, and it never seems to make a difference. That's what I'm getting at, yeah. Like, this is morale damage taken, 20% penalty, strength damage done, 10% penalty. And this doesn't have the slight morale. It's like 10% better. There was a lot more stat difference at later techs. Don't you think that the difference between people using handguns should be already a big difference from people who haven't unlocked guns yet? You know what I mean? Why do you have to wait till later? I think what it comes down to is the stats that they have are boring, like Winswan says, and you can largely ignore them, and you either have regulars who are of the correct age or you don't, and then forget about the rest. I think back again to Hearts of Iron. And the very tangible difference that you can feel when you are using regular infantrymen who are provided with tier 1 rifles, or infantrymen who have tier 2 rifles who also have an artillery support company, or the difference between being on a defensive line versus being on a defensive line with an engineer company and feeling the effect of that entrenchment. You get some tangible qualities to the upgrades that you're making to all of your troops. Whereas here, because everything is obscured on a 3-front battle line with dice roll numbers that go up or down, you don't really get to see any difference, only that you either won or you lost. Is the red number larger or smaller? You don't actually get the tactile sensation of making those upgrades and the differences that they might make. The only time you get that feel is artillery. Yeah, I noticed that when they have artillery, for sure it changes things. That's the only unit that feels distinct. Cavalry is kind of just infantry with higher numbers. And people with guns are just infantry with higher numbers. And archers are also just infantry with higher numbers. There aren't really like any tactics that go into it. You know what would be good for the game? I'm not saying that they should take this system. I'm just spitballing something that sounds more interesting to me. If I take an army group and I look at the formation, have the formation order matter. The formation order doesn't matter. They either go into the frontage or they don't. But like, wouldn't it be more interesting, just like I said, just spitballing an idea, if you actually had like, oh, archers. I want at least 1,000 infantrymen to support the archers and put the archers behind them. Like having to actually consider where you're positioning your troops instead of, be honest, when you're at war, don't you just click consolidate regiments, balance unit, and go on your way because you don't give a shit because it doesn't matter? Like actually having to think about their formations like a football battle plan, yeah. Kinda. Or having like horses on a flank matter more than just, well, when the arrow points right because their flank is empty, they get a flanking bonus. And so then there would be this kind of interesting formation tug of war, like Are there is the counter to your formation on their side on that flank? For example. A little bit like, I don't know. I hate to say that rock, paper, scissors is more advanced than what I'm doing now, but it would be more fun to have at least some rock, paper, scissors with it. The Doomstack fat number. Just get one army with all your people in it and send it on to the other one and assume you're going to win or lose depending on which version of the regular versus levy patch you fall on. I thought it was rock, paper, scissors. Is it not? Is it? You tell me. Is it? I don't think it is. I can't prove a negative. I agree with the assessment that cavalry are mostly just better but more expensive infantry. Yeah. Even CK3. Oh, God. Oh, no. I'm using CK3 positively. Oh, no. When talking about its combat. Oh, no. But even CK3, when you have Cav, you're like, yeah, these guys have high pursuit. And so when we win, we are chasing them down and killing more of them so they can't retreat. Or, like, they at least have rock, paper, scissors where pikemen beat horses, but archers beat skirmishers. And, you know, like, they have this beats that, that beats this. And I realize that the meta in CK3 means you don't really care about those rock, paper, scissors differences right now. And that the optimal play is actually just doom stacking one type of special unit and getting all the bonuses for that unit within your buildings, but that's a separate problem. The core fundamentals of having different units counter other units is the important part. Do units in the game not have terrain buffs and debuffs like CK3 or Hearts of Iron? They're much more significant in Hearts of Iron. There are a few. There are a few. Like if I look at Cavalry, they have a whopping 10% combat deficit in the mountains. 10% in the wetlands or 10% in the jungle. So watch out. They'll be 10% less effective in those environments. I'm killing 600,000 French levies in 1456 and it doesn't matter. They have no war exhaustion. The French hate their levies. They're trying to get their peasants to die. So you're actually just falling into their trap. Tupi. CK2 had a small amount of interesting setup with the armies when I played it. I haven't played in a long time, but the retinues of archers versus heavy armor versus medium armor or light infantry, etc. wasn't just a straight win or lose and had some rock, paper, scissors to comps. Yeah, that's how I remember it too. But I haven't played in a while. We're 13 years deep. The insurgency is not the worst right now. Should I just try and replace that law? One of these laws? Do I care about plus 20% trade range? I think I'm just going to get rid of this. And keep the crown power buffs. Okay, let's try and get this, this is gonna be chaos, bro. It's gonna take us like 60 years to recover from this. Where'd it go? Did I already scroll over it? There it is. Centralization of power. Absolutism plus 0.1. Crown power up. Minus. We lost 20 stability, so we're back to negative 66. We reformed our monarchy, making centralization of power part of what defines it. And remove transportation code. So now we're enforcing that law, and it's going to help move us up to 80% absolutism. Hopefully. I don't know what's going on. We got possible institutions. I can't afford anything right now, brother. I know that everyone's unhappy. And we have unprofitable buildings. Who are you guys shooting? Are you guys all starving to death up there? The connections of our artists. I can't spend any money. No money. By the time I can do the thing I want to do, it's gonna time out at 20 years. We got 39% crown power. The problem is I have to get them down to 13 things. Privileges. We have to remove like 13 privileges, bro. It only costs 6.86 to remove right now, but we need... They're gonna go to like 0% satisfaction, and then we're gonna have a giant civil war. And I don't really know what to do about it, but kind of just have to sit here and twiddle our thumbs until the 1700s. Our entire economy is just completely stagnant. Copper complains. Whichever one makes people happier. Make the commoners happier. So what we're gonna have to do is let centralization of power take root. Absolutism should move toward 80. And then we're gonna have to take some big risks. Big risks. Nobility gain 10% satisfaction. Crack down on the clergy insurgents. We're losing 2 duckies a month. I guess I do need to take fort maintenance down and we can actually make profit. But I need to pay for food. Is anyone starving? I don't, the food slider is so vague to me, I have no idea what I'm affecting here. I hope nobody's starving. I could just turn off a bunch of buildings if I really wanted to. But for now, it's fine. Cost of court just went down. That'll save us a couple ducats a month. I'm not sure what else I should be researching at the moment. We're gonna need, I guess I could take the trade range ones. Yeah, perhaps. I think I remember this building that we can't build now, but it was like something decent. Trade capacity +5. Market attraction up is kind of good. Also gets trade range on the way down. But we need to be able to embrace another institution, but I can't because I can't afford it right now. We need to wait. I'm at war. Is it conquistadors again? Yeah, I guess they're just gonna keep declaring war. Didn't I say 1652? Yeah, they're just gonna declare war every year. But since this is broken as shit, we just don't unpause, go to peace. They won't accept this time. Shit. It worked last time, it won't work this time. So the conquistadors are just gonna declare war on us every year, forever, until the game is over. Maybe. The part that makes... Okay, chat. I want you to listen carefully when I tell you this. All the conquistadors who were standing on this tile since the last war are now joined to the forces of the new conquistadors who have come in on the new war. So even if I win, the survivors of the conquistadors will continue to stack higher and higher indefinitely, declaring war on me every year because they have no home to go back to. So they don't ever leave when we win. So I think this might actually just be the bug mechanic that kills the run. I think this is it. I think this is it. This is the death knell, pretty sure. So actually breaking the save. We finally found it. How many days did it take? How many streams did it take? Can you let them go broke? They don't go broke. They're just a faction that cheats. They are beholden to no mechanics. And the only way to actually get them to accept peace is to beat them in battle at least once, and then allow them to take this land, and then I have to demand my own land back in the peace treaty. But I don't think I can beat them when they have 7,600 regulars, because they're just cheating in 4,000 each time they declare war. And then if the war goes on long enough, they'll keep bringing in 4,000 more. Over and over. So, I guess let's throw all the bodies in the meat grinder. For fun. because I stopped paying for fort maintenance. And the fort is gone. Okay. Goodbye, castle. They got surprised. They literally teleported inside the castle walls. If they split up, that's probably the only chance we have, but like it's just gonna happen again next year. And the people that survive are just gonna join their army next year. They're gonna split push both castles at the same time. I'm just gonna merge them all into the same army. Why split them up? $24,000 bros. I don't think we can even wait for allies. Little known fact, it wasn't guns, germs, or steel that destroyed Native American way of life. It was teleporting unkillable conquistadors that never leave. That's true. Is army maintenance maxed? No, I forgot. Okay. We're gonna lose. Reap. GG's. Oh, gotta do it. Send them in. We won. What? Did they retreat? How did we win? They just merged with the other army. The Quebec army is going somewhere. What? That's an army that we're not even at war with. All right, I think we just sit here for a sec. I don't know. Wait for reinforcements who aren't coming. They're just standing there. They will help out our units. Okay. I don't know what that means. It means that they're gonna support us from down there, I suppose. They're staying real far away from the battle. Real far away. I think we have to let them do this. And then they have to go back and siege the other one. And then we fight them there. About to go broke. Negative 14 duckies. Try and bring that up to even at least so we don't go bankrupt. Let the invading army starve? They cannot starve. They actually just stay in our country forever because apparently after the war is over, they get food permissions because they're sort of like a displaced army after a war, but since they have nowhere to go, they'll just stay in my territory and like eat food for free. And they're taking they're currently taking food attrition, but once they capture a tile, they'll have unlimited food. I kind of need stability, so I'll take the stability. Looking at the forums, there are multiple bug reports involving conquistadors dating back to shortly after launch. None of them have been responded to. Yeah, I'm sure they'll get to it eventually. They'll get to this bug eventually. Well, they are kind of starving a little bit. I just wish my allies would come over and help me push this. Wait, who just occupied a tile over there? Or was it just because they took the capital? I guess it's because they took the capital, but I didn't see anything. No, there's another group of 4,000 that they just spawned in. It's another group that they just spawned in, bro. GG. GG. Cold and wet fields. Prosperity down, lose money, lose a bunch of food. I don't know what this is, just there's a frost. Send food relief from Kani and Kahaka. It says because there's a lack of road between Sanakdawambo and Bimbimbop. Okay, so here's Sanoctawambo. There's the road to Binbimbop. It's 2 tiles away. Some of the food will be lost. And gain short harvest for 1 year. That one. All right, I say we just go back in and fight again now that the month rolled over. I don't care, brother. I can't give you that, though. We have won. Only 2,700 casualties to their 1,300. Can I get peace now? No. I don't know what happened last time that allowed me to get peace. I don't want to go into the blind fog of war. Oh, I didn't even see the Doomstack sneak up on me. We're in a better defensive tile, and they've got lower morale, but they have way more people, so we're dead, probably, but let's see. Their morale is somehow going down. I don't care, dude. We won again? We just stay winning? I don't know if I would consider 5,000 dead to their 1,200 dead a win, but I mean, they retreated, therefore I win. We are gonna win so hard we're all dead. Let's see if I can get it now. Nope. I don't know what it takes. There is no... it was a mystery what allowed me to do this last time. I'm not really sure. I think they had to capture their whole war goal. Didn't they have like Staticona all the way over here? I just kind of chased them down while they have low morale, but they got to retreat with only 140 losses, because for some reason in EU5, the lower morale you have, the easier it is for you to retreat and the fewer losses you take. Even though you would think it'd be the inverse of that. Low morale just means you can run faster. Oh, and I didn't even move, but they're back. And another battle, and they have retreated with no morale and only lost 242 casualties. If I just stay here, what happens? Province refuses to pay taxes. Kill them. Your ally has turned up now that you're winning. I think it's better... I don't know, just kill them. But yeah, the extra armies here. Oh, they're back with like full morale. We're gonna lose a shit ton of troops. But we won. Don't worry, we won. Only 7,500 casualties to their 800, but we won. So, that's you know, that's a good win. And now they're instantly a hidden army. Why do I have to go around? We moved 10 toward absolutism. Holy shit, we just moved 10 to absolutism. Not that this matters now, so I may as well just go ahead and do it. I'm just gonna throw everything into the fire. We're gonna burn it down. Okay, so I need to rein in the elites. Revoke royal marriage rights and nobility-controlled serfdom. You really picked, like... Okay, yep, just revoke their privileges. Okay, then rein in the wealthy. Revoke their privileges. It only takes one? But it takes it without losing any stability. It just makes them unhappy. Revoke their privileges. All right, now I need to borrow money, so I'm gonna take out a loan. Okay. Now, rein in the religious. Revoke their privileges. Communalism. Okay. Then, take out another loan. All right, and revoke the commoners' privileges. They lose production efficiency and communalism, and they will not be allowed to migrate anymore. Banned. Revoke their privileges. All right, we've revoked... How many privileges do we need to revoke? They can only have 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I need to revoke 5 more privileges. All right, and then I have 41% crown power. I need 50. So nobility, you guys are about to lose primacy. That's a plus 100%. Okay. That gives me, I don't know how much crown power because it doesn't update until the month ticks over. I don't know if that's enough power. So then, what gives you guys the most power? 33s. Tolerance of true faith and centralization. All right, that's gone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I need to revoke 3 more. So the burgers. You guys are going to lose innovative and monthly development. And then 2 more. Clergy, you guys are going to lose... efficiency of cabinet, advisory council. Okay, and then I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I need 1 more. Maybe we should just take another nobility just to be safe. Probably, I mean, stability decay doesn't matter right now. Delete the 50, they're both 50%, so delete this one. Okay. Now, they're going to rebel, but they have 13 or fewer. Is crown power... I need to see what crown power is. We won a battle, apparently. And we're just chasing them around playing whack-a-mole. Somehow their morale is going up during the battle because they're just that good. And into hostilities between court and country. I didn't even get to do the thing. Wait, did I do it? I automatically did it. I did it. Our allies are just standing there watching this go down. Yep, don't worry about them. Okay, I accomplished my goal. Widespread obstruction of authority in the provinces has finally come to an end. The way we have handled this crisis will shape the way local power structures interact with the government for the foreseeable future. We got crown power up to 54%. The state is triumphant. We move 5 towards centralization. We're already at 100. And legitimacy will now grant more crown power. Okay. But the main thing is, the debuff is gone. So everybody's estate satisfaction equilibrium now goes back toward where it was before. Now that it's going back toward where it was before, you might say, well, who cares? You're about to have a civil war on your hands. Or am I? Everybody is at 0% satisfaction, but to get through this event, just to show you how poorly thought out it was, I will now just give them the privileges back that they had before. And it'll be like, mostly nothing changed. Because they get more percent per faction than they lose. Maybe something will have changed. We'll see. But yeah, now I just got to give them some privileges back. I like how you solved a crisis by completely wrecking your country's stability and destroying most of its nation's institutions. Yeah. Yeah. So, I want them to have... something. They gotta have something. Progress towards serfdom, probably. Because everyone else is already at 0. And then as a second one, I'll give them... Wait, do these cost money? No, they cost legitimacy. Probably just elite council for the stability decay and agenda impact is fine. And aristocracy's fine. It's only a 50%. And it'll give them 5% equilibrium. So now they're heading back to 52% equilibrium. They're back to 30%. And then the clergy are already going back up to 52. Now the commoners, I want them to be allowed to migrate. I need them to be allowed to migrate. The problem is this is going to piss off the nobility, but only 1.8%. Now the peasants are back to 34%, going up to 52. All right, now the burghers. I want the burghers to have... market attractions good. Capital economy's fine. We did like the tax efficiency up for everyone, but I don't like the innovative for us at this stage. So yeah, I would say like market attraction. Okay, that'll piss off the nobility, but they're at 25%, which is bad. The clergy at 0 is the worst. But I'm gonna need to give them something else anyways. I don't know how much power they have because it's not updating. Probably just don't give them a 100. I mean, out of all of these... probably just a fit. We need royal marriage rights. They have to have that. So that's going to be -3 for clergy, -2 for burghers, plus 15 for nobility. So the nobility are pretty chill now. They're pretty happy. The clergy are going to be pissed, so give them something. I mean, how much tax are they going to give me anyways? None right now, but like, they're not gonna give me much tax anyway. So what if I just gave them tax exemption for 10%? And then we get faster research. I feel like they were giving me like 3-4 ducats a month. All right, tax exemption. That hurt the nobility. They didn't like that. Now they're gonna have a 70% equilibrium. And then give the burgs something else. Berg. I think I like the tax efficiency one, even though you can't tax the burgers as much. But I don't know if that's actually better. The development one was kind of tough. Maybe just trade capacity and capital economy. Well, no, capital economy, we don't have anyone to trade with. That's for trading. We are the trader. We are the people that they want to trade with, not the other way around. I don't know, man. These all kind of suck. What if we just took our own trade capacity down and gave them more? Because we don't trade anyway. I'm gonna take my own trade capacity down. You gotta trade Monopoly, brothers. All right, so we got 29, 28, 23, 30 with equilibriums of 52, 70, 52, 52. Okay, so now we get our entire levy killed. Whole levy dead. We won. Don't let the casualty numbers fool you. We totally won. We won so hard that I'm gonna retreat my whole levy. Just don't look at these numbers, okay? Don't look at the negative 22,000 troops that we lost. We won. They said we won, so we won. All right, now we're gonna go take everyone's taxes down. Actually, we can tax a little bit. Because they'll still come up at the same speed. What I've noticed in my own experience is that if you overtax them, it will bring their happiness down faster. But if you undertax them or give them no tax, it doesn't bring them up faster. So you may as well tax them on the way up, I think. The clergy are immune though. The forts aren't really doing anything for us, but I'll keep them for now. Take some of this down. And then to make the rest of our money, we're actually gonna go here, look at our settlement buildings, and turn all of them off. Is there a way to do all of them? Toggle close all buildings, right click, boom. Every settlement is closed. You guys gotta go live amongst the trees or some shit, okay? Libraries, those are closed too. All libraries are closed. Temples and bridges are also closed. Don't ask how you close a bridge. Not important. We gotta save money. Government shutdown. God, this is so stupid. Something Mitch Hedberg escalator joke. I think they just murked my my allies. They do not negotiate a peace treaty. We should be making net positive money after all those shutdowns. I'm gonna keep the granaries since we have a food shortage issue right now, and then whatever armories we got, I need to close that also. Well, now I gotta keep it open. Sorry for the convenience. What faction is he fighting, chat? It's a bugged faction called the Conquistadors. They attack every year, they have no home, and they will not do any peace deals, and they generate free 4,000 troop levies, regulars, every year, forever, if you're not Catholic. And it's what's going to kill this campaign. I finally found it. I've been digging for 2 weeks now, trying to find which mechanic would actually kill the campaign. I was confident that there would be one, and I'm surprised it took me this long to come across it, to be honest. I knew there was gonna be one, I just didn't know when it was gonna appear, but we found it today for sure. We've already won the war against them twice, and they just come back. They come back every year. And if you win, let's say they have 3,000 troops left, those 3,000 troops stay in your borders because they have no home. They're a generated army. So when they declare war on you the next year, they rejoin the army and add to their numbers. So there were 3,500 troops that were just standing around, and they instant rejoined the army whenever the new war was declared the next year. So it's actually just fucked. And I don't think I'm overreacting when I say that it's campaign ruining. You would have to open console. Ads starting right now, by the way. I snoozed it twice. Ads starting. Turn your volume down. You would have to open console and like delete them because they don't have anywhere to go home. There's no home. They do not starve to death after the war is over. Technically, it could be more than every year. The AI just checks every 6 months. Yeah, I think we did get 2 conquistadors from 2 different factions within 6 months, but one of them I was able to instantly get a peace deal with them before I unpaused. They declared war, and then I just said peace, and they said yeah. So you would have to just console command every 6 months to a year to try to keep playing the game. And I'm not gonna do that, obviously. He's just been looking for a way out. No, I'm not looking for a way out, man. I want grand strategy games to be good, or at least playable. I like economic simulations. I like trying to build an economy. I like trading. I like goods. I like having supply chains. I like building resource chains from raw material to middle material to final product and trying to get that to where it needs to go. Love all those types of mechanics. And I also like combat games like Total War or Hearts of Iron or something like that. And if there's a game that wants to do both, I want that to succeed. I want that to be good. So I have a vested interest in it. Because I like both sides of that genre. So I'm sticking with it through to this point because I'm looking for the diamond in the rough. Like, if eventually you get used to all the things that initially piss you off, like the people that need to be married, whatever. I downloaded a mod for that, right? It was infuriating at first. I downloaded a mod. The children education used to piss me off. Now I'm just amused that there's so many kiddos that need me to tell them what their education should be going up. Like, it doesn't bother me anymore. I just do it. You get numb to it eventually, and you just push through to try to find the things that you like. So I'm there for a number of different mechanics. But if there is a mechanic like this that's just you play through 300 plus years and then you get unlimited Conquistador 4K stack regulars every 6 months to a year, I feel like that's a brick wall. Like, am I wrong? Am I overreacting to say that that is the straw that probably breaks the camel's back? And that live indefinitely as undead warriors ready to rejoin their brethren next they declare war? I don't know how you play around that. How do you play around it? How do you ignore it? Like, I can ignore the other stuff. I can ignore the game lagging for 5 minutes every time I mouse over this one flag because I know it exists and I can just not mouse over it. And if I do, then oopsie, it's my fault. What happens if you let them win? We're about to find out. I'm just waiting for the ad to be done. All right, the ad is done, so we're gonna find out what happens. Because now I'm just curious. I'm curious in a way that I was curious when I played through Starfield. And I think in a lot of respects, this is the Starfield of grand strategy games. We have now researched distant markets, which give us the following benefits. 250 trade range. And I finished the Starfield campaign too. Because it's like a morbid curiosity at this point. Like now that the endless conquistadors are here, I was having some fun before. The conquistadors have canceled that. And I think, not that there's anybody on this chat who said it, but someone might say, well, just start a different campaign in a different place. To which I'd say, well, how do I know if I spend 2 more weeks streaming and 150 hours, I'm not going to have the same thing or like an equal thing in a different campaign? How would you know? You could, but most of you haven't even played to 1700. So how would you know? But anytime we talk about bugs in games, there's always someone in chat who this time is Chrome Viper, who says, I feel like the devs did not expect anyone to play anything except in Europe. They did, because they created a lot of unique content for this region that only happens and is only viewable if you're playing a Native American in America. So I know they did. There are historical events that appear that give you gameplay decisions. There's formables that are specific to this area. Like, they absolutely intended for you to play it. The problem is that the dev who created the content that intended for you to play here was not able to communicate with the people who were designing the rest of the game. And the people who made the rest of the game maybe didn't think about that. The problem is you're going to be playing in America whether you start there or finish there, right? Like, there's going to be plenty of European nations that end up in America. Like, you can use the conquistadors against the natives. You can be the one who uses them as opposed to the one whom they're being used on. So it's still a mechanic you're going to interact with and interface with in this case. I had similar issues with Victoria 3. I played as British Columbia and the game just decides you don't exist after a while. If you enjoy bugs in games, check out Empire of the Undergrowth. There are ants in that game, I think. Little bugs. How many levies can we raise? More. Not that one, though. How can I raise a levy when in occupied territory, I wonder? Where'd all these guys come from? Didn't we just lose, like, our whole army? Let's see if we can get peace now. Do they have enough land? Nope. Anyway, what happened to my diplomat? I mean, not my diplomat, my cabinet member. They're dead. My cabinet member is dead, and I'm gonna go broke hiring another one. Maybe we just don't hire one for now because I have no money. And I'm gonna have to pay back a loan, 2 loans, if I live that long. Hey, look, chat, did you notice that their stack was up to 7,600 people? That means that they just got 4,000 more because it's been 1 year. They get 4,000 every year as long as the conflict remains. So we whittled them down to 3,600. Now they're back to 7,600. And then next July, they'll be at 1,100. And then the next July, they will be at 1,500. So if you're a developer on this game and you happen to be in my stream, first of all, good morning. I hope you're well. Second of all, please, 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 please delete conquistadors from the game. Just delete them from the game. Put them in a DLC later. I won't mind. I'll pay for it. I'll buy it. You can have my money. Just delete it. I'll pay for it. It's like fighting Genghis Khan and Crusader Kings. The other part is they spawn inside your territory. So they don't even spawn overseas and have to be transported by Spain. They just here, teleport in your country on top of your land. So what's gonna happen, Star Mage, if you're just playing a normal European country who comes to the Americas, you might happen to see the conquistadors at war, but why would you assume that it's in this state? So you won't even notice it, probably. Because the AI Native Americans will not close their borders during the Great Pestilence, and 80% of them will die, like happened to all the ones around us. And then if there are any conquistadors, they'll just kind of come in, win, and you won't even notice that there's any bugs. Unless you were the target of them. I think it goes beyond bugs, though. This kind of goes beyond bugs. Why is Cahokia not getting slammed? I assume it's because we're on a coast. I assume it has something to do with a check for a... Oh, nope, they're a tributary to the Pope. So the Pope already conquered them. I know they went to war, but I didn't realize they became the Pope's tributary. So that'd be why. So looking at the colonization screen, conquistadors cost 250 ducats and get 4K manpower. Interesting. Kind of interesting to know from the other side. So Chad, if you're like, how much could 250 ducats be? That kind of sounds like a lot. Well, let's take a look at our own mercenaries page. If I was to hire a mercenary leader, let's just take a guy at random. How much would it cost me to hire 4,000 men? Well, this is a group of footmen, about 100 or so men, and then this is 200 men-at-arms. So let's say men-at-arms. Well, 200, 4, 6, 8, 10. All right, so just for 1,000 men, that's 533 ducats in mercenary costs. So to get 4,000, it would cost me at least 2,000 and change ducats just to hire mercenaries. So close to 10 times the cost of conquistadors. 4K is a crap ton of manpower, yes. The other thing that's crazy is, who's paying for these conquistadors? Because these are conquistadors that do not belong to a faction. They are conquistadors of Statacona. Statacona is my land. So who's paying for them? Who's buying them? Where does the money come from? Is it just coming from Spain? But they're just called Statacona conquistadors, even though that's my territory? The nobles are buying it. Their overlord is Aragon, so I assume it's Aragon who has a 1,300 ducat tax base. It just can pay for infinite on cooldown. Can they just... What's the cooldown for hiring conquistadors from the European side? Delete Aragon before quitting. Chad, is there a console command that reveals the map? Getting 4K manpower is the quote hard part. try observe. I don't even know how to enable the console. How do you enable the... Do you have, wait, did I remember seeing Shin download a mod to be able to use the console? You can click escape, then world map. Unless you're on Iron Man. All right, chat, are you ready to see the rest of the world? Because, or should we just see what happens when we lose this war? Let's see what happens when we lose this war first. And then we'll look at the rest of the world. We're not going to beat 7,500 conquistadors. Crackdown. Crackdown on both. Be kind of funny if we did get a civil war right here, though. On top of everything else. What allowed me to get peace last time? This is a nitpick complaint. Does anyone else get really annoyed when you're fast forwarding? It makes the clock sound. I feel like I'm in a dentist office waiting to get called up. You know what I'm saying? I turn the off. You can turn off the clock? Oh my god, there's a clock sound. Jesus Christ. That would have saved me so many hundreds of hours ago. Oh my god, I didn't know. First thing I turned off, it gives me anxiety. Oh my god. You know what, nobility? I can't give you money because I'm going to take out 3 loans to give you that money. They're going to lose 10 satisfaction, and then they're going to rebel. I'm taking... I got... I'm taking out the loans, I guess. I don't know, man. Where's my money? Here's aid. I don't know how many loans I just had to take out for this. We're bankrupt. Doesn't matter anyway. Why is everyone making so much less money overall? I think they were just happier before and I had their taxes cranked up. That's what it was. Maybe I just need to give them some more satisfaction. How about... That's too much power. These are all not good. I feel like we haven't unlocked any new estate cards in 200 years. Maybe we just don't have the right institutions or something. I don't know. Maybe I just take manorial courts, gives them more max tax. I don't really care. Decentralization, I think we are moving towards centralization each month anyway. Low 5% efficiency of cabinets, whatever. How about individualism? That seems pretty low power impact wise. Burgers? I don't know what to give you guys. I think we gave them shipwright contracts before, which was just sort of something to give them to make them happier even though you guys can build all the canoes, okay? You build all the canoes. And then we had production efficiency, traditional, and communalism, labor divisions. And then I can tax everybody more. Something. I don't know if they're happy enough to stop being insurgents, though. Let's go over here and get all of our levies killed. Let's see what the retreat button does. Well, we saved thousands of lives. All right, well, GG, I guess. Oh, there's 4,000 more that just showed up. Here they come. Yeah, it's just, they're not, I don't know, when do they win the war? Let's just look at the map. Let's take a peek at the rest of the world. And see what they're up to. Bugs, bugs, bugs. Bugs and bad mechanics both. Just gonna take our nation out back and just shoot it behind the shed. Who is Tula? Tula is a vassal of Castile. They're in Texas. Orthodox Turkish Brazil? Yeah, let's go see what's up in Europe. What's been going on all this time? Two Sicilies. The Ottomans are Orthodox. King Carlo III. Jesus Christ, what is this? Holy shit. What the fuck is this? Lordship of the Pale. That ruler, though, 100 all across. King Edward is his super genius, man. God. The Suzhou Empire. The Tribal Kingdom of Yihi. That's a good name. They got the patchwork quilt going on. Japan? Are you guys okay? Vietnamese North Japan. Oh my god. What happened while I wasn't looking? The New World is still open down here, man. France and South Africa. Iroquois, Australia, let's go. Denmark. Denmark? What? How did you get over? How did you get pushed over here, man? Shoved. Most of Africa not owned by Europeans, but having the majority population by Europeans in 1655. I mean, yeah, they just moved 500,000 French down to the southern tip of Africa. What's so weird about that? Is there a map replay mode? I don't know. I don't know, dude. Probably not. Probably not. Anywhere else specific you'd like to see, chat? On the map? Where's the Pope? I mean, usually here. This is so sad. You had a great run. Yeah. I mean, it was as good as it could get. I feel like the wind got taken out of our sails because right when things were moving up, right when things were taking a turn upward and we were starting to build up and build tall, then we found the unlimited cheat code conquistador teleport. No logistics, no transportation, no boat required. 4,000 a year every year forever until you die and get annexed. It's probably the most... I think calling it a bug is being too kind. Just... probably the most buggy, janky, bullshit mechanic that I can remember seeing. So, you know, it is what it is. Just a insta-lose mechanic. Broken game design, yep. Broken game design. No quality checks. Just shove it out the door before the investors get upset. Gotta be home by Christmas. Get the game out so we can not have to think about it again for a month. Every country has land everywhere for no reason. Yeah, it just kind of happens. I'm glad that it ended today, though, and not like a day after I came back. You know, I'd rather have just a clean cut. Because we ain't playing again until, I don't even know. To be honest, if there's a DLC that's supposed to come out in February, this is not going to be working by February. It's not. If I'm bored in February, or whenever the first DLC comes out, then maybe I'll take a look. Depends on how bored I am whenever the next DLC comes out. Otherwise, optimally, I would probably wait for like the second DLC to come out and all the updates that go with it. Was super fun to watch, at least. I'm glad you had fun. I wish I could have played more. I wanted to get to the end. I wanted to get to the end and actually like I wanted to get roads. I wanted to get more than gravel roads and like build some infrastructure and do something. But I feel like right when things were getting going, they just pulled the rug out. I've literally never watched gameplay of 4X games before. Glad you had fun. Thanks for tagging along. There were some fun parts for sure. And I think that it has the potential to be a fun game, but again, they just need to like stop making DLCs and actually go in and fix what's already there. DLCs are not going to fix this. It's going to take massive, sweeping updates to get all this. Because they're not going to fix any of my shit, because I'm in the 0.02% of people who are experiencing those problems. They're going to fix, like, the major stuff, like levies and whatnot first. I would have liked the proper conclusion, but I'm ready to see some Hearts of Iron. Yeah, me too. Me too. Me too. But no need for an 11-hour stream tonight. I'm still shocked by the super secret hidden menu that you had to pixel hunt for. I'm gonna forget that's there. I am gonna forget. Hearts of Iron on the flip side is like a 2 to 3 day campaign. It'll be very short. I'm curious to see all the new mechanics in it, but I think we're just gonna call it there a little early, because I got nothing. I don't want to sit there while 16, 20, then 24, then 28,000 conquistadors just annex my entire country. But also the absolutist event, I didn't enjoy that either. It was very like silly. Okay, we've got absolutism, now just take everyone's rights away. Okay, we're done with the Age of Absolutism event, and now we give you all of your rights back. But like, what's the alternative? If you don't give them all their rights back, everyone just declares civil war? Like, is that so you have to go liberalism? Then there's only one choice. Or fight your entire country. Like, there's no mechanics in there to manage what you have to do to take the absolutist side. At least some of the bugs were funny, yep. And the pestilence events, yeah. Which menu was that? It's complicated to explain. I'll show you. Okay, well anyway, now that my campaign's done, I'll give you a final score. My final score for Europa Universalis 5 on release is a 5 out of 10. That's what I would say. 5 out of 10. Generous. Generous. That's 50%. Seems high. hell generous. All right, so if you're in a war with an army that does not, it has a text box here on the peace deal. You don't mouse over the number, you mouse over send demand, and it says they do not negotiate a peace treaty. So if it says they don't negotiate a peace treaty, if you move the mouse just under, not the X, but under the red arrow, and you pixel hunt, there is a secret tooltip that comes up right here in this invisible spot. And then that tooltip will sometimes have information on what will allow them to take some kind of peace treaty, or what you could do to get them to take a peace treaty. But it didn't work for us. So that one. But yeah, they're just gonna have unlimited troops coming in, and I believe chat says the war doesn't end until they annex us. It starts with take the Staticona, but they kind of already have it, don't they? They already have all but 2 locations in Staticona, so they've already kind of holding their war goal. So anyway, I'm done. I quit. I will miss the absolute chaos that was trying to figure this out. I'll definitely be back again at some point in the future after 4 to 12 major patches and updates. It's gonna take more than 3. It's gonna be like 4 major patches in. 5 out of 10 is maybe it is generous. I think I'm gonna get 5 out of 10 because of what I hope it could be in the future. Maybe there's some hopium in there. But I don't know, man. Take me back to CK3 launch, please. CK3 launch was, we played for almost the same length of time, but it wasn't nearly as miserable to try and like force it to let you play it. I think we got like 200 hours. We played Europa for like 150 hours just now. I think we played CK3 for like 200 hours, but it was like mostly just having fun and learning the mechanics. As opposed to like, what the fuck is going on this time? For every single thing that happened in the game. Very, very different way to spend that much time. You look exasperated. I am exasperated. I feel like a weight is being lifted off my shoulders right now. I finally found the game-breaking thing that was... I was confident I was going to run into a game-breaking thing that ruined my campaign, but I had to keep playing until I found it. Because if I never found it, I'd be like, oh, wow, I'm pleasantly surprised. What would you rate the All Under Heaven DLC? I would rate the All Under Heaven DLC a 6. 6 out of 10. Probably not worth. Avoidable unless you really desperately want to play as Japan or China. But I think before I said that if you want to play All Under Heaven that you should play China, but then after I've read some more people's thoughts on China, it turns out that China is just doing the same meritocracy quiz with the same exact event options over and over dozens upon dozens of times. So the reason why it gets a 6 is because it technically worked. It just wasn't fun. But yeah, if you do China, you just keep doing the meritocracy exams, and it's the same 2 events over and over again for hundreds of years. So I hope you like those quiz events. In fact, I bet that there's reviews on the Steam store page about that. Let's see. Oh. Literally the first review. What do I mean by system shallowly implemented? Go do a merit exam for China. At first, it's fresh and great to see. Then you notice you will have the exact same event every time without fail. A great system made immediate. Oh, I already saw this review. I thumbed it up because it's true. Go be a Mandala government and do the journey pop-ups that your tributaries spawn. Every single one gives piety and legitimacy, no impact. What's a solution? Add event variety. Every single CK3 DLC. Pre-watch the video. I forgot that I already looked at this. As governor, most of the early game revolves around attending exams and climbing merit ranks. It becomes repetitive quickly. There isn't much variety. I mean, it's one of the main features. It's in italics. So, maybe stop making games that are about events and you don't want to put in the legwork to make events. Just don't put the events in the game anymore. I think CK3 and Europa would be better without events for the most part. Have you tried any mods? No, I'm not interested in mods. I think, like I said, I'd rather just have the newspaper from Hearts of Iron. Just tell me what happened, flavor text. I click OK, and we go on about our business. At most, Hearts of Iron has like a, do you want this ruler, or this ruler type events, and I think that they're pretty fine. But anyway, tomorrow. Good night for now, everybody. The journey is at an end. I know that it seems abrupt, because it is. But yeah, it's Jover. We done. So, we all done. We're free. We are released. The Europa saga is over. Here's hoping that the Hearts of Iron DLC is good. But at what cost? I don't know. It gave me something to do for 2 weeks. So I'm grateful for that. I had some fun, but the juice wasn't worth the squeeze, is what I would say. But GG's. I've finally been worn down. They finally broke through. It took 150 hours, but they broke through. I'm shocked that it took that long. I'm impressed, honestly. I'm going to send you guys off on an in-stream raid. I'll catch you again tomorrow for the Hearts of Iron DLC. Go say what's up to Rule Storage, who is playing the new DLC for Planet Crafter. Planet Crafter is a really fun game. If you look at it, you might think this game looks like shit, but it's not. It's really fun. It's a good number go up, crafty game, like crafter game. Kind of has like a lo-fi Subnautica vibe to it. The graphics are not good, but the gameplay is. It's very fun. This is the new DLC I haven't played yet, so maybe I'll have to go check it out at some point. But go over there, say hi, be nice, be lovely, and I'll catch you guys again tomorrow. Have a good sleep. And I'll catch you for the next one. Closing the book. Closing the book on this one, finally. Devs are probably glad. They're like, get this guy out of here. He's just bitching about our game every day. He's just saying that this stuff sucks. I don't want him to even be on Twitch anymore. Good. I'm glad he's done. Probably. All right, get out of here. Good night. Please leave.